All right, hello and welcome to episode 84 of Flat Earth Friday. Before we join here while they're rolling out the intro, we're going to play Proud's promo video for episode 84.
And to Sacred, you've been up here for quite a long time now with at least 4 people going at you, kind of arguing with you. So my respect for not having just run away like a lot of Flat Earthers do. Good on you.
This has definitely been the best, globe or flat Earth debate I've ever seen on here. I mean, the most cordial and productive that I've ever come across.
Yeah, I appreciate that. And we love talking to globe earthers that can have a conversation with us because we don't know everything. And, there's a lot of people like Jorge and some other people up here that have credentials, and we like to learn. But I don't think it's a problem with questioning it as long as we can have that build and, work towards some type of common ground. So I appreciate y'all too.
Yeah, man. And I appreciate the conversation too. And like science doesn't know everything. There's a lot to learn, bro.
All right, boys.
Sacred, you want to take this?
Yo, Pierre,
Shout out to the level heads.
Thankful like Floyd Mayweather with this shit.
Always fucking Floyd Mayweather.
You tackle LeBron, that doesn't mean you beat him. Still crossed you up, he was still going to dunk on you. You can't stop what's about that.
We measured that the Earth goes around the sun through parallax to stars, nearby stars. That this is a measurement, and then it is consistent with all our models, which basically describe the motion of celestial bodies in our solar system to a high degree of accuracy. This is the universe telling us what's going on.
Right before you came in, Jorge, we were talking about this because PhD Robert Bennett did a presentation on Parallax, and he highlighted how you can have the same observations from a geostationary, geocentric position. It's just like almost like an inversion of triangles.
So, Sacred, can you go back to that negative, negative, whatever you call the parallax?
Oh, yeah. So maybe Bob, the science guy, or Jorge can help us out with the official definition or description of what negative parallax is. To my understanding, it's when they view the motion of the stars based off of the globe's motion relative to the background, but the stars move in a different direction. So they have to maybe change the distances or quantify it as a positive observation or kind of like dismiss it altogether. But this is just something that I'm learning about. So I don't know if you guys can help us out with that.
You have any idea what he's talking about, Jorge?
I don't. I was about to defer to the astronomer. I close one eye and then the other, and you can see parallax. It's just apparent motion due to the change in observation point. Bob, I don't know what negative parallax is. Have you heard that?
I would call it divergence.
Okay.
But I honestly don't know what he's talking about.
That's why I was asking you guys because I never heard of it until he mentioned it.
Awesome. All right, we're going to join now. Oops. Join.
And to
They not safe.
MIDIHC, Brooklyn.
Brooklyn.
We see him trying. We see him crying. Shout out to our #1 fans.
We see y'all listening anonymously.
We see y'all crying in y'all discords and y'all telegrams.
Like us suburbans, they watching. Like always swerving and stocking. Back when the merchants are plotting, they map out the earth to get curtain, we locked in. Like the suburbans, they watching. Like always
Make sure you add us properly when you talking shit.
23. Revelation read, nation get a seed, medicated meme, generate disease, 18. 23. Pharmacy decree, patient get deceived, nomination leaves, taking a lot of leaves, running around, get your head chopped off, won't shut it down for the feds, the cops won't dumb it down for the people lost. I'm sorry, that's your ego, sorry, fun around.
Get in the space and
84. Knocking at the door, should've read George, food supply absorbed, wonder what's in store. 19. 84. Fighting to explore what's beyond.
we got the space, let's go!
Better than veteran, don't wanna let him in, ain't got toy, but to let him in, I float in the ethers, coming through the speakers, you're talking, seeing speak, but you're not about it, take a legal confounded, but thoughts are profound, to view they drown, and I wonder what sound is a perturbation, reverberation, I heard the hate, and I swear to fake, and I've started debate when people still in the matrix station, waiting for station.
Welcome.
Like always swerving and stocking. Back when the merchants are plotting, they map out the earth to get current, we locked in. Like the suburbans, they watching. Like always swerving and stocking. Back when the merchants are plotting, they map out the earth.
They watching.
Welcome. This is, of course, Flat Earth Fridays. I think I got one last song for y'all. We letting everybody tie in, file in. We got a good one for y'all this week.
Hell yeah.
I'ma keep it G like gravity.
Keep it G like gravity, you know how we coming.
Wake up to your new reality.
Hey, yo, y'all can't fool my audience.
It's on a fallacy. Fake. Shout out to the flat
Y'all can't fool the listeners in here.
Every single time they debate us. High haters.
They know how we rock it, high haters.
The earth is flat and there's no proof of gravity. Once upon a time, it was all just one big lie. Wake up to your new reality. The globe is Photoshop, you know.
Because it has to be.
Because it has to be. What?
I think I'll see Waldo before I see the curve. Still talking about gravity, Einstein? How about you show us the bending of space-time? Hey, what happened to the baseline? Dodging the question, are we? Okay, fine.
Okay, fine.
The globe's already been proven. Oh, my bad. I didn't realize you were that stupid. What do you mean? I studied it in college. Oh, you mean that blue pill you call knowledge?
Red pills only.
The Matrix? Are you just too dumb and complacent for this to make sense? I'ma keep it G like gravity. All I see is density and buoyancy. All I see. Wake up to your new reality. The globe is fake and it's based on a fallacy. Fake. Shout out to the flat earth haters getting flat smacked every single time they debate us. Haters. Welcome to your new reality.
Hi, haters.
Earth is flat and there's no proof of gravity. Wait, what? Oh no, I was talking about the theory of gravity. The law of gravity is still in effect. See?
Fact.
This is Flat Earth Fridays. It's almost stationary Saturdays, but we are early tonight. Welcome. We are not astrophysicists, but we do enjoy the sciences. My name is Proud, and I'll be your cruise director. If you have any questions, comments, concerns, or ad-homs, please don't be a pussy and tweet about us or talk shit about us in your Telegram chat. Come on, grab a mic and say it with your chest. We will be here all night. Do not tweet at us while we are live. We will not acknowledge you. We don't respect people who don't have shit to say on mic, but they have a lot to say with their thumbs. Thanks again for joining. Shout out to you, Sacred, and the Levelheads. Welcome.
You feel me? And we back with another episode. 84 Flat Earth Fridays. Parallax. A motionless Earth? Man, we got a treat for y'all tonight. Even though we got a few voices in the community in shambles, a little triggered. Hey man, look, it don't matter what platform we on, we gonna do our thing. What you think that we the level heads for? We are not one-dimensional. We gonna come with it every single time, every single situation. It's why y'all keep coming back here, because y'all know how we rocking. See, our energy is all aligned. Y'all feel what we be talking about. Whether you agree or not, you're here for a reason. So if there's people pressed about that, they should start to look inward at they self. Because I promise you, the level heads is over here chilling. We've been saying this for 80 plus weeks straight. We be kicking it, dismantling the globe, flattening the balls, raising consciousness, raising energy and elevation of everybody in here every single week. We don't gotta down talk nobody. We don't gotta plot against nobody. For what? The truth is on our side. We got the squad. We are the community. This ain't about me. This ain't about Proud Flirt. This ain't about Alan. This is about us and the truth. We're not gonna sit up here and deceive y'all, but we're gonna call out the people trying to manipulate you every single time. They can't do nothing with us. If y'all only angle to tear us down, that says more about you than it says about us. I tell you that much.
Yo, imagine being called a fraud for engaging in conversation.
Like, what? That's what we doing now?
Like, not like, fuck just charging you. It's free conversation. I'm fraudulent. What? What?
So you mean to tell me by us engaging with the globe earthers, not muting them, not censoring them, That makes us frauds? That's what we doing now, y'all?
If you like echo chambers, just say that.
Right. If y'all want an echo chamber, just say that. If y'all want to keep that, if that's how y'all rock over there, that's cool. But when we say we want to smoke, we engage. Right? We're not over here preaching, but we are going to give y'all the sauce. But you're not finna sit up here and gaslight me because I want to talk to 4 PhDs and say, hey, this is the reason why we don't live on the globe. To me, that doesn't make me a fraud, my guy. You know what that makes me? Strong. That's what that makes me. So I don't know about you, but you're not finna gaslight nobody over here, my guy. It ain't gonna happen. Yes, you listening anonymously. Yes, you. Yes, you. Yes, you. But
all
anyway,
of our followers are laughing at you.
Yeah.
So, you know.
But we ain't gonna spend too much time on that. But just know we hear everything, bro. Don't ever. Let me just dock my spaceship with this. Don't ever think that there's no level heads around you, bro. Don't ever think that. Don't even look in the mirror and lie to yourself like there's not a level head in sight because, bro, we are everywhere. That's the whole point of this space. This is what we doing this for. So you go ahead and tell yourself whatever you gotta think, whatever you gotta do to make yourself get up and ignore the bullshit that you be doing. But my squad is stronger than yours. If you even have one.
You's looking real stagnant.
Just a little bit.
Whatever helps you sleep at night, bro.
Stop playing with us, man. That's the last time we're gonna say that. That's the last time we're gonna say it. After that, y'all better not hold me accountable for whatever happens after that. All right, level heads, it ain't us. So I'm letting them know right now, leave us alone, bro. I'm telling you, you don't want to take it there. I don't care who you is. You don't want to go to war with us. I'm telling you, it's not going to turn out well.
Remember them days? Think back to when you was bullied in high school, pushed into lockers, your lunch money got taken. You don't want to go back down that route, bro. You overcame that. Don't put yourself back in that hole, buddy, because it's going to turn into that. So just mind your manners. Focus on your everyday, life. You got things to bring into this life. Focus on that.
Right. I mean, just let us dismantle the globe how we want to dismantle it, right? Like if we want to talk to the PhDs and if they like us because we're handling conversations in a specific way, don't be mad at us. If you want to mute and censor people and say that you caught W's, then go ahead. Gaslight your own self. We don't do that over here. Our mics are wide open. We don't take mics. We don't silence. We don't censor. We engage. So just let us do our thing, bro. This is why we're successful, because we support our community and the community supports us. We are not the same, bro. And we're going to leave it there. Shout out to the Level Heads, man. Episode 84, Parallax, Emotionless Earth.
Shout out to the Globies on TikTok, the PhDs.
The astronomers. The physicists.
The censors.
Oh, yeah, we talk to them all, y'all. Don't ever think that we may not be active on Twitter every single day, but there's a bigger plan in place, right? We want to make sure that everybody knows that you guys exist. We trying to change the narrative. Like they trying to use these loudmouths in the community to dismiss the conversation. It's not going to happen while we here, bro. We not going to let y'all point to this one guy over here and said, I don't want to talk about flat earth because of that one guy. No. Y'all going to have to acknowledge us. We are going to set the standard like we've been doing. You will not rock that boat. You're not going to knock us off the course. I'm sorry. It's not going to happen. And thanks to you, now we expand into other platforms and they seeing what a conversation with intelligent, logical, rational, and level-headed flat earthers is really like. And I'm sorry, guy, if that makes you feel uncomfortable, but you should probably get your demons under control. Because it's nothing but light over here. It's nothing but positive vibes and elevated energy over here. And if that annoys your demons,
I got
that ain't
saved
got
by the
nothing to do with
pound.
us.
I got saved by the pound, man.
So yeah, man, we've been having a lot of good conversations off platform, and we bringing it here because we think that there's a lot of good discussions to build off of, and we want to see what you guys think about it. So go check my pin tweet. As always, y'all know how Elon rocking. They don't like Flat Earth Fridays. We don't have a purple pill. Elon, it's 2024, man. Like, how long you gonna do this to us, bro? Hey, look, the more you keep that purple pill away, the least and least we're gonna invest in SpaceX. Okay, I'm just calling it out, bro. We off in a short SpaceX if you don't give us the purple pill, bro. Give us the purple pill, bro. So until then, y'all know I put the space tweet all the way to the right up top in the jumbo. Tweet it out, comment whatever you guys want to talk about, your thoughts, your ideas, rebuttals. Although we rather you come get a mic if you have a rebuttal, but y'all know where y'all can place our tweets until we get our purple pill back. Go check out the pin tweet. We got a dope thread. Shout out to my man Alan. He about to break down a lot of this Parallax bullshit, to be totally honest, man. We always looking for exclusive evidence for what they say is factual. So when they say, hey, look, we're moving because the stars move. Oh yeah, like nah. We're gonna have to break down that incoherency in real time because that doesn't make any sense, bro.
Y'all
And
know
we're
the
gonna break it all
favorite
the
thing
way
to
down.
scream is, well, how does that work on a flat earth? Well, how will that work on a flat earth? Yo, bro, it don't even work on your globe earth. Did you realize that?
They didn't realize.
They don't even be realizing that. So that's what, we got to get to the bottom of.
They don't read the details, bro. See, they try to say the flat earthers don't read, but it's really them that don't read. Or at least they're reading the wrong things. But we're gonna get into it, y'all. I hope that y'all really enjoy what we got to y'all. I'm about to break this down. Proud, you got anything for them before we get this kicking off? Oh, and shout out to Alan too.
Yeah, thanks for tuning in again. Another week, another day, another truth. Appreciate y'all. Of course, y'all know we got the screen share probably coming up in a minute. We got content, we got threads, we got polls. Check out some of them.
Oh yeah, we got some polls rocking. That's right. We gotta remember, yo. We gotta go over our polls because we do polls every week, y'all. I don't know if y'all know this. We be trying to put that up top so y'all can engage in some of y'all thoughts, a different way to share some ideas and how y'all feel about some of the topics. So we gotta remember to go over the poll results every week, Proud. You can't be slipping now.
Facts. I'm gonna have to start making some part twos that become relevant.
You feel me?
Definitely. I throw up last week's if it's still available, and then this week. I got you guys.
And let me just check in with my man Alan because they try to hit him with a head cold last week. The head colds don't exist ever since they came out with the Ovid C. How you feeling, Alan? You good this week, bro? I don't know if we can hear him.
We might need to make a disclaimer. No C words when you come up here.
Like
disclaimer. No C words when you come up here. For those on the YouTube community,
like convex balls.
Gotta make a new name for it.
That's a fact. Hey, wow. Let me see. See if I can bring it back up here. While we wait for Alan, let me just shout out to some of the people that grabbed the mic already. See the squad in here. We got Brian in the building. We got Ken in here. Angela slid through again. Facing reality. My God, J Space. We got Shane St. Pierre. Shout out to Shane, Toby in the building. Oh my God. You see the squads up here? David pulled up. Birdman and Rum Boston. Oh my goodness. Y'all didn't know? Alan, you good now?
Yo, yeah, I forgot to unmute the space so I could talk. Every time I tried to unmute, it was like, hey, click the other button first, buddy. And I was like, nah, I can't do that. I have to repeatedly click the microphone. So anyway, yeah, no, thank you for asking, man. I'm feeling pretty good, but I was feeling a little off balance because I wasn't aligned with the equipotential gravitation of the geoid. So Shane helped me get in alignment with that, though, because apparently you have to deflect to the vertical when you drop a plumb bob, and that's why I was feeling off center, because I thought that down was just down, No.
Yeah.
No.
Not if you live on a geoid, bro.
Absolutely not. And we do live on a geoid, so when you go to measure the geoid, you can only do that by presupposing it and correcting for the gravitational difference based on where you need the corrections the most. So that's really cool. But yeah, other than that, man, I feel great. So thank you, Shane, and thank you, Sacred.
Dude, I have tears in my eyes. That's so fucking funny. God dang, legend.
It is so funny because it's true, and we're educating the community at the same time. Everyone look up deflection of the vertical. All right, what else we got?
Yep.
And pressure mediation. Too much pressure in the head, headaches and stuff like that,
Just know y'all can go whatever preferred direction you want in this space. This is a safe one.
Wait, all frames of reference are equally valid here too?
Well, let's not get carried away, Sacred.
Okay, my bad, bro. Hey, real quick, man, before we get to the hands, let me just shout out to some of the people and the listeners, man. We're going to rotate some mics soon. I just want to say what up to the guys because I haven't seen you guys in over a week. I really appreciate y'all. We got Orwellian in the building. Vibrating, I see you, bro. Bill and Ted, shout out to Def and Rufus, Squad 4L, my guys. Zetetic in the building. Your globe is useless. Formerly known as your mask is useless. I like it. Shout out to Matthew in the building, RZA in here, anti-censorship band in the building. We got Secrets of Heaven in the building. TN, what up, bro? Timbo in here, what up, bro? Blue Mind talking here, what up? We got Darth in here, Samantha's in here, what up, Sam? Cug in here, Libra pulled up, Banksy. Phantom, yo, I was just thinking about you the other day, Phantom. Good to see you, bro. Building 7 in here, Zion Line pulled up again. Mr. Xavier, Felix G, my man O in here, Zen is in here, Lorex in here, A is in here. Randy pulled back up, Justin in here, Alex is in here. Who's this, the person? Never seen you before. Shout out to you for pulling up. Alex is in the building, Steve is in the building. The dude is back. Conspiracy theorist, what up, bro? John is in here, Mido, what up, Mido? Ellen's in here, Nunya? Big Biz. Julian in the building. 4RU. Chad is in here. Julia, Alberto, Raph, Intel, Tyler, Amen. Who else you see in here, Proud?
Shout out to JW in here. I got Genesis, Viking. I see Tyler. I see Intel. I see Eric. We got 6 other listeners. Shout out to y'all. It's okay if y'all not big mic people. Shout out to Bill. You need a profile picture, Bill. Shout out to Titan, Danny, Tommy, Lou, Sako, is that you? Nugget, Ben, Pagoda. Ben, I think he was requesting earlier. Definitely come back up. Raph, Iman, I think you called out Iman. What's up, y'all? Kelly, Chaladonius, 13LU. Bunch of familiar faces in here. Zenlins. Shout out to anybody that might be from TikTok, by the way. If you are from the TikTok community, definitely come up here. Let us know. Show some love. Tell us what's up.
I am.
Oh, you from the TikTok? We got a TikTok community.
Oh yeah, I participate a lot on the flat Earth stuff. I have a lot of friends over there. I don't know if you guys know my good friend Pookie, but he likes to lay it hard on them. Everybody hates him. I'm trying to get him over here because I think he'd be really beneficial.
Yo, shout out Pookie,
I'm
man.
about to
Pookie
go
be wearing the
DM
fitted
Pookie
every day,
right
right?
I love
now.
Pookie.
I'm about to go tell Pookie to. Angela said, "Bring his ass over here right now."
Or y'all can just join me over there. You know, I have a lot of following over there. I got shut down at 15,000, so I'm stuck at 5. You know, but I'll get back up there.
Let them know we live, Angela.
Sacred has a thread for TikToks. I'm gonna find it, and then y'all can link y'all TikToks. Anybody who in here from that
Heck
community.
yeah,
for
it's
sure.
my name right here. Same one.
Yeah, throw that up there if you can, proud. Yeah, and then anybody that want to throw the TikTok in that thread, go ahead and so we could like do the follows and all that stuff. I don't know how to use TikTok. That shit is like a whole
How do
different
you do
world
the
over there.
thread if you don't have a box, bro? Like, I don't know. Y'all censored over here.
You see that, right?
Dude, I can't even host a space. I'm jealous. I can't co-host. I co-host, the mics go away until I screen record. And unless I use another device and then I can prove it. But if I screen record it, it fixes itself. It's baloney.
Come on, Elon, get it together. It's 2024.
They scared.
You feel me? I see Shinko down there too. Let's go to hear from J Space. Then we'll slide over to some of the other guys, and I'll go rotate some mics, and we'll get into some of the sauce because, you know, I want to make sure that you guys, anytime from now on, right? This is the whole purpose of the space. Anytime that you see a globe zealot or any heliosexual, and not every globe earther is that, right? But we talking about the toxic ones. When you are faced with this word right here called parallax, I want you guys to be well equipped for that conversation. And hey, in case that you're not, you could send them the thread so you don't even have to say nothing. That's how we come in. We want to make sure that y'all got all the tools to understand the nature of your reality. All right, so that's what we're going to get into after we say what up to the guys. And yeah, we should not hear any more talk about parallax after that, unless it's just pure dishonesty. But what up, J Space? Good to see you, bro.
Peace and blessings. Man, it has been a while since we've seen you. We missed you. You and Proud. I gotta tell you, man, just so you know, our success with supporting you is only possible with the amazing co-hosts that we've had, Brian and Ryan, that have been co-hosting for the Flat Earth Fridays. Couldn't do it without them. One of the things I learned today, surely you know about this being plugged into the ether and all, because you know I'm just a common Joe of this show. Have you ever heard of the flatness problem?
Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Is the universe too flat?
I didn't know anything about that.
Listen, bro, we got so many planned spaces, right? Because we don't want to hit y'all with everything all at once. And it's so crazy that we go on episode 84 and we still got upcoming sauce, bro. Like there's like no end to the dismantling of the globe Earth. It's like the gift that keep on giving. Right? It's like, bro, are you mean to tell me that it's so blasphemous that the Earth is flat, but the entire universe got a flatness problem? Oh my goodness. Cue the faith palms.
Bruh, they can't make it make sense without a 666.
You know that's their favorite number, bro? You didn't know that? It's embedded in everything.
But they don't believe in God, though. Got 666 and the devil floating around everywhere, but we don't believe in God and your magical sky fairy, man. Yeah, you guys are stupid for that one.
They got axes of evil and sky, invisible firmament, dome. But you know, we're the ones full of shit.
Hey, didn't you know Hillary put about 1 million cracks in it, Proud?
With your help and the people's help, the glass ceiling will shatter. Hey, she was right about something. We shattering a glass ceiling, that's for sure.
That's for damn sure, man. We shattering something. Their hopes and dreams. Space travel.
Yo, they banking on that space travel. Like, oh, please, Elon. I'm so sick and tired of Flat Earth Fridays. Please put these guys in orbit, please. We can't do anything with the level heads, please.
Just enjoy your
Artemis.
wriggles, because by 2025, space companies will shut you guys down.
But
We've heard it all. We've heard it all.
We were supposed to go to Mars or something with Artemis, and that got put off for like 3 years. Oh man, I'm bummed about that. I totally wanted to be. I wanted to go to Mars too, man. That's what pisses me off about this whole shit. I wanted to go to Mars, man.
Well, you see, we would have went to Mars a little bit sooner, but we had the technology, but we destroyed it all, so it was like a painful process to put it back together again. I don't know if you heard that official
You could bookmark that of don't destroy it. This is kind of important. It's kind of our whole crux of our operation here. This whole space shit. Oh,
hey, NASA, please, $80 million a day. Stop destroying the technology, please.
Maybe they ran out of sticky notes.
All 14,000 rolls.
Post a note on there or something, man.
Hey, they're destroying that technology every time they scrape it off the fucking firmament, man. Come on, quit blowing shit up. Let me get some of that money.
Hey, the reason why Elon keeps messing up like he does with X and all is because he keeps breaking the technology and he can't build it again because he learned it from NASA.
Hey, are we allowed to talk about NASA? Because there's like this whole thing now with like Nazis and stuff like that. So I don't know, can we pick and choose on like what Nazis is okay? Like, is that a thing? Do we need to check with the Globe Earthers with like a poll or something? Like, what do we got to do with that, guys? That's been on my mind a little bit lately. I ain't gonna lie to y'all.
Bro, I've been trying to figure out where everybody's getting these NASA shirts from. I've been seeing them everywhere, man. Up here in Minnesota, I got a couple of dudes at my work that are wearing NASA hoodies this winter. I'm like, where the fuck did you get that? Why would you even wear it?
Yo, does NASA even really sell their own merch, or is everybody just eating off of this corporation that's scamming everybody? Because that would be a weird deal. Like, NASA scams all of the American tax dollar players, and then they let everybody else rip off their logo. Like, imagine if there's no patent on the NASA logo, and people are really just putting that shit on a t-shirt and selling it for $49.99. Imagine how much money, like, they're just letting go away because they're already scamming everybody. Like,
For real. So proud. You're the scammer for talking about flat Earth, okay? You're not supposed to talk about the 80 million a day plus profit off of merch. You're looking into the details a little bit too much. Stop thinking, okay? Please.
How about we audit NASA, y'all? Somebody get the IRS on the phone.
Has NASA ever been audited?
Isn't it like a non-profit organization?
Hey, auditnasa.com.
All I know is, for the $80 million a day we give them, we should get a time-lapse video of the ISS being built and tested before it was launched into space.
Brian, you're asking for too much. Come on, man. Stop being so greedy. You're asking for
We
way
all
too
seen
much.
Independence Day. $50,000 for the toilet seat.
I'm greedy like that, man. I'm a stickler for shit like that, man.
I want an astronaut on the moon doing TikTok dances. That's what the fuck I want. 80 billion? Yeah, I want an astronaut on the moon doing the current today's TikTok dances. And then I want him to turn his camera.
The sciences that they're doing on the ISS, bro, they don't got enough time for that. They are literally pushing the boundaries of science as we speak right now. These astronauts are putting their life in danger.
I mean,
Are they don't have time for 4K cameras, bro.
Drowning, I heard. They drowning out there in space, y'all.
Dude,
they're pushing the boundaries of them fucking harnesses for real. That's what they're pushing the boundaries of, the motherfucking harnesses. Come on, man, take it easy on that thing.
And they're putting zippers. They're putting snorkels on their spacesuits too, man. And did anybody hear what a light year measures out to?
Oh, that reminds me. So look, last Saturday, in case y'all missed it, we had to go ahead and run up 24-hour lives for y'all streams because we missed the some of the previous spaces, but we did a flat Earth trivia, and we might have to run that back a little bit later this evening because that shit was fun as hell, bro. If y'all didn't catch Stationary Saturdays, man, we was lit.
Dude,
Dan missed that one.
Does anybody know how long a freaking light year is? It's
Buzz Lightyear knows.
5.8 trillion miles. 5.8 trillion miles. They said we measured this. I want to see the ruler, man. Oh, you don't understand math. You're right, I don't. Now, if you got 5.8 trillion miles, what? Do you know how big a number trillion is? Do you know how big a number a billion is? If you would have said it was 5.8 billion miles, I'd have called bullshit on that. Trillion? Get out of here. and then you say Polaris is 433 of those away.
No, that's the new estimate. You know, it was 360. They moved it to 460 because just it didn't work. That's how they do the globe model. You just got to keep updating the facts. Just keep updating it. Doesn't work. Update. I thought I was a cyborg.
In order to measure 433 light years, you have to travel 433 light years. You have to measure that. There's no way you can't just if you do math, you guess. You just say you guess. Just say we made up this fucking number, and I'll accept that. But you say you measured this shit. It's an impossible. It's logistically impossible. You can't even count to 1 billion, let alone 5.8 trillion. 400.
Funny as hell, bro. We definitely gonna have to run through some more flat earth trivia because that shit was funny. Shout out to you, Brian.
Dude,
hey, real
that one.
Yeah,
I missed that.
Don't worry, we're gonna run it up. Hey, let's hear from my guy, Ron Boston. Ron Boston Bear, my boy. What up, bro?
Hey, Sacred. Thanks for having me on. It's first time grabbing a mic. Good to see Proud Flurf, Alan, Toby, Shane, man, just all the legends. Y'all are doing actual work in this fight. You're digging up and mining the truth out of a convoluted web of lies. And I've been on this journey for only 2 years, but following legends like y'all, Witsit, people that are not afraid to dig. And that's why I'm tuning in. It's because there's people here that they don't care if somebody calls them a fool. They don't care. They don't care about what people think about them. They care about the truth. What is it? Where is it? What is reality? What can be measured? What can be tested? Because I'm tired of fairy tales. I'm tired of the story they've been telling all of us since we were little kids. Because if it's not the truth, I don't want it. I want the truth. So I'm about to have to go get my children down for the night, but I will be listening. I'll tune back in, and I just can't thank y'all enough for the hard work you're doing.
Amen.
Yeah, man, I appreciate you, RB. That's my guy, man. Appreciate you for sliding through the Flat Earth Friday. Shout out to the little flat earthers over there, the tiny RBs.
Hey,
we're gonna keep it going too for you.
Let me tell you one thing, Sacred. My kids this week, they did Space Week. They're at a Montessori school, so it's not public school. And I know we're pulling them out. Next year, they're going to be homeschooled. But my 7-year-old, she already knew. She already knew we live on a stationary topographical plane. She already knows that the heliocentric model is a theory and gravity's a theory. And it's a story. It's a bunch of stories that I tell her, I said, baby, this is what some men and some women on Earth think is reality. But I know it to be a stationary topographical plane, baby. And there's a firmament above us, water's above. We live in an enclosed system. We're on the block domain wall. Like some of it's over her head, but she is interested in what I have to say. So she did Space Week just fine. She learned about Jupiter. She did a presentation. And I asked her tonight, I said, did you think this week was weird? She said, no, I didn't really think it was weird, but I'm glad you told me it was just a bunch of stories because I know what the Earth really is. And that just made me proud.
Damn, man, that's so beautiful, bro. Like, and let me just clarify this real quick because I see a lot of globe zealots out there gaslighting, like, oh, you tell your toddlers or your children anything, like it's abuse. It's like, bro, what? No, we are giving them all the information. We're not saying don't limit them. Like, this is why we hold Flat Earth Fridays, because we learning about the current sciences, because updates like every day, every week. It's never the same thing. It's okay to learn everything, right? We're not saying to just ignore what the Globers are saying. No, learn what they're saying, bro. Learn what they're saying so that way you could dismantle it like in real time. We're not saying ignore that information. That's how you're going to become more well-versed in the conversation, by actually understanding the position that they are taking and then finding out the flaws in it and asking them about that. They said that this gas giant is in a vacuum of space. Well, tell me how you could reproduce that, right? This is what y'all telling me. So I think it's like super dope to expose the youth to all the information. And then, hey, eventually they're going to make their own decision. They're going to align with the energy, whatever they feel inside of them, that's going to be the right path for them. So I'm completely in agreement with that. Don't let nobody gaslight you guys into saying, like, don't teach your children about geocentrism or you're going to stunt their growth. What? I'm going to stunt the children's growth by saying, hey, every observable reality points to the earth being in the center. Just keep that in mind when you go to the school and your teacher preaches about sun worship, okay? Like, I don't think that's a crime, bro. Like, I mean, the top level physicists already acknowledge this, and we've covered this in the past, and we're gonna get into it a little bit today too as well. As a matter of fact, part of the presentation that I want to show you guys is how a PhD says, you know, they don't have all of this information in the textbooks. It's like they purposely leave it out. And my thing is like, why not put both, you know, viable options in the text? And, you know, have the minds of the youth say, hey, what do you guys choose? What do you guys think is happening? This is what they say is happening. This is also a possibility. Let's discuss. This is not about you regurgitating what I'm telling you to regurgitate, and that's going to determine your intelligence. No, think for yourself. It is okay to ask 100 questions. You are not a disruption to the class if you challenge me as the teacher. Like, we got to get that, like that frame of mind, like, out the way, because that is what's stunting the growth. You know,
You know why they're so vicious about it, Sacred?
Hold on, we can't hear you, Toby.
Oh, sorry. Is this better?
It's still a little staticky.
Any better? No? Yeah?
Dude, it's terrible. What happened to you?
I was trying to be nice about it.
No, don't be nice. It's terrible, Toby. And terrible.
We're gonna wait for Toby to come back. Toby always dropping some sauce, but yeah, like, you know, this is super important, y'all. Like, we sometimes we have, like, you know, kids of age, like, because you've got to be a certain age coming to Twitter, you know, join in Flat Earth Fridays, and then still sit up here and tell me, like, hey, like, you know, I don't agree with everything that you say, Sacred, you know, as a 14-year-old or whatever the case is, but I like to listen to you guys. And that's all we like. That's what we appreciate. Keep planting those seeds, and they're gonna come to their own decisions without having, like, the full indoctrinated, like, you know, course of going through life. Like, we're trying to get away from, you know, being in, having our mental imprisoned based off of what they want us to believe in. Like, we got to elevate our mindset, elevate our consciousness, and just learn to think for ourselves. So let me bring Toby back up so we can chime in on this, and then we'll get to the rest of the hands. Oh snap, it's not even letting me. Proud, can you bring Toby up?
I'm gonna drop
Can I
down.
add to that?
I'm gonna drop down to Sacred. On my way out, I'm gonna let anybody that is upset with me about teaching my daughter a possible alternative cosmology. I'm not telling her I know for sure, and this is the way you need to think. I'm telling her school's gonna teach you the heliocentric model. I'm gonna tell you that I'm looking into this. I think it is stationary, and I think it is flat, and it is not moving anywhere. And I want to give her the tool and the blessing of being able to critically think and find out for herself, you know what I'm saying? Rather than just letting the school say, like it's fact, gravity, or, you know what I mean? So I'm letting her develop beautifully with critical thinking, and that's important. But thank you. I'll see y'all again soon.
Appreciate you, bro. Man, that's giving me so much chills just hearing that. Plant them seeds to the youth, y'all. They need us more than ever. We can't let social media and the current paradigm raise our children, man. It's up to us. It's our responsibility. We can't take the easy way out. And they don't like this type of talk. It's probably why we don't got a purple pill, right? So keep doing your thing, RB. Squad. Let's slide over to I don't think we heard from Birdman before. Let's hear from Birdman real quick. And then we'll slide over to some of the other game. What up, Birdman? Welcome to Flat Earth Friday.
Yo, thanks for having me. You guys hear me all right?
Yes, sir.
Oh, sweet. A little background on me. Came into this 2019. The cognitive dissonance didn't hit me real hard because my job proves that this month is not round. I work on cell towers. And as soon as I watched that video from Eric Dubay, at first, I was driving down the road by myself. I had the phone in a little holder. It fell on the floor. I was watching YouTube, Facebook videos. That video started playing, and I thought this was bullshit. Not lying. But I'm like, oh, well, at least I'll get a good laugh. About 15 minutes into that video, I pulled over to the side of the road, grabbed my phone, started rewatching it. And it just started hitting me. Everything about it. And I started thinking, when he started giving me the math, I was like, or the whole video started. I'm like, no way, no way, no way is this thing what they say it is. Because there's been times, I say I work on cell phones. So I'm on a building one day in Atlantic City, real cold winter. Me and my buddy are looking around, beautiful day out, clear skies. We look up to, that New York City? Yeah, it's New York City. This was in probably 2012. I wasn't thinking nothing about flat Earth then, but then that got me thinking back about it. I jumped on my thing. I'm like, how far is New York City from Atlantic City? You know how far it is? 100 miles. I'm like, whoa. And we argued. We pulled up Google. We sat, and I'm like, Dylan, what other city? There's no other city that's that big. Look, they're building it. You can see what they're building a trade tower. You can see like it clear as day. And I'm like, that blew my mind. It did blow my mind. Not get me wrong. And then I started looking into it, trying to disprove it a little bit, but everything told me yes. And then I started thinking more about it. We shoot microwave hops. So these are pinpoint. They got to be pointing right at each other. If you're climbing around on one of those, you hit one of those and knock it off, you're in trouble because you shut down somebody's stuff. They're pinpoint. They got to be pointing directly at each other. Now, when we do those, say if we're 40 miles apart, I've done them 55 miles apart. I'm 140 feet up there, 150 feet up. Now, we might have to upgrade it just a tad bit to hit each other, but we would have to tilt that thing down like crazy and just skim the earth to hit each other, but we don't. Those things point right at each other. That and just the whole thing itself would never work. Just like they shoot those towers, depends on where they're at. If they're out in the country, they shoot like 15, 20 miles. But in the cities, of course, they power them back and do a more broadband to where they could pick up more signal, and they're only shooting like 3, 4 miles because they got so much coverage. But I look out every day being on these towers, and those things should be leaning away from me. I see flat. I was in the beautiful site. I was down in the Keys of Florida. I'm in the middle of the Keys on a like 400-foot tower. I'm about 200 feet up on it doing my work. I could look all the way down. I could see the Keys the whole length that way, the whole length that way. I could look up and I could see the coast of Florida all the way around. This thing is flat. It is flat as a pancake. And my job, I see it so many times in my job. And it just and that took me, I started showing, so it took me a little bit before I opened up, started showing people. I showed one of my buddies, dude, does the same thing as I do. He made it about 20 minutes in the video. He goes, wait a minute. Microwave dishes would never work. I'm like, my man, you know it. And he's like, he instantly I probably turned 15 dudes and at my work into flat earthers from just explaining to them, like, how would this work? How would it? And some people will, they'll go back, oh, well, and my one old boss is like, I was saying, think about when he shot radio across the Atlantic Ocean. I said, that's thousands of miles. How did it work? Well, it bounces off. I was like, bounces off what? What did it bounce off of? Air? Al, you know how these things work. You know how it's direct line of sight. Everything, they don't bounce off nothing. If it bounces off something, it's got to be a solid structure. So what's it bouncing off of? A dome? And he's just like, he was older. He just couldn't take it. And he just walked away from me. But it was in his head. And about 2 months later, he come at me and goes, man, I've been thinking a lot about what you said. I think you're right. I think you're right, man. He goes, I thought I started thinking about the math, and I looked into it. I didn't believe it. Looked into it. He's like, that's what they say it is. I'm like, I know, Al. And he's like, none of this would work. None of our job would work if this was true. And he's like, you're right. You're definitely right. I see it now. And it's been an eye-opening experience for me, man. And I just really appreciate you guys letting me on. I figured I'd give that little touch of it. I don't know if you've had anybody that's done cell service and cell towers before, but man, I tell you, you get up on some of them things, clear days, you see way too far. I've taken tons of pictures. I got a picture of Philly that I took again before I ever thought of flat Earth. This is cool, man. We're up on this tower. I'm like 150 feet up. I'm down by the Delaware Memorial Bridge. Wow, you can see the city of Philly, clear as day. I took a picture of it. I go back to that picture. I'm like, how far was I? I looked it up. 38 miles. You can see the whole city, top to bottom. The river. You can see the little boat out there in the city of Philly. It's called the Mushulu. It's a little restaurant. You can see that boat clear as day. It's an old flag boat, like an old mast boat. You can see that everything in that picture. You'd never be able to see none of that. And that's one of the big things I throw to people is when you cross the Delaware Memorial Bridge into Jersey, everybody does it. You can see Philly on any clear day. It's 40 miles away. We should only see the tops of the buildings. Even with math included of all the bridge deck is 242 feet from the highest point, you should really only see the top of the buildings because of 40 miles, it's 1,000 feet of curve about. So we should only see the tops of the buildings, and you can see the whole thing. That's got a lot of my friends is that, and then they don't believe me and go look into the math, and then they think I'm bullshit and I'm lying about. There's no way it's that much curve. I'm like, well, go look it up, dude. Do it yourself. Don't trust me. Go do the work yourself. And they come back saying, that's pretty crazy, man. You're blowing my mind here. But again, I really appreciate you guys in. I love you guys, what you guys are doing. This is the first time I've been on the chat. Never really seen it pop up before, but this is awesome, man. Really appreciate it. Thanks, guys.
Yo, that's dope. Hey, Berman, let me ask you, how did you find this space?
It just popped up. Well, I follow Ted. I follow you too. I'm not sure. I think I follow you too. I've been following a lot of stuff. There's a lot of people I follow on Facebook because I never went on Twitter until Elon took over, and that one crazy chick said, "Oh, good Lord, it's like the gates of hell open tonight." And I'm like, wow, this sounds pretty damn fun. So I made a Twitter account. But I used to watch a lot of videos on Facebook. I had a lot of people on there that I follow. And like I said, I started following Ted on here, and he's gave me a lot of good information. Shout out to Ted. Yeah, I try to back him up anytime I got people on there. There's lots of fucking stupid people. I'm sorry, I didn't mean. There's lots of stupid people out there, and I try to go back with stuff, and people just always ask another question. You give them a point, and they just ask another question. They never try to debate the point you made. They just ask another dumb question. They're like, "Oh, okay, well, explain moons." Well, like your explanation of moons aren't working either. So like, I love the fact when everybody's like, well, you wouldn't have a ball, you wouldn't have a crescent. I'm like, well, okay, what about it when it's a half moon and it's perfectly flat down the middle? What about that? Like, explain that. If it's supposedly reflecting off the ball, why is it in a half moon it's perfectly flat down the middle? There's just lots of stuff that these people, and then they just blow it off. They just blow it off. And it's hard, but whatever. I don't care. You can call me stupid, you can call me whatever, but I know reality, and like my work, like I said, won't work. Cell phone towers won't work. Communications won't work if what they say is true. Like radio, I know how radio waves work. If anything disrupts them, cell phone signals, same thing. Radio waves, the same thing. Like anything, radio waves start hitting stuff, they start losing power. They will reflect, they will bounce a little bit, but you ain't bouncing one off of nothing back down. There would have to be something in the sky for it to bounce off of to come back down to go across the Atlantic Ocean. Simple fact right there. There's like
a satellite.
Yeah, a satelloon maybe.
That's a fact. Hey, Birdman, listen, when we do our cause we have another space, probably signal propagation. I definitely want you to be involved in that conversation, bro. So
okay, yes,
stay
awesome,
tapped in with us every Friday.
Oh, awesome. Yeah, man, cool. I appreciate it. I'm gonna go ahead and mute and listen. Appreciate being on though. Thanks a lot.
No doubt. And we do have a couple people that were
so I can give y'all antidote on this bullshit. Let the antidote go next so I can give y'all the cure to this bullshit.
No. You ain't finna do that, bro. Relax. This is episode 84, number 1. So I'm gonna warn you, just like I warn everyone else, to start popping wild shit, thinking they know what they talking about. Tread lightly, my guy. There's been a lot of people that get clipped up in Flat Earth Fridays, piping up with that rah-rah. So you have two choices how you can approach this conversation.
I got excited for some
You know what I'm saying? Now look, we don't mind making an example out of you because it's hilarious, but we rather not do that. So it's up to you, bro. But what you're not gonna do, you're not gonna talk through me or over me. We will get to all the things that you don't understand. Clearly, you being a globe earther, and hopefully you'll gain some enlightenment from this conversation or address the topic at hand in an honest manner. And then we can have a conversation and build from there. So I'm going to say what up to the rest of the guys. I'm going to finish what I was saying. You're not going to interrupt. And if you do, we'll just make an example out of you and we'll just laugh for like a few weeks and you probably won't be back, just like every other globe earther who does the same thing. Because it's hilarious. But yeah, like I was saying, we do have a couple people that were, working on cell towers. Funny enough, they have like these, sent pictures to me saying how there's like GPS splitters in cell towers and stuff like that. Now look, that's not my profession, so I don't really know what that means, but I didn't know that there was supposed to be any affiliation between like GPS and cell towers. So.
Real quick, can you hear me again? Okay, yeah. All GPS is run by towers. That there ain't no satellites, there ain't nothing. What happens is every cell tower, every company, by law, has to have a GPS responder on their cell site. So what they do is 3 of them, at least 3, will triangulate your position, and that's how they find out where you were. And they started this in 2001, after they, 9/11. And more laws, more rules. It was basically a tracking device. Everybody's cell phone's tracked. Your cell phone will track you if it is off, as long as it has power. They can tell where your cell phone is at, unless you put it in a Faraday cage.
Pay attention, y'all. Pay attention.
They know exactly where you're at. If your phone's off, you put it in a Faraday cage, you'd be good. If your phone's off and it has power, they can track your phone.
Anybody with an Apple phone already
Yes,
knew this
yeah.
bullshit that you saying. Everybody know this shit that
This
you
guy,
saying.
bro, he really wants to smoke. Not everybody knows, bro. But go ahead, Berman. Finish what you're saying. And
Everybody with an iPhone
So
know this.
so
shit that you
basically,
he's really
saying. I can
asking
literally
for
have
it,
my
y'all.
iPhone with my
Relax,
phone.
bro.
Like, stop
GPS
This
is
ain't
not
one of them spaces. Go ahead, Birdman.
GPS is not global positioning off any kind of satellite. It is all based on cell
Then
towers.
what the
It
fuck
is
is
all
it? Then what
based.
the fuck is it?
It is essentially, it's just they track you by triangulation from the cell towers. That's why if you're out of range, they can't track your phone. That's why there isn't no magic. That's why if you
So
run
which
out
way
of
is
cell
north?
towers,
Which way is
you're
north? Is north forward or up?
north is towards the center. That's it. North is towards the center. The center
Why
is.
are you so
No, the
triggered,
fuck
my
it's
guy?
not.
Why are you so triggered?
Okay. All right.
Why are you
Hold
so
on. Let
triggered?
me just address this real quick. I'm not finna be doing this right off the bat. Y'all know, shout out to Saniqua Sugar for pulling up. Always sending us the toxic low birthers for us to get them packed up real quick. So this is gonna be a lovely feast as I turn my kitchen on. Let me go grab my spatula. Hold on. Proud, pass me that pan right there. All right, let me turn the stove on. Just get all that ready, heat that shit up. You got the we don't really do like the vegetable oil and stuff. We do like, the avocado oils and the grapeseed oils, plant-based life over here. Yeah, man, you about to be the next one in the cooker if you don't relax. All right. I don't know what space you came from, but this ain't one of them spaces. We respect voices over here. We're gonna give you a chance to make a fool out of yourself, but just don't jump the gun, bro. Just chill, relax. Flat Earth Fridays go into stationary Saturdays. We be here for hours. Trust me, we are gonna give you plenty enough time to bury yourself. I promise you that. You're gonna get a chance to humiliate yourself if you really want to pipe up. I'm trying to warn you to not do that, but you can do whatever you want to do as long as you respect all the voices in here. Please don't interrupt anymore. All right.
You're gonna
Hey,
be crying
Birdman.
about being interrupted. So just remember
Right.
that.
Right. Exactly. Birdman, I appreciate you both. Go finish what you were saying, and we do got to rotate some mics.
That's fine. That's fine. Real quick, but yes, it's all based on triangulation off at least 3 towers. They need at least 3. And if companies don't have their GPS running, say if that somebody breaks it or if it goes down, they get charged $10,000 a day that thing is not working. We had a huge push in 2001, 2002 to get all these installed, and the companies didn't make it. They were getting charged $10,000 per day per site that they did not have these things up and running because they needed this up and running. The military kind of had something sort of similar running off of it, but they needed something more viable for every cell phone. So that's basically why if you're driving along in your car and you're using your phone for GPS maps and you run out of signal area, guess what? Your GPS maps ain't working because it all works off of cell towers. There's no magical space satellite that's running GPS. None of that is, all that's bull. That is all bull. Now, once the government, they all have technology like this on all their carriers, all their stuff, all their equipment, all their sites, all their bases. So they have their own system, which I actually also work on also. But all GPS is all based off of cell towers and land-based communications. There's no magical satellite beaming nothing down for GPS. Everybody gets that so confused. They call it global positioning system. It's just a big mind F. It's all based off on land-based communications. Is what is all based off of. Point blank, that is it. So if you're out of range of your phone, then yes, they're not going to be able to track you. If you're in the mountains of West Virginia somewhere, like you lose your stuff a lot because you can't get tracked because you can't shoot cell phone signals through mountains. So places like West Virginia, the mountains, the Rockies, that's horrible places for cell phones. That's why they usually put the towers on the very top of the mountains, 250 foot tall, so they can blast down in. We point when we're on top of a tower, we will down tilt the antennas to get down into the valleys, where when we're in flatlands, like Jersey or PA, somewhat, like there's a little bit of mountains of PA, but there's really actually not a mountain at all in PA or West Virginia. Virginia has one. But West Virginia stuff, they will point them down into the valleys, in a little, little hills and stuff, so they get the coverage that way. The GPS, how it works is your cell phone signal comes in, and then that's how they track you, because they can like I said again, triangulate position off 3 towers, because your phone is always talking to multiple towers for a handoff reason. So say you're driving, you're on this tower, you're on this tower, you're on this tower, you're starting to get farther away. They're like, all right, well, he's 6 miles out. Well, we'll pass him to that tower. But at the same time, your phone was always tracked to that tower and that tower and that tower. That's how all GPS works, is through triangulation off multiple. I mean, if you're in the city, you're tracked by like 6, 8, 10, 12. It depends on how many towers your phone can actually communicate with, or how many it's going to want you to communicate with. They probably limit it to 8 or something. I don't really know all that technological of how many towers they actually track you with at the same time, but they could probably track you with as many as they needed to pinpoint you. And it's funny, I got into this argument about, somebody was arguing about the whole what was it that I wasn't really into it, but when they were talking about some video that they were tracking the supposed ballot harvesters or whatever, and I just happened to see it, and they were like, oh, that stuff doesn't work that well. I'm like, you don't know what the hell you're talking about. They can definitely track you within feet. They know within a foot. If you're sitting still within a foot, they can know exactly where your damn phone's sitting at, in your house, whatever. They know exactly where you are. It is very, very accurate. When I do a cell site, basically when we get it up and running, what we have to do is,
but don't give them all the sauce though, Berman, because we're gonna do a whole space on this. But yeah, go ahead and finish your thought.
But like when we set a tower up, we have to do what's called a drive test. So basically, we have to drive in there's 3 sectors typically on all alpha, beta, gamma. They all shoot basically off in like a 180-degree band, and so 180 degrees, and it makes a full circle. And so we have to go out and we have to drive test alpha sector, then beta sector, and gamma sector, and it has to meet their requirements on pinpointing on how accurate that actually is. And if it doesn't, we have to go make sure our stuff is running right, and maybe even replace equipment if that doesn't work. So it is super very accurate, and that's basically how all GPS works, point blank. Again, I'm gonna speak now on this and listen to some other stuff. I'm sure there's plenty you want to cover, but I'm glad I could help.
Appreciate that, Birdman. And just in case you guys don't know, if y'all ain't been tapping in for some reason, if for some reason you haven't been tapped in with like Shane and Toby and Alan, for whatever reason that is, if there is a slight chance that there are some type of satellites up there, that does not help the globe. It actually directly refutes the globe. And we're really gonna do a space on that as well. I'm telling you, there's so many topics to cover, y'all. I'm telling you, like, there's literally no way out for the globe Earthers anymore.
Up and let me go ahead and talk.
No, I don't give a no. I'm not gonna shut the hell up, bro. You in my space. You in my space, bro. This is why, yo, look how emotional you are. Look how emotional you are. This is you a globe zealot. Look at your healing. You so attached to your balls. He like, Sacred. Please let me talk about my balls. Sacred, please. I want to talk about my balls. Sacred, please. Antidote, head ass. You ain't got the antidote, bro. You the virus, bro. You ain't got the antidote. You ain't got the answers. You the virus. Your demons is literally aggravated by all this positive energy. Who are you, bro? Where are you from? What demons you got inside you that you can't control? Why are you so triggered on a Friday night? You ain't
to get out of answering questions in the smoke is to threaten that we threaten to kick him out. Like, he is hoping he get kicked out from belligerent.
No, bro, we don't take mics over here.
He's like, oh, I hope they kick me the fuck up out of here because I don't want to answer shit.
Oh, we gonna get this man out of here.
I don't got a single answer for them. Pathetic. Real pathetic.
Why they always pipe? Yo, Sugar, where you be finding these guys at? Anyway, before we get to that, let's say what up to the gang for real. First of all, I think Toby has something to say. Toby, you want to chime in here real quick before we get to Orwellian?
Oh my God.
Toby, what happened?
Toby, that mic, bro.
He sounds like Marjorie Taylor Greene, man.
Oh, shit.
Man, y'all stop this bullshit ass babble.
Listen, here's what you do, Toby. You get the mic, you throw it in the trash.
There's the guy sitting in here waiting to speak.
Dude, you can't even.
Yeah, put your hand up. Put your hand up.
You not real, bro. There's nothing about you that's real. There's
You the
literally
idiot that
nothing
think the
about you
earth
that's
flat,
real.
dumb ass
As a matter of fact, what makes you so fake and phony is
As
that you
a
don't
matter of
even
fact, you's an
understand your
idiot.
own.
You
I
really
could
think the
tell
earth
you don't
flat, you
understand
dumb
your own
fuck.
paradigm.
It
I
don't
could
get
tell
no
you don't
dumber than
understand
thinking the
nothing
earth
about your
flat, you dumb
reality.
fuck.
You don't even got a working
Let's
mic.
talk. Let's
Your
debate
mic is
then,
so
bitch.
trash.
Stop
Why don't
talking
you
and
get
let's
off
debate. Stop
your
talking and let's
Obama
debate,
phone, bro?
fuck nigga.
Hey, get off
Stop
your
talking and let's
Obama
debate,
phone.
bitch ass boy.
You so
Flathead, the only
attached to
damn
your
thing flat is
balls
your
and your
flathead,
Obama
bitch ass
phone,
boy.
bro.
You
Let
the
it
only
go.
flathead bitch here.
Go get you some money and
Let's talk about it then,
upgrade
pussy.
your plan, bro.
Stop with this bullshit.
Why
Let's
you
talk about
so
it then,
mad?
pussy.
Why
Let's
you
talk
so
about it, flat
mad?
face bitch.
You a virus, bro. Why you so mad? Control your demons.
Nigga, you a virus. You think the earth
Oh,
flat, bitch
what?
ass
What you
boy. Let's
said?
talk about
You
it
said
then.
what?
Stop
I
with
can't
this
hear you.
bullshit.
You gotta get a
Real
better
content
phone,
today.
bro.
Let's have a real
Your Obama
conversation,
phone
fuck
ain't
boy.
really working right now.
Let's have
Broke
a real
ass,
conversation, fuck boy.
bum
Stop with
ass,
this bullshit.
ugly ass, stupid
Stop with
ass,
this bullshit.
ball ass.
Or Webby or Keith. I don't know
with
who
this
You
both.
love
bullshit.
NASA that much, bro? You love balls that much that you
The
just
only
triggered?
goddamn thing
Why
flat
you
is your
so
fucking
mad?
brain,
Who
SpongeBob
are
ass
you?
nigga.
Who
Fuck
are
wrong
you,
with you?
bro? You got Bart Simpson in your header.
You a motherfucking
You
SpongeBob ass
weird,
nigga,
bro.
flat brain
Why
ass
you
boy.
love all
Your
this
brain
balls and
smooth
stuff?
than a
Why you
bitch.
so triggered?
Bro got the froth at the side of his mouth, yelling at the
Wipe
phone.
your
He
mouth
mad as
off,
fuck.
dog.
Let's talk
He
about it
mad as
then, fuck
fuck.
boy.
He mad as fuck. Wipe the
Yo, this
froth
is
off your mouth, bro. Your
crazy.
phone ain't
Still
waterproof,
running
bro.
Boost
Relax.
Mobile, I see.
The phone is not waterproof. Back the fuck up and relax.
Go ahead,
Shut your dumb
William.
ass
What's
up, you
up,
stupid
bro?
asshole.
You so
Hey,
mad.
The
This
only thing
so
bro.
flat is
funny.
your
Why
motherfucking
y'all
brain,
Hey,
so
flat chest
upset?
ass bitch.
Like it's
Relax.
like
Yo,
the
trust
tuning.
me.
homie is.
It's literally
We're
just
gonna humiliate
tuning.
you in a second. We promise. We're
You
gonna get you out of
humiliating
here.
your motherfucking
Don't
self
worry.
saying
Hey,
the
We
earth
gonna
flat, dumb ass
embarrass
boy.
you. We gonna make
buddy.
an example. Hey, when we do though,
We
don't
gonna make
delete
an
your
example
account.
out of all you
Don't
dumb
delete your
flat brain
account. Matter of
ass
fact, let me make
motherfuckers.
sure I get your at now, Sean Jordan.
Shut your
Let me
pussy
make sure I
ass
get
up.
that.
Stop talking about the
Because
earth being flat,
when
fuck
we
boy.
tag you, after we get you packed up,
No,
don't
bitch, I'm
delete
finna
your
pack you
account.
up right the fuck now.
Don't
You won't let
block
me,
me
pussy ass
neither.
nigga. I
Don't
don't want to hear
delete your
shit else
account.
about the earth being
Don't
flat, bitch
block
ass boy.
me.
Let's
Don't
talk
act
about
like
some
you don't
real
see
shit.
all the
I don't
level
want to
heads
hear nothing
laughing at
else
you when
about
you
this
get
flat ass
packed
shit
up.
that you talking
Make
about.
sure you stay right here on Twitter,
Hey,
okay? Don't
nah,
go
motherfucker, I ain't finna say
nowhere,
shit.
okay?
We finna talk about it right
Okay?
now.
All right. I know you love your balls.
We
We
about
know.
to
We
talk
know.
about it
We
right now,
know. We
SpongeBob.
know. We know.
We
We
finna talk
know.
about it right
We
now,
know.
SpongeBob.
We know. We know. We know.
Okay,
We
SpongeBob.
know. We know. We know. We know. Oh shit. Go ahead, Aurelian. What's up, bro?
Yo, where the fuck you guys find this dude, man? He's fucking tripping. Anyways,
That's
so
y'all idiots tripping. Think
hey,
that
man, shut the fuck up, bro.
y'all really think this bitch flat.
Zoe, excuse me.
We
I
ain't
am
even
so
talk about
sorry.
it
I
yet,
am
y'all.
so
We ain't
sorry,
even get
y'all.
into it yet.
I am so sorry. Hello, everybody in this space. Listen. I posted something that had nothing to do with flat Earth. He posted under my thing talking about the Earth ain't flat. So I said, "Come on to my friend's space. He
Oh
hosts
no.
Flat Earth
And this bitch
Friday, and he
ass nigga
came
ain't let
in
me
here.
talk my shit yet. Pussy
Listen,
ass
it
boy.
was literally it
Literally
was
called
literally a
him
Jeffree Star post when he said,
names.
Look at this beautiful sun. Do you expect that it's 93 million miles away?" And then you commented out of all the people and said the earth not flat. I said, okay, so you want the smoke. You want to get the goulash too. So I sent you the special message. I mean, I didn't know it was gonna be some Tupac and Biggie. Listen, you believe in the globe earth, so we want to school you and let you know what it is. It's
I
no
want to school
hostility.
you
We're here to
motherfucking
have
idiots that
a
this
He
bitch ain't
ain't
conversation,
flat.
Tupac or
but it
Hey,
don't
Biggie.
have to be
He
like
ain't
that,
Tupac or
right?
Biggie.
It don't have to be like that. If you
bro, you
Okay,
disagree,
can
bet.
agree to
you can say
Because
disagree,
what you
you
want to
but
said
it
say,
don't
so,
man.
have to
Just
be
stop trying
like
to
I'm
waste
that.
your fucking
First of
turn.
all, the
gonna
first
listen
mistake
because
is
you
that you're a
said so.
glober. That's the first mistake. Step
I'm
two
gonna
is
listen because
owning
you
that
said
shit
so,
that
sugar.
you are a glober so you can get school. That's the whole point.
I'm
But
gonna listen because
disrespecting
you
someone's
said so.
space is not tolerated. He said he will come to you so you can embarrass yourself,
He
and it's
taking
really
two
going to be
mother.
an embarrassment. So just sit tight. Just sit
I'm gonna
tight so
listen
he
to
can get
you.
to the hands. That's all I
I'm
wanted
gonna
to
listen to
say.
you.
Like, I
I'm
don't
gonna
want
listen
you
to you
coming
and
up
you
here
only.
disrespecting my bro space.
I'm gonna
I
listen to
told
you
you
and
to
you
come to
only.
this space because you said the earth wasn't flat. I didn't know you was coming with this whole hip hop or shit going on.
I'm
That's
gonna
I didn't
listen to
want
you
that.
and you
So
only.
no, just respectfully
No, fuck that
respect my
nigga, but I'm
bro
gonna listen to
space.
you.
That's all I'm saying. That's
I'm
all
gonna
I'm
listen to
saying. You're
you.
a Glober. That's the first mistake. Step 2, you about to get cooked. Just be
I'm gonna
patient.
listen to you.
Let him get to the hand so he can get back to you. That's what I'm saying.
I'm gonna
Thank you.
listen to you,
That's
but
all I'm
fuck
gonna
that
say.
nigga. I'm gonna listen to you, but fuck that nigga.
No,
Oh,
it
you
ain't
got.
that. No, I'm saying just fall back Fall back. You're going to listen. It's 133 people in here. You want to prove
And
that the earth is the
133
globe? You about to
motherfuckers
get
finna get
cooked like a slow
barbecued.
cooker, my dude. You about to get cooked. So
You
just
about
be
to get
patient so
cooked.
you can get cooked. You about to
All
be
of y'all about to
roasted
get
in
cooked.
this motherfucker. You
Look
about to
at
get
how
roastery
look how
chicken
much
up in
they be
here.
attached to their balls. It's so crazy. This is a guy that watch baddies all day long.
This a
That's
gay ass
why he's so
nigga. This
triggered.
is a
He
gay
got
ass
all
nigga,
of that. He got
SpongeBob ass nigga.
All that Hollywood energy going through his man. He's like, yo, baddies is on. Yo, they be fighting. I gotta fight too. I'm just like them.
Just
Head
antidote. Just chill. Just
That nigga,
chill. You about to embarrass
that nigga
yourself so
about
we
as
can get to
lame
the
as his
hands.
flat
It's
earth.
good. It's good. Just relax. I'm telling you. Every globe earth that come up in here get embarrassed. I just sent another one person 2 weeks ago and got sent to the gulag. He blocked me. He blocked me.
Oh, he blocked you.
I'm
Yes, and
so
No,
all
we
he
tired of
told
do
him
no
is
not to
call
talking over
block
messages
somebody is
back.
not
nobody.
embarrassing.
Dang.
Talking over someone is not embarrassing them.
Yeah, all right, chill. We're gonna get to the rest
Talking
of these
over someone with
hands. We're gonna
nonsense
get
is
to the
not
rest of these
embarrassing.
hands. We're gonna get to the rest of these hands. Thank you, Sugar. I appreciate you selling us some of these degenerates. We love to make an example out of them. That's
You
gonna
the
be
only degenerate,
hilarious. We
SpongeBob.
love it. We know
Yeah,
that this guy
literally.
probably can't even spell gravity, let alone describe it or explain it. Probably don't know the difference between the dynamics and the kinematics or the flatomatics. We gonna get to all of that. Trust me. We remember what happened last time.
Just
But
pull up
before we
Google.
do all of
Just
that,
pull
let's
up
go ahead and
Google.
slide over to my guys, people that actually support us with good energy and positivity, not these weirdos. Go ahead, Aurelian.
Yo, what up, man? Hey, I'm just gonna put it like this real quick because I'm the entertainment fucking level that I'm experiencing right now, man. It's just got my head tingling. This is what's up, man. I love this shit. So I'm gonna I'm gonna drop back here in a second and just let you get to the rest of the hands so we can deal with what we got to deal with. We're gonna clip this shit up for sure. But no, for real, I just wanted to talk about I couldn't remember his name. So like I said, when I'm watching this, the mic, glitches out or don't tell me who's speaking, right? But the guy that was talking about how he's raising his kids, man, he's probably already out of here because he's putting them down. But I just wanted to throw it out there, man. I do the same thing. Like my 13-year-old comes at me with this shit. I don't come at him with it, but he's been coming to me like, Dad, this shit don't make sense. I'm like, yeah, where are you getting your information from? And to be honest, bro, he's seeing this shit on TikTok. He ain't on Twitter. So whatever. Fuck that app, but it's waking some children up and having them go through their cognitive dissonance, you know what I mean? And wrestle through it and come to the conclusion that, hey, I can trust my senses. Why am I trusting these motherfucking textbooks? So anyways, I'll have more to say, man. I'm not going to take up too much of the other hands time because I want to get to this. Let's clip this shit up, bro. I love y'all.
Yeah, appreciate you, bro. You already know how we get down, man. Man, it's just a perfect space for this type of energy. We get a lot of polarizing conversations, you know what I'm saying? We get some people that's just super emotional about balls and stuff like that. I don't really
Bro,
know
you
what
gonna
that's
have to
about.
change the diaper. I don't know. Like, bro, I'm about to drop down. Listen, respect. The earth is flat. First and foremost, so that's all I want to
That
say.
bitch
God bless
round, that
y'all.
bitch
Be
body is
safe.
round
And
as
I
his,
got the Globers triggered. That's my
his body is
job
round
today.
as his
That is my
smooth
Triggered
ass
job.
as
I got to
hell.
sleep.
Like, we
Shout
ain't
out to
even
you,
talking
Sugar.
about flat
Appreciate
Earth
you.
yet.
Sacred,
Yeah,
man,
we
you're
didn't
onto
even get
something though
to
with
it.
this ball love, man. You're onto something with that ball love. I
I'm
wanted to say
telling
that
you,
before I
man,
drop
like
my
they
mic, man. It's all
really
about the balls,
love it.
bro. Cup
They
the
really
balls, man.
love
Let's
it.
just cup them balls. Neil deGrasse Tyson's oblate steroids in the mouth, bro. I don't get it.
Crazy.
Shout out to the heliosexuals.
The
y'all
globes,
some real ass LGBT ass motherfuckers.
heliosexuals.
Yeah, you wait
Hey, let's,
impatiently with bated breath to talk to us, my guy.
you know what I'm
Just relax.
saying?
Just relax. You know you want to be in here. You know you got something to say. Just relax. You don't got no
You
patience.
motherfucking
You don't
relax,
got
you
no
crazy
patience.
ass fucking
But you
flat
still
earth,
in here. But you still in here. Hey,
Still
SpongeBob
in
ass
here,
hey, there's
still
a
nigga.
in
button
here,
at the
mad
top.
as hell.
It's
Hey, you better
red
be
and it
doing
say
your
leave.
research, bro. When
I'm
I
in
start
here so I
asking you
can
about
prove
It's
you niggas
red.
relativity,
wrong.
It's
hey, bro, when
red.
I start
Y'all are
asking
the
you about
niggas that's gonna send us
relativity and
back.
Newtonian mechanics,
You niggas
you
gonna
better
send us
have
back
an
to mean
answer,
readers.
bro. You better have an answer. You better know everything that Einstein be talking
I
about. You better
got
know
the answer,
everything about
Sway.
space-time
I
curvature.
got the
You better know
I
everything.
got the
I'm
answer,
telling you,
Sway.
bro. I'm telling you. I'm trying to warn you.
I
I'm trying
got
to
the
warn you. I'm
answer,
trying to
Sway.
help you out because I know people like you. You don't have a clue in the world.
And I know idiots like you.
Yeah,
He don't know
we know,
probably
bro.
what
We
we're
know. We
doing,
know
spinning, flying. He probably doesn't know any of the mathematics about
at
any
all.
of what they say. We're flying at
I don't want to
47,000
hear nothing
miles an
about
hour.
what you saying. You think the earth
Nobody
big. You
wants
a
to hear
crazy
you either, and
motherfucker.
we still
It's
gonna
their
give you a
math,
chance
bro.
to
It's
hang
what they
yourself.
say. It's what they say. This is the math they give us, bro, and it makes no sense, man. It makes no sense.
Who
They're
the fuck is
saying
they? Who is
we
they?
we.
I bet you
Who
they
is they?
answering some
They is the
I bet you
rulers
they
of this
answering
world that gave.
people too.
Okay, hold on, because he's not gonna let us get any thoughts out. We really gotta get through this. Hold on, Birdman. Let's get to Darth, then we're gonna get this sheepdog. Then we get this guy packed up. He'll probably block us and never come back and cry in the corner. That's fine. Ball tears and all that type of stuff. We know ballers' tears always find a level anyway. It's okay. But let's hear from Darth, and then we're gonna get this sheepdog, and then we're gonna get this guy out of here and start the show. Go ahead, Darth. What's up? Good to see you.
It's good to see you too, but I can't laugh. I can't talk. I'm laughing too much, and I've gone fishbowl and can't remember what I was going to say anyway. So I'm loving this, but I'm going to drop back down to listeners so someone else can come up and speak. Because I forgot what I was going to say.
I know there's a lot going on right now. I'm trying to manage it a little bit. But
Hey, I'm with her.
demons, they get too excited. You know, I don't know what this is about, but hey, it is what it is. Hey, appreciate you for pulling up though, Darth. Shout out to you. Sheepdog, what up, my guy?
What up, my guy? What up, my lady proud? What up, all you great flat earthers out there? I just wanted to give a shout out. I'm out here in Midland, Texas. Any of y'all ever been out here to West Texas? It's so flat out here you can watch your dog run away for 2 weeks.
Like a pancake, bro. I've been in Texas on 1,000-foot towers, bro. You can see so far.
Thank your architects.
Hey, you know what's funny though? Bart Jordan over there, he's a simp, man. He'll listen to Sugar, but he won't listen to the host, dude. He's just a simp. Why are all the Globers
Why
simps,
the fuck
man?
I want to listen to another
Why are
nigga
they
talk?
simps? I just don't get it. You're a simp,
like
dude.
women. I don't like women.
You're a simp, bro.
We know you like balls. We know.
I know you're too pussy to
That's
fight.
why you keep trying to run away from them balls.
You're not a real man. You're a simp. All you do is listen to female voices. They tell you what to do. You mind control, bro. You mind control. You don't know what you're talking about.
Shut your dumb ass up. You think the earth
You
flat.
walked into a room full of sharks, bro. You about to get eaten up.
You ain't no motherfucking shark. Shut your clown ass up, you fucking guppy.
You sound like an idiot. Yo, this is crazy. He said a guppy. What? Oh my goodness. This who we dealing with. Hey, yo, NASA, you did a real good number on this one. You got this man indoctrinated. He fighting tooth and nail to keep y'all balls intact. NASA, shout out to y'all. Y'all really got this man like drinking the Kool-Aid. Yo, he drinking the Kool-Aid. He on the Obama phone. He pushing the ball rhetoric. Yo, this is like the perfect NPC. It don't get no more NPC than this. We can't even hear him insult us. Bro, his connection's so bad to the satellites he believes in so crazy. We can't even hear him on his Obama phone. Like, this shit is so crazy. Like, it's just perfect, bro. Like, you just like, I don't know if they put you up to this, but this is hilarious, yo. You probably create more flat earthers in real time than we have ever created. Like, this is just so fucking funny.
Buddy gonna
Shout
lose
out to
his
you, though, for
voice for
pulling
real,
up.
like he was at a Taylor Swift concert screaming all night for his girl, bro, for real.
Yo,
Hey,
can I ask you a question for real?
Oh, sure, yeah. Let's get the vibrating.
Yeah, I'm new here. This is my third episode here, and so I don't know if this question's ever been asked. Do we know why both poles are being frozen?
Both poles are being frozen?
Because it's on the opposite side of the world, you dumbass.
What?
North
Pole and the South Pole, they're both fucking frozen, but they've been known to be green. They've been known to be green.
They were walking in the dark and they were holding hands like a chain gang, bro, walking into Flat Earth Fridays. That's what they were doing, dude.
Oh my god, ignore this fucking guy.
Your mic is pretty bad too, Sheepdog. I don't know if can everybody hear him or is it just
So no, I'm asking a basic question. I don't know this. I do not know this because that's why I'm asking this. Like both poles are being frozen, right? A magnetic force is weak or non-existent when it's frozen. So if the Earth is fucking and the magnetic Earth, and we freeze both of the poles, and we lose all that force, what's going to happen?
Then why
It's
the fuck we don't have
backwards.
an east pole? Why the fuck we don't have a west pole? Why we
Well,
only
it's
got a north and
backwards. Hold on,
south?
real
Hold
quick.
up, hold up. Nah,
Can I
hold
answer
up.
this real
They're
quick?
stronger when it's colder.
Shut
They
the
lose.
fuck
They
up.
lose
Okay,
their.
so we got
They lose their
Can I
magnetism.
answer this real quick?
south pole,
Yeah. No,
but we ain't got
I'm
no
not, I
east
don't
and
want
west
any
pole.
fucking.
Y'all
I don't
some
want
fucking
any
idiots.
I'm asking the basic question. I don't
Hey,
know. I don't know this.
hey,
That's why I'm
Barbarian, get
asking
the
it.
microphone out of your butt, man.
Sheep, you the one talking? Who was just talking? Because
Let's
there's
just
only
be
one
talking.
pole, and it ain't really a pole. It's just a magnetic north. All compasses point north. No compass points south.
Well,
Again,
yeah,
back to
they
Okay, I
orient
agree.
themselves.
This is something I don't know. That's why I
yeah,
asked.
no,
They orient.
basically,
Well,
there's one center, and magnetic north is the only thing that any compass and anything like that goes by. Everything south of north is south. Like every direction down from south, however you want to put any direction away from north, the North Pole is south if you're heading that way. And then there's east and west, obviously. But a
Yeah.
compass, this is another thing that I use a ton in my job because we have to use cardinal directions with, like 31, 52, 70, all that stuff of, and basically everything, a compass only points north. It doesn't point south. Just the opposite end of the needle is pointing south. So any direction away from north in the opposite direction is south, and all directions away from the North Pole are south. There is no South Pole, and because basically the sun only travels around basically the middle of the flat plane, and it never gets too close to the North Pole, and it never gets too close to what most globals would consider a South Pole, which is the farthest excrement of the flat plane that is everything down there is frozen because the sun never actually gets down that far. It travels around in a circle and it never really goes to the north and it never really gets far enough to the south. Now, one thing that you really got to think of is how come at like 60 degrees north is around London area. There's vegetation, stuff will grow, stuff like that. But 60 degrees south, there's no vegetation. There's basically no plant life and basically hardly any animals other than penguins. So why if and the funny thing is they say the earth tilts back also, which it tilts back 23.4 degrees, which is ironically what's left is 66.6. There's that 66.6 again. How come if it's tilting back, it would be also closer to the sun? Then you would think the South Pole would be warmer than the North Pole because North Pole's tilted farther away. So there's another thing that doesn't make any absolute sense whatsoever on their whole ball phantasm. But basically, there is no South Pole, and basically the sun is essentially in the middle, spinning around. It goes a little farther north and it goes a little farther south, but it never goes far enough south to melt the ice of Antarctica. It never goes far enough north to melt the ice of the North Pole. So basically, that's I would hope that would help answer your question somewhat. If you need to, you can look up different videos. It's really hard to find them because they block us like it's no other on every platform there is. You got to search and then look and then scroll through 13 pages to find anything of value. But I hope that somewhat explains your.
Well, can I clarify one thing?
It's more of a theory.
Hold on. I want to give Toby a chance to chime in here. Go ahead, Toby.
Just want to make something really clear. A compass does not orient itself to a pole. And Earth doesn't have like a ferromagnetic pole in the north and the south. It's not like a bar magnet like they try to show you with the geodynamo model or whatever. And especially like, anyone that understands Earth's magnetic field at all understands that. And if it was like a ferromagnetic pole, then we would literally have a magnetic mountain in the north, right? Like all over the millions of years or whatever in their model, the billions of years or whatever that they claim, all the ferromagnetic materials would have collected, and there'd literally be a ferromagnetic mountain at the North Pole. But that's not what it is. It's a compass does not orient itself to a north and south pole. That's not even how that would work. It orients itself orthogonal to an electrical field, and that electrical field, it's an electromagnetic field that we exist within, and that it's actually orienting itself orthogonal to a flow.
But y'all just said gravity don't exist.
What?
Y'all dumbass
This is what we're gonna deal with, Toby.
Electromagnetic field.
Oh yeah, because we were talking about the magnetic field. Someone was asking about the magnetic
field. What's the
field.
formula of gravity? What's the formula of gravity? Y'all tell
there
me
is none.
y'all so damn smart.
Oh my goodness,
dude! I can't with this guy.
Man, I
I don't
hate
know.
to
I'm
see
kind
this
of,
dude
I'm
trying to
entertained,
wait in
man. I'm
line
entertained.
for
I'm not gonna
anything. Like
lie.
this dude can't even understand how to wait in a fucking
Y'all
line, bro. Sit the
dumbasses
fuck
can't
down.
understand.
You
You
need to
talking
mute
about a
up.
magnetic field, but you just said it ain't no such thing as
It's,
gravity. What the fuck the
if
formula
he
of
would stop
gravity is?
interrupting, he would understand that it's his
You
turn.
shut your dumb ass up.
As soon as he stopped,
Nah,
he'll
you're not gonna
understand
do
like
that,
And
it'll
that
bro.
be
Obama.
his turn next
You have
time.
no respect, bro,
Literally.
like at all. You don't
I
even
don't
respect
respect no
yourself.
flat earth has
There are other
Yeah,
punk
that's
guys.
the
ass nigga.
problem,
Yeah,
bro.
you're in
Just
here.
because we
Yeah,
got a
you're
Nigga,
in
difference
here.
fuck
of
you.
opinion,
I
you're
Yeah,
just
came here
you're
for
in
my
here.
exposing your
person.
own
Fuck
Yeah,
you.
you're in
emotion.
here.
This isn't even
Why
the
are you
question I
so
asked.
Yeah, you're in
emotional
I
here.
came
about
here
This is
for my
you
balls?
guys are
person.
answering
Fuck
questions
you.
I didn't ask.
Yeah, you're in here.
So
Vibrating, you're kind of all over
what
the
I
place.
asked is like, what stops a magnet from working? A freezing point, high temperatures, all that, right? So the high point of both of our below and above were green at one point, right? We all know that it was green on the
Bro, we don't believe
all
in a ball,
this,
dude.
and now they're
We don't
freezing
believe in
it.
a ball.
So
We don't
they're
believe in the
freezing
Big
it.
Bang.
Hold on, Snoop
So
Dogg.
they're
Hold on, Snoop
freezing
Dogg.
the
Believe in
magnetic
evolution.
force.
Snoop
They're
Dogg, hold on, hold
freezing
on.
it. No, they're freezing it. It was all green before, right? So what stops a magnetic force is freezing points. When a magnetic force is freezing cold, it doesn't work. So what are they doing at both points of the north and the south? They're freezing them, which we
Dumbass,
all
that
know.
would mean that north is the sun.
Don't magnets levitate?
That would mean north is dead.
Temperature?
That would mean north is dead center.
No,
Dead
they're
fucking
freezing
center.
it. So they're trying to stop the force of a magnet. They're trying to stop the force of the dome, is what I'm trying to say.
If Antarctica is the ice,
You have something to
north is dead
talk
center.
about with that?
Based off
We
Bro,
that
should
bullshit.
stop
definitely
interrupting, bro. We're gonna give you
so we
all the
can see
time.
what
We're trying to
you
get
I'm
through
also asking
everybody
this.
just so we can get
This
to
is
you.
general
Relax.
questions. I just want to know this. I'm not trying to like do anything to disprove anybody.
Y'all
This is
listening to these dumbasses in this
Well, I would
room.
say I would want to know what the freezing temperature would be of that. Like that
Exactly.
you're postulating.
no, exactly. That's why I want to know why they're freezing these points when they used to be green. Because they must know that Earth is a magnetic force. So what stops a magnetic force is really low temperatures, like freezing point. So if they get that to that level, that's how they break the dome.
It
I
ain't no
don't
motherfucking
100% know
dome.
about that. Only because quantum locking
That's my
and
theory. That's a theory. That's my only theory. You could disprove it or discredit all you want. It's just my own personal
No,
theory.
that's cool. That's cool. I'm glad
No,
you
man,
feel comfortable
you're
about
cool,
that.
man.
If it was a
You're asking honest
motherfucking
questions,
dome
not
on
being
this
rude
earth,
like
we
this
would
other guy.
all we would be dead
This
if
is
it
a
was a
product
dome.
of somebody who does not get attention at home, who was not loved by their parents. It's about to be on him. So I hope he just as active off that mic when we start pressing him. So before you even waste our time, I hope you got your thought off vibrating. Toby, I hope you got your thought off. I hope everybody got to get their thought off. I want everybody to mute up. And I want to know what gravity he subscribed to. We already know he a ball, heliosexual. But I want to know antidote. Come off mic and tell us what gravity you subscribe to. That's it. That's all.
I want you to answer.
Couldn't follow simple instruction. One instruction. What gravity you subscribe to, bro? That's all you gotta do. So we know what the baseline is. Do you even
The
understand what that
magnetic
question
field that
means?
y'all talking about that leads to fucking north, because y'all stupid ass is still talking about some goddamn.
Gravity leads to north.
Hold on, let me finish. No, I
Gravity
don't want to
leads
hear
to
none of that shit.
north.
Let me finish. Y'all
I
sitting
was
here
in
instead
Rogue
of talking
One.
about.
You're not gonna finish. What you're
Already
gonna do is you're gonna
wrong.
answer the question
Already
first.
wrong.
Answer the question first, antidote, and then you can have the whole floor to say what you want to say. You have to establish a baseline with us. So answer my co-host question about what gravity you subscribe to, and then you can move forward from there. Go ahead.
Can you fucking unmute me? Thank you. I subscribe to the motherfucking gravity that's keeping us to this damn earth. Not the bullshit that y'all talking about. Gravity and magnetic force is the same, and the magnetic field is the exact same fucking shit. Y'all talking about the same formula, talking about some goddamn north point to a magnetic field, this and that, dumb motherfucker. If we ain't got no north and south pole, if y'all theory is right that it's an ice wall around us, and then y'all stand around saying that, well, when you got ice, if you got a freezing point, then you let lower the motherfucking goddamn what you call it. If it's a freezing point, then it ain't no such thing as a magnetic field. Then pussy ass nigga, that mean that north is the middle of the fucking earth, crazy ass people. What is this bullshit that y'all fucking talking about? Now let me pop my motherfucking shit, because I'm getting tired of hearing this bullshit that y'all motherfucking talking about. That what the fuck I subscribe to.
Well, yo,
too.
real quick
That
on
you
that.
dumbasses want to be woke so motherfucking bad that y'all subscribing to some bullshit ass
Well, I have-
pseudoscience.
Hold on,
talking about
y'all.
some
Hold
motherfucking
on.
earth flat.
Hold on.
The
Let him
only
get
motherfucking
let
damn
him
thing
get it started
flat
out.
is a
Let him
motherfucking
start out. Let him talk. Let him talk. Let him talk.
SpongeBob. Now ask me some more shit. I'm finna chew you bitch ass niggas up straight up.
All right, I got you. Hey, bro, you know
hold
the
on.
core of the Earth is a magnet, right? It's magnetic.
Hold on,
allegedly.
Aurelian. Hold on, Aurelian.
What's the temp, bro? What temp?
So that means north is where? North is the city.
So you did not answer the question. Gravity and electrostatics and magnetism are not the same thing. L number 1. Pick one.
Next.
Newtonian or relativity. Pick one.
What the fuck you mean it's not the same goddamn thing?
What gravity do you subscribe to? Do you understand the differences between the two? Do you understand who created which one? What do you even understand? We are trying to establish how much of an idiot you are. Please help us out here. Pick one.
Mr. Globerter.
What the fuck is you talking about? Pick one. It ain't but fucking one. It's you instead of trying to make it more
Oh
than one.
no, he did it. He just told everybody there's one gravity. Up
That's you
there it
dumbasses
is.
trying to make it
There
another one. What
it
the
is.
fuck is you talking about?
One gravity? So, bro, so what's the difference between Newtonian and Einsteinian? Antidote.
Round and fucking flat, you crazy ass nigga.
So round gravity versus flat gravity. Is that coherent to you, Antidote?
On both the fucking planes, you crazy ass nigga, whether it's a ball or it's a
So
motherfucking
so
flat
there's
face.
flat
Shut the fuck
gravity
up and
and
let me
round
finish. See,
gravity.
what
That's
you
the
do too
difference
damn much. You
between
talk too
Einstein and
motherfucking much.
Newton.
You talk too damn much. What you
I
like
talk too
doing
damn
is
much.
trying to talk
In
over a
my
nigga,
space
and you
that
think
you're
talking
crying
over a
about
nigga
balls,
equates.
you're
No,
saying that
motherfucker.
I
You
talk too
think
much in
talking
my
over a
own
nigga
space
that you
when
smarter.
you are
Shut
crying
the
about
fuck up
balls.
and let me pop my shit.
You don't
You
have
think
no shit
talking
to
over a
pop.
nigga
You
make you
just told
smarter.
everybody
Shut
there
the
was
fuck
one
up.
type of gravity.
Shut the fuck up.
No, you shut the
Shut
hell up,
the
bro.
fuck up.
You told
Because
everybody there
you
was
think
one
talking
type
over a
of
nigga
gravity,
equates
and the
to
difference
that you know what you're
between
talking
the
about.
two
Shut
is
the fuck up.
flat and round gravity.
No.
Yo,
Shut the fuck
how
up.
dumb can
Shut
you
the
be?
fuck up.
Yo, we didn't even
Shut
turn up
the
the
fuck
heat
up.
yet, and you
Shut the
already
fuck up.
playing yourself. Go
You
ahead, bro.
playing yourself.
Keep digging
Shut the
your hole.
fuck up.
Keep digging your hole.
No,
Tell us the
nigga,
difference
shut the
between
fuck
this
up and let me pop my shit.
flat and
Shut
round
the fuck
gravity.
up and let me
Mr.
pop my
Antidote.
shit. Shut the fuck up. You ain't shut up yet.
Your breath stink.
Bro,
Shut
you've
the
done
fuck up,
nothing
nigga.
but
Because the
talk.
only damn thing
Shut
you
up.
do
Shut
is
up.
say your
Shut up.
bullshit. Then when
Shut up.
somebody try to
Shut
rebuttal
up.
your shit, you
Shut
talk
up.
over them, think
Shut
that you
up.
smart.
Hey, yo, look, we don't need no help. Let's let him bury himself. This is somebody who got such a small brain, he don't even know how to think properly. So let him tell us about his flat and round gravity. Let's hear this.
Nigga, it ain't no flat and round gravity, nigga. It's two different.
So then why did you say flat and round gravity to start off the conversation when we asked you the difference between Newtonian and Einsteinian mechanics, Mr. Antidote?
Look here, bitch ass nigga. Stop muting me like a little pussy. That's all you do, my nigga. Only damn thing you do is sit.
And the only thing you do is not bring any facts to the table, bro. Your ad homs and your insults don't do anything.
Who
Just
created
tell
which
us
one?
about,
Who
hold on,
created which
Proud.
one? Let's start from something. Who created which one?
All right, Proud. I'm gonna let you cook, Proud. I'm gonna let you cook, but you gotta finish the rest of the combo. Go ahead. Wait, he rage quit?
Nah.
Dude, that was funny. That was so funny.
So he told us the difference between flat and round gravity is Einstein, Newtonian, and then he want to rage quit. This is, bro. This is, oh my God. I feel like I didn't get my answer.
Dude, we were all waiting for him to say there's only one gravity. Come on,
That's what we was really waiting for. We was all waiting for that.
I thought he did say there was only one gravity. He did say there was only one gravity. He
Hey, I know
definitely
there's
said
one
there's only one
but I know
gravity.
there's not one gravity.
Oh my God, we were all just waiting for that moment. I was
There's
like,
actually no gravity.
Hey, we got to open week 85 with the same shit, man. Let's find somebody else that just is completely unhinged and can't wait in line and shit. I mean, this
Sugar,
dude, come on, bro.
Sugar, who else you got, Sugar?
That was a different level of pathetic. I that was different. But that's how they always be, or they be so with their chest and they be loud and wrong. Loud and wrong.
You'll be beating that chest and walk right into a wall.
and then calling everybody stupid.
That shit was crazy, man. I apologize to the listeners for having to put y'all through that, but we try to give everybody a chance to form a coherent thought. Some people weren't taught to think for themselves. Some people aren't developed enough to form a coherent thought. And you know, it makes them feel uncomfortable when they come around like positive and intelligent people. So we do got to give everybody a chance to speak over here on Flat Earth Fridays. Sorry for dragging y'all through that, but we see what happened. As soon as he realized the mistake, yeah, he said, this is a bad situation. Let me get up out of here.
I think he Googled how many gravities there are.
You know, they be
Ain't no way,
Googling.
bro. Ain't no way.
Hey, Proud's probably right. He probably dropped out because he was trying to fucking come up with some quick fucking answers.
I just wanted to say real quick to all you new listeners down there, this is what we go through like every day, right? It's not like it's just Flat Earth Fridays, but it is every day. And we go into other people's spaces and we don't act like this. We do not act like this. We treat everybody with respect and dignity, and we just want to have an honest conversation. So if you want to have an honest conversation, grab a mic. We would love to talk to you.
Imagine being treated like that just because you believe a different shape of the earth than the person standing next to you. Like literally, like you would think.
I get treated like that every day.
Which is why I asked this theory about the magnetic and freezing it.
All right. So if you're talking about land specifically, they freeze the land to cover up the
No.
Earth.
So how a magnet works, its full strength needs to be at normal temperature. If it's
No,
freezing, if it's freezing, that's not wrong. That's not wrong. It's not wrong at all. I've tested it many times. So once again, so for a magnet to work as full magnetic force, it needs to be normal temperature and it works strong. If you freeze it or get it really cold or spike its temperature back and forth, it loses its magnetic force. So what I'm realizing in my theory, this is just my theory. I don't think this is right or wrong. This is why this space is here, right? I realize that they're freezing both points at north and south to try to, in my theory, to freeze it to try to lose the magnetic force of Earth, because they know that freezing temperatures loses a magnetic force.
I mean, that's not
even a relevant question, man.
It's not relevant and it's not accurate.
It's not a question. It's a theory.
Literally not a
That's not a question. It's a theory. I didn't ask anybody a question there, did I? I'm just saying. Does that not make sense? So, do you not own the magnet? Go put it outside. I live in Canada.
So
go
you stopped
put it
the whole
outside.
thing to show your theory with no questions?
What?
Guys, honestly, I don't think he's trying to be rude or anything. He's just trying to understand, and he's not really understanding. It isn't actually just a damn magnet up there. It's a field. It's not a magnet. There is no big rock up there.
That's what a magnet is, though. A magnetic field. That's what it is.
But electricity acts like a magnet at the same time. We're in a torus field.
Electricity is also involved in it.
All right, y'all can't talk over each other, right? Because it just creates a bad listening experience for everybody. I know we just got finished doing that with like the toxic ball loving NPC, but that's typically not how we handle our spaces. So Vibrating, just do this. Just give us your theory, the point that you're making about what you're saying, and maybe we could double back to it after during open discussion. Because I'm just trying to figure out, I'm actually trying to figure out what you're actually saying. I think you have a theory about the poles, but you're actually invoking two poles, and I don't think that everybody agrees that there's two poles. So maybe you just clarify just really quickly, and then we could kind of like move forward. Because I do want to get to the topic at hand because it's a very important topic to kind of.
I have no clue if there's two poles. I have no clue. There could be one pole. You could be right. But what I'm saying, electricity and the magnetic field work together. There's electricity in the field. I don't deny that.
Okay, we agree on that.
That's how the sun works, and it has the negative energy from the moon.
Okay.
So when you freeze them, that's how they lose their charge. And like we knew in our past, and what we learned is what Antarctica was green, right? Am I wrong?
So are you saying that the climate was a specific way, and you're saying the powers that be manipulated that climate to perpetuate a model of poles? Is that what you're saying? Like I'm trying to.
It's a theory. It's my theory. I don't think I'm right. I do not know that I am right. It's a question. It's a theory. What I'm like, because what weakens a magnetic force? Freezing points. That's true.
So can I get in on that really quick, please?
Yeah, go ahead. Yeah, go ahead.
All right, just to make it clear for everyone that's listening, cold makes ferromagnets stronger generally due to the lack of entropy. It gives it a stronger kinetic potential. As you heat a magnet up, it actually starts as it gains more entropy, the kinetic potential goes out of line with itself, and so you actually lose magnetism as you go higher in temperature. Certain types of magnetic materials do, if you were to actually go all the way down to like absolute zero, then you could maybe there are some materials that will do some crazy things. Hold on, I'm not done. In general, ferromagnets get stronger when they get cold, but ferromagnets, as Shane was trying to point out, it's irrelevant to the conversation anyways, because what we exist within is an electromagnetic field. There's not a pole and a pole, but rather it's, like I said earlier, the compass aligns itself orthogonal to an electrical flow.
So can I interrupt?
And by the way, guys, I fully think Earth is flat. It's fully flat.
Oh, can I interrupt?
I'm just trying to understand how it works. That's what I'm trying to. These are my questions and my theories.
It's easy. It's 8 inches per mile squared, right? So if you're an engineer, if you've been doing engineering or any sort of measurement in your life, it's 8 inches per mile squared, right? So you look out over horizon, it's 8 inches per mile squared. So that horizon should jump off. If we're on a ball which is 26,000 miles in circumference, it should be 8 inches per mile squared, right? So I'm going to give you a clue. I've been an engineer for 25 years. I'm 47 now. I've been an engineer for 25 years. I know how to measure stuff within a micro, right? It's easy to do. It's so thick. Once you actually realize it, it's like you're actually a thick cunt because it's 8 inches per mile squared. So the further you get out, 8 inches. So 8, 16, 21. No, it's just so simple. I just don't know why nobody gets the cunt. It's so easy. Once you actually realize that it's 8 inches per mile squared, Neil deGrasse Tyson turns out to be a daft cunt. Like, it's just bullshit. It's bullshit. Anyway, I'm done. Thank you.
So back to the other guy that I was just talking to. How do you know the difference between the magnetic force with its like what you just explained to me?
But that means fuck all.
Buddy, no, stop. Who's this guy? Stop. Yo, go back to the other guy.
Hold on, Nether. Hold on. Let's just make sure that we get through this, just so we get his questions answered. I don't know if Shane and Toby want to jump in real quick, to challenge or.
I apologize.
No, you good. I just want to make sure that we answer his question directly, because we all have our own other evidences of why the Earth is, not a globe. But he's specifically speaking about something in particular. So I'm gonna give you guys the floor, and then we're gonna move on.
Why is he asking about two poles then?
Yeah, I don't know either, but yeah.
Yeah, that guy fucked me right up there. I had a question. I didn't even know where he came from. I had a question ready, and he went on for fucking 5 minutes there.
All right, that's good, bro. That's good. It's okay. But we're just trying to understand what you're postulating. We're trying to. So you're a flat earther, and you're trying to figure out something about the poles, but it seemed like there's a little bit of confusion between magnetism and I think you said electricity.
Yeah.
So
No. Oh no. I'm back. So freezing the magnet. Yeah. That's okay. Give me a sec.
okay, yeah, get your thoughts together, and we'll double back to you after this. All right? I know it's a lot going on.
I'm here. So a magnetic force, like he said that some things can lose their magnetic force if it's heated up, or some can lose it when it's cold. How does he know how Earth is based off of what those two differences are? Does that make sense?
I don't
If
think
it was a ferromagnet, we'd literally have like a ferromagnetic mountain in the at each pole. And I don't know, man. Like,
Well, there's only
I
one
can't really
pole.
quantify one
When
way
you
or the
think
other.
about
But I
it,
can
there's
tell
only
you
one
that
Just let the other guy
even
talk.
in
Let the other guy talk.
geodynamo model, it's not a ferromagnet. It's based around convection currents and an electrical field that's generated. But yeah, I think we're really getting off into the weeds here about this like cold versus warm
Way off.
magnets thing. You would have to bring something down to absolute zero, what you're not doing in your freezer at home. So maybe we should move on.
No. My theory is because it was green. Everything was green at the south, right? Now they're freezing everything. We got frozen everything. All this around us.
It's possible, man. It's possible they're moving the
It-
magnetic field around. I have no idea. It's definitely possible, but
Yeah,
I would
that's all
say
I'm saying. That's all I'm
probably
saying. It's a
it's probably
theory.
not
Like
them. It's probably
You should
the creator.
You should
trying
watch
to
your
like
walk. You should
they're
watch your
trying to
walk.
weaken. My theory is like they're trying to freeze the magnetic force to really weaken the dome and then collapse everything. That's
The
my
reason it was green is because there was more carbon.
Now, if you're really looking for some of that information, dude, find Iwarinon, Lost History of Flat Earth. He'll bring you through the old migrating pole thing, how it rotates around the other side with a migrating field. That's the best I can do. Check that out.
That's what I was gonna say.
All right, guys. Thank you so
The
much.
reason it was green is because there's more carbon.
That's all I wanted. That's all I wanted to ask. Thank you.
It has
so
nothing
much.
to do with magnetism. There was more carbon in the atmosphere. Things grew more, grew bigger.
Yeah, I agree with that too.
Yeah, the magnetic field definitely is moving, and none of their models can predict it. They have a bunch of assumptions about where it's been over the millions of years that they invoke. They use like quote unquote magnetic striping across the ocean floor and magnetogeology, which magnetogeology is insane. Like it's just like, oh, this specific magnetic rock here, it's all aligned with the same magnetic field top to bottom. So that must mean that over this many millions of years, the magnetic field was aligned this way, and then with this rock underneath, it's aligned this way. So that means the whole Earth's whole magnetic field must have been aligned in this way. And it's all based around an insane amount of presuppositions. And the inner core and the outer core and the mantle. You've got like this 9,000 degrees Celsius inner core that's as hot as the surface of the sun, and yet here we are on the surface with like a thin little silicate crust, and we've got frozen mountaintops. It's all kind of insane. But yeah, like
What
the
I really wanted to know.
They try to make predictions about it, and their predictions are all totally wrong. It's a really fascinating topic, and I think what we call climate change could be just what they call climate change or whatever. The climate has always changed and always will change, and especially if the magnetic field is wandering.
Yeah, my main question, like the big thing, I just want to really know how the ferment is created and made and all that.
God.
Yeah.
The main thing is, though, we don't know anything about that, right? What we can do is we can measure stuff, right? So we can measure, right? So we're humans, right? And we're able to measure stuff, right? Like I was an engineer for many years, and I can measure stuff, right? So what you do is, right? If you're looking out over a horizon, right? And this is what woke me up. And I was a total globe dude. I was into fucking Professor Blind Cox, all them fucking little weirdos, right? And when I finally realized this, because I used to Like I know user like a lot of people here are Americans, so you've shot a gun, you know how to
You
use
just say
sight.
God though.
No, you know how to use a mil dot, right? You know what a mil dot is? When you're shooting through a gun, you know what a mil dot is, right? So you can measure the distance from something through the mil dots. Any sniper knows this. Anybody who's been in the army, anybody who's ever shot a gun knows this, right? You can measure mil dots, right? And this is how I finally came to the conclusion that shit, I can see farther than I should be able to, is because I am able to measure through a mil dot, which is 1 millimeter, measures 1 meter at 100 meters, right? Is that right? I mean, am I wrong? Because I'm not. I know I'm not, right? So
No, you're right. You're right.
thank you. So anyway, so
I
1
haven't
meter at
sniped people
1
yet.
mil sniping, exactly. So this is how you tell, right? So you measure and you keep measuring and you measure and you measure. So I got to a point where I started buying like optics, and I was looking at boats, and you can zoom in on them. You can zoom in on a boat which is more than 10 miles away, and then you can zoom in on its hull. Like, how is that possible? You know, given what's it called? Fucking Greek, what's he called? Fucking the dude who put the sticks in the ground. Fuck him. Because
Eratosthenes.
it's bullshit. It's fucking bullshit. You can actually go outside, and if you've got half a brain about you, you can actually look for yourself and you can measure this. You can measure it. If you can't, then you're thick. You've got no brains. You've got no reason to be in this room because it's so simple. It's a simple thing. Just fucking look, go to the beach, put a fucking pair of binoculars down, right? And look, stop being stupid. Anyway, I'm fucking lovely. Thank you. I'm glad I got to say that. Thank you.
Who was speaking? I want to know who's speaking so I can follow you.
Me too. Who was that?
That was great.
Netherworm V1.
Netherworm, I fucking love you,
Okay,
man. Thank you for that.
yeah, definitely,
They're
definitely.
just stupid, man. They get on my tits. Like
He doesn't
so
even know what
long,
he's talking about. He's just
so
fucking hating
long,
everything.
for so long, we have had to put up with your fucking horse shit, man. And like, listen, like, oh, well, it's this fucking magnetic field. It's this magnetic field. The North Pole. It's so simple, right? The North Pole is a pole. That's where your fucking compass points, right? The South Pole is all around. Yeah, right. So if you want to go east to west, it's fucking easy. You just go east or west, but you will have to follow the pole. The pole will always be pointing to the north. The south will always be fucking south. It's so simple, man. Anyway,
This guy's that guy's uncle. You don't want to do it.
I'm sorry. I'm done. I'm sorry to shout. I'm sorry to lose my temper, but some people they're just thick, aren't they? They're just fucking dumb, and that's why he left the chat, because he was out of his league. He was out of, like, he just, I'll leave the chat because these are so much fucking, like, they're saying stuff that my brain can't take because his brain's so small and he can't actually go outside the box. You know what I mean? Anyway.
Well, in all honesty, only about 15 to 20% of people have critically thinking skills. That's documented. That's proven.
No. This is how
and you're one of the ones that do have it. So feel blessed.
Listen. We have 10%, right? This is how it goes. 10% are sheepdogs, right? So we're the sheepdogs who are shouting over and over and over and over, look what's happening, look what's happening. And like, so we're 10%. The other 10% are psychopathic, narcissistic, weird little bastard cunts, you know what I mean, who want to fuck the world, they want to see the world burn. The other 80% are just sheep. They'll just follow you. You know what I mean? And you could tell them.
The other 10% are wolves. So there's 10% that are smart, 10% are wolves that want to eat everything, and then the 80% are sheep.
Yeah, exactly. Thank you very much. I agree. Thank you very much, sir. Anyway, I'm done.
No, you're not. Keep going.
No. We actually about to get to the topic, bro. Like, exactly. I appreciate that. We're gonna open this up for like more open discussion later on. Proud, I really need help rotating mics. Can you please help me out? I cannot see the requests. But I do want to get into the topic.
Oh, I just got up here. Oh, I got you.
Hey, Sacred. This is I-Man. Thanks for hosting this. This is my first time in here speaking. I think I was in here last time. I just got a little bit of it. I sent you an instant message with some images that I took of the last SpaceX launch and the last meeting of the NASA guys that are supposedly going up to the space station. So you gotta look at those images I sent you. They're They're very telling. One of them has a curve, a curve, and the other one doesn't. I think camera was messed up.
Damn,
on the launch.
really? They messed up the curve?
Of course they did.
And I think Elon knows.
I shared her to
Do you
the
guys-
jumbo. Shared it
Do you
to the
guys think Elon knows?
Oh
Absolutely.
please,
Elon
oh
is a
please,
hollow
oh
earther.
please, oh please, Elon. Howie,
He's
man.
a hollow earther.
Please, man. Listen, please. Like, I beg you. Listen, please listen. Like, before, like, I'm 47 years old, right? So I'm old enough to know this, right? So before Elon was Virgin, you know, Virgin Atlantic, Virgin, they were gonna take people into space, and they were gonna go into outer orbit, and that went on for so fucking long, right? And then we've got Elon now with these fucking ships that land backwards. Like, listen, I don't mean to horrible to anyone. I don't mean to be horrible to anyone. But if you believe any of that shit, and you believe that this X and everything is like, Elon is as bad as the rest of them, man. Like, there's no ship can fucking land backwards and just land on a ship in the middle of the sea. Like, Howie, man, please, just stop being naive, please. I beg you.
Well, no, the launches are real, okay? But whatever he's doing is he's being a troll, maybe. Do you think he's just
Okay.
trolling?
It's called horseshit where I come from. It's like horseshit, you know, like lies, deception.
I
Yeah.
agree.
Does he want to?
have
Do
to
they want to
prove it,
launch
though.
Falcon Heavy
Yes.
into the firmament? Is that what he's trying to do?
Which was I was talking about earlier about
What's he
freezing it.
gonna
It's on the
do?
weekend. It.
What's he gonna do? It's horseshit, man. You all just believe in a thing that isn't real. Just like it's all horseshit.
The
Like,
firmament's not real?
no, sorry, I didn't say that. I just said that.
Okay. No. Does he think it's real and trying to blow it up?
I don't
Does
know.
he want to break it?
Well,
This
I don't
goes
know.
back to what I was just talking about.
No, I don't know.
Sorry, I missed that. I missed you talking about that.
Sorry. I don't know if that's the fact. Like, I know that, like,
I don't either. It's just my guess.
no, like some of the information that we've got now would lead us to believe that we have a firm barrier above our head, right? And it's as the Bible, if you're into the Bible, says it's a circle with a firmament above it, right? Every time somebody launches a rocket, it doesn't seem to get past a certain point, does it?
Right.
And
Why
then-
did Elon flip the Falcon Heavy when he launched it during the summer? I think it was.
I
He
don't know, mate.
he spun it and then it hit it. He spun it. He
did-
won.
Yeah, it
I
did
want-
look like it hit something, didn't it?
Yeah, I think he knew what they were. I think they all knew what they were doing because they were screaming like crazy when it launched. They were so excited, and I've never heard that since the Challenger launched in the beginning, since they sent up Columbia, since they sent up
Yeah.
all these in the
I was
beginning,
there
and then
for-
it just got old. Nobody really gave a shit anymore.
Listen, I don't think any of us have the answers, but
No,
we
but I
we
think
know-
Elon.
you know
he
when
had
you
so
can
many
smell it.
cameras on it.
You know when
Sorry.
you know when you can smell that smell of bullshit. You know what I mean? Like we
Oh, of
know,
course,
we all
of
know
course.
we can smell.
I know he's a
shit.
troll.
When it's frozen. Hit it when it's frozen.
We don't know what it is. So, like, we can smell the bullshit, but we don't know what it is. Like, I don't think us mere mortals will get
Yeah,
to
I
know it. You know what I mean?
I think he put a bunch of cameras on Falcon Heavy. He even talked about it on one of the talks about the launches. They asked him what kind of cameras were on Falcon Heavy. He started talking about it, and then when I saw the video, he spun that motherfucker and then hit the roof, and they just went apeshit. Like, they got the data. They were looking. They saw what they're trying to see what's on the other side of the ice wall, man.
Yeah, whatever. But like, being an engineer, right? Like, I've been an engineer for a long time, like a CNC engineer, a welder, like metalwork. You know what I mean? Like putting stuff like those rockets together. Like not exactly the same thing, but it's very similar. Like very low tolerance.
Yeah, my dad worked for Lockheed. My dad worked for NASA. I know all about that.
So you know what I'm saying, yeah. So I just don't believe that.
Hold on, your dad worked for NASA, bro. Why you ain't pull him in here?
No.
Yeah, he worked for NASA long ago, man. He worked on. He didn't do nothing. He was just a mechanic.
Yeah,
he didn't
he's a
work on. He
mechanic.
just worked on the machines that pulled the space shuttle in.
It was compartmentalized, whatever, right? So all I just do not
Yeah,
believe that you can get.
But I saw images. I saw pictures of the shit.
Yeah, that's fine. I just
It's all bullshit.
do not believe you can get a rocket to land backwards, and it looks like a reverse picture with CGI like smoke coming up when it lands. You know what I'm on about? You know, when they land them backwards.
I think that's real, dude. I think that's really, that's not CGI, dude. That's really happening. Like you can go physical. I can go to Florida and go watch that.
I would hope
Yeah.
so. Well, like I can't. I'm from the UK, so I can't go to Florida and see that. But
Yeah, no. I think you're looking into Elon too much,
Yeah.
dude. He's one of us, I think, on the inside.
Well, I would hope so. Anyway,
That's
anyway,
crazy.
thank you. I'll shut up now.
No.
I appreciate that, man. Keon, I see you. But I do want to hear from just Bob real quick because I haven't. I don't think we heard from Bob before, and I do want to get into the topic right after that, Keon. I know you want to say something, but if we don't get to the topic, like we ain't never gonna get to it. Bob, go ahead, say something real quick.
I don't want to derail from the topic, but not with rifle shots. You won't see people taking the shape of the earth into effect, but with artillery and battleships, you do take the shape of the earth into effect when you're firing those things.
Can I just disagree with that just for 1 second? Because I used to have a pal who was from America, and he was a tank commander. And after, when all this flat earth stuff was going off, I asked him a question. I says, when you take a shot from the tank, I was like, how long is the longest shot you've ever took? And he told me it was 3.5 kilometers. And I asked him, when you take a shot from a tank, do you make an adjustment as the bullet goes out? So imagine the bullet's going out and it's going over 3.5 kilometers. Do you make an adjustment for the Coriolis effect? And he said to me, no, there's only an X and a Y. That's in an Abrams. So how do you answer that?
A tank or a sniper doesn't equivalent to 1%.
Yeah. Yes. It's a much longer range.
Yeah, so it's the longest shot that was ever took, which I asked him, which was 3.5 kilometers, right?
That doesn't matter. That doesn't matter.
So you don't make any adjustment. It's only an X and a Y.
What is
You're
it?
talking about
Like,
like 80
83 miles. 83 miles is a 1 per.
3 kilometers is the longest tank shot ever took from an Abrams.
But there's no curve to that, though.
But there should
So we do.
No, but there should be a Coriolis effect.
Artillery and battleship guns, which are firing at 80, 90, 100 kilometers.
You got a field operations manual to substantiate that? Not a guidebook, by the way. The field operations manual. Otherwise, we're just kind of reading about Dungeons and Dragons role plays, you know.
Yeah, it turns out those line of sight weapons do need flat earth though, like railguns and stuff. But let's go into Parallax, guys. What's up?
Yes, definitely want to talk. We're gonna get into artillery soon. As a matter of fact, Alan got someone else on Discord that's putting together something, and I'm looking forward to that, especially bringing it to you guys. But again, I don't want to derail from the topic too much. I really want to get into this Parallax because this is a very important topic. There's a lot of sauce in my thread. Hopefully, you guys was able to enjoy my pinned tweet. Some of the back and forth that I had over there on TikTok was kind of sparked this topic for tonight. Parallax, Emotionless Earth, episode 84. Y'all retweet the space. I know we got a little bit lit, a little bit off until a rocky start. But we're going to get into it, man. I appreciate y'all for hanging out and have a little bit of fun with us to kick it off. Let's see. So, first of all, Alan, you're live, right? Let me make sure that everybody could.
Yes, sir.
So for those who don't know, we do have the sacred screen share in live full effect. So after I go through a little bit of some of the information in my thread, which I will be sharing up top as I'm talking about it, I'm going to have Alan kind of chime in on some things either during or afterwards. Let me retweet this out right now. And you guys could follow along while being in spaces if this is your first time here. So we're trying to like merge like the visuals with the actual voice capabilities in Twitter spaces. So that way you guys can get like, you know, an actual visual of some of the things that we're talking about in real time. The audio might be a little bit delayed, just like a fair warning. But hopefully you guys can, you know, kind of deal with that a little bit or adjust some of your audio values. So that way it's coherent for you. So y'all go over to Alan. I'm retweeting this now, and follow along while we get to this. Hold on one second. There you go. And what's cool about this feature too is that there's a picture-in-picture option. You can stay in the space. You don't even have to really jump out to kind of follow along. So shout out to Alan for helping us out with that. So y'all seen it here first. If you ever hear, the globe earthers saying, "Oh, you can't share screens and spaces, so we're not going to join Flat Earth Friday," tell them you a bold-faced lie. They do it every single week. Don't want to hear it. So let's get to this. So what made this topic super interesting to me, right, is the fact that, I was speaking to a few different people with supposed, credentials. I don't really know who they are, but people seem to support them in their right, that they have these credentials in physics, astronomy, and things like that. And a lot of these guys, not all of them, but a lot of these guys don't want to come over to Flat Earth Fridays to have a conversation. So, me and Proud was like, well, we got to go seek out the smoke. We got to see what, where are these guys at? Let's go talk to them. And we were able to have some decent conversations in the past, but this particular one actually happened in the past couple of days. And we were able to speak to a particle physicist. We were able to speak to a self-proclaimed amateur astronomer. You guys may know him by Bob the Science Guy. And there was a few other people who were working on their PhDs and some that actually had their PhDs. So it was like a bunch of people in this live over there on TikTok. And I kind of wanted to see where their heads was at as in regards to having a conversation about Flat Earth, Globe Earth, and just the sciences in general. And it started out as a decent conversation. Actually, none of them were up there. We were kind of just in a random TikTok live about Flat Earth, Globe Earth. We kind of just seeking out those conversations over there. TikTok is like really weird, but it's fun and kind of like it's completely different from over here. This was always be my home for Flat Earth Fridays. But we're chilling in there, flat smacking some globe earthers around, just kind of hanging out. And then all of them flooded in at the same time. It's like they sent out a flat signal, like, "Oh, whoa, Saber's doing too much," and literally the whole panel just filled up. So as we're like talking about certain things, I think we started out with like signal propagation, and then we moved on to a couple other things, some Newtonian mechanics and Einsteinian relativity and things like that. But then we landed on the topic of parallax, right? Because I think one of the exclusive evidences of globe Earth was parallax when we first jumped into that live. So, and I think this was postulated by the host. Don't even really remember what the host's name was.
If I may.
But say it again.
If I may, there is no such thing as parallax if you measure like.
Oh, hold on. We're gonna get to it, bro. So what I'm doing, I'm laying everything out. All right. So just stay on mute. We're gonna get to that, and then feel free to chime in after that.
I got you, bro.
Yeah. And so everybody follow along. I'm gonna run through my thread. I'm just kind of giving y'all the backstory of why I chose this topic today. Because I thought it was super interesting. So as I'm going back and forth with some of these guys who have like wild credentials, spent decades of their life learning about the sciences, the host had brought up again, because he didn't have no answer for when we started talking about parallax in the beginning of the conversation. So he said, "Hey, Sacred, can you run by like that whole parallax thing?" So there's two parts to this, right? And one, I've actually learned recently through Alan and Whitsitt and Robert Bennett and Toby. They were having these conversations about how there is an equivalence between viewing parallax from a geocentric position, which means like the Earth being like the center and stationary, and also like the heliocentric version, which they put out to the public in every single textbook. So what we typically look for is exclusive evidence of the globe, because if you're going to tell us that this is a fact and it's not a theory, and there's only one way to look at things, you should have, okay, this is the only way it can work. So in this particular conversation, we were talking about motion, right? Because Flat Earth is not just a one-dimensional conversation. There's multi-layers, multifaceted to the conversation in order to figure out the nature of our true reality. Motion is one of them. So we started talking about interferometry, and then we landed on parallax. So my first thing was, hey, did you guys know that there's an equivalence from a geocentric position? Crickets, right? I'm like, okay, that's a little weird. Then I mentioned negative parallax, and that's where like it just got completely silent. Like nobody knew anything about what I was talking about. I'm like, wait a minute, like how is this possible? How am I talking to guys that got the credentials? Mind you, it may not be their level or their particular focus of their field of study, right? But you would think that they would know something about this, especially if you're claiming to be like, an astronomer or, a student of the sciences. That you should have some background in this, and literally none. So I'm like, whoa, if the PhDs and the astronomers and the physicists and the engineers and nobody on this TikTok live who claim to be like the biggest globe earthers on TikTok, y'all don't know about negative parallax or parallax from a geocentric position, then maybe there's people on Twitter that don't know about this. So I'm like, oh, I can't believe this. So we're gonna have to break this down. So y'all go ahead and check the video that I have on my pinned tweet. It was a funny back and forth, and they appreciated the conversation because, like I said, we set a standard when we have this dialogue. We don't got to get toxic. We could build, and as long as you don't have any emotion attached to your position, like we could move forward in a positive manner. So we started off, by setting that standard, finding that common ground, and they appreciated that because it's different from some of the other flat earthers on TikTok, how they handle conversations. So it blew their mind, interacting with, myself and Proud, and, shout out to the level heads and stuff like that. So let me start off with this, right? So if y'all go to my pinned tweet, let me go ahead and I'm just going to start sharing these one by one. And again, after I go through some of these, and there's gonna be a little bit of reading, guys. Okay, so I know they say Flurf don't read, but hey, when we do, we end up finding stuff out, and it's super freaking interesting. And I really want y'all to get this sauce. And after we run through this, I'm gonna let Alan take over. And if anybody else want to chime in on the topic, feel free. So we're talking about stellar parallax. Now, what is stellar parallax? This is an observation of the stars, right? So we're talking about background stars that are in a foreground and in our position. And the stars in the foreground seem to displace, and they claim that this is due to the motion of Earth. So when we're talking about parallax, they always give this example. Hey, just hold a finger in front of your face and close one eye, blink it, then close the other eye and blink it, and you can see your finger move, but it's just an apparent position that's moving. It's not really moving. So that's parallax. So they're saying, hey, this is what's happening in the sky, that there's a displacement of stars in the foreground relative to the background. Okay, so there's a displacement of stars in the foreground relative to the background. Now, this can be challenged. That's, one thing that people say is that there is no parallax, but let's just, operate in a paradigm that they have detected some parallax over some amount of years, right? It doesn't happen like instantaneously, even though we are shooting around the sun 66,000 miles per hour, and the sun's shooting through a solar system at 500,000 miles per hour, and the whole solar system is shooting through the galaxy at over 1,000,000 miles per hour. But it gets it gets a little tough to find this displacement. But what's interesting about this is that you can find this equivalence from a geocentric position. Now, what do I mean by that? So if you look at this, I posted a diagram up top, right? This is the tweet that's labeled stellar parallax, heliocentrism versus geocentrism, right? What is heliocentrism? The Earth's motion around the sun, versus geocentrism, which is the Earth being the center stationary of all things, which is observably correct. But let's leave my bias out of it. Let's just talk about the facts. So this tweet reads, swapping coordinate systems or frame of references from a stationary sun, which is what we observe, right, on a globe model, with a moving Earth, to a stationary Earth and a moving sun results in an observable equivalence of stellar parallax. Now, if you look at the diagram, I guess it's from 1832. I got this from Robert Bennett. Shout out to PhD Robert Bennett. They got a couple of dope lives over with Alan and Whitsitt on their channels. Y'all go check it out. Maybe Alan may tweet some of it out if you guys want to go save it to your video list. At the top, I just want to break this down very simply. It has a sun as the stationary position, right? And it has like this kind of like oblate ellipse. And this is like the motion of the earth is supposed to be following this path. And it starts out at January and then it ends in July. So you need pretty much like a 6-month period in order to observe like this type of parallax with a earth that's in motion, right? This is what's given to us from the heliocentric model, motion around the sun. Now, what they don't tell you is that if you just swap the coordinate systems and have Earth as the stationary position, which is what we observe, right? We all observe the Earth as stationary and these luminaries in the sky moving around us. And you have the sun starting out in January, going to July. You can have like an equivalence in the observations. And what I mean by that is that it's not exclusive to the first diagram. It's literally almost like an inversion of triangles, right? They say, hey, I know we observe everything like it's a stationary Earth and the luminary is moving above our eyes, in the sky above us. But actually, we're not stationary. We're actually in motion. And what Robert Bennett highlighted is that they don't put this other option in the textbooks. It's like completely left out. Like they don't even want you to know about it. And like, you know, you can diagram this. There's a mathematical equivalence to this. And I found that to be super interesting. The fact that these globe earthers don't talk about this. They don't talk about the equivalence that you can have with parallax, which means if you have a stationary Earth with the stars moving, that is not exclusive to a heliocentric model, right? So that's the first part to this. That stellar parallax does not mean the Earth is moving. So I want you to save this tweet, y'all. Save it. I don't care. Send it to yourself. Save it. The next time some globe earther says, hey, the reason why we're moving exclusively is because of parallax, send them this diagram. Be like, we already covered that in episode 84. Stop trying to gaslight me or learn something, Mr. Globe Earther, because we get into it at Flat Earth Fridays. All right. So that's what I want you guys to say, because that's a very important piece to this puzzle. Now, I also linked a couple of clips. Shout out to Witsit and Alan. They had a discussion with Robert Bennett, like I said earlier, and they break down this diagram. It's a dope clip that Alan got on his YouTube. Y'all can go look at that and save that for later. I also included another clip from Alan where he goes in depth, a little bit more in depth, which we'll probably get to in a few minutes, with stellar parallax and some of the things that he discovered. But I also, like I said, I want to be honest with you guys. I got to make sure that you get both sides of the argument. You know, we talk about this all the time. You can't just feed somebody one side of it and not give them the other side. So we said, okay, what are the globe earthers saying about parallax, right? Now, the second part of the conversation in the TikTok wasn't only just heliocentrism versus geocentrism, right? Whether this is exclusive motion around the sun. The other interesting thing about parallax, which I found out, shout out to you, Alan, that the stars move in the wrong direction, bro. So just think about this. So, you know, I was talking to Proud about this, trying to like figure out a way to like, you know, present this to you guys. So just like I said earlier, where like if you have your finger in front of your face and you're blinking back and forth, you see your finger displacing apparently, right? Imagine after doing it 2 and 3 times and you kind of predict which way your finger is moving. The next time you did it, your finger didn't move where you thought it was going to move. It moved in the opposite direction, right? Like if you're displacing to one side, you think that something in front of you is going to move to the other side, but it doesn't move that way. It moves in the wrong direction, bro. This is what's called negative parallax. Now, I had no idea what like a negative parallax was a thing, which is what I found out that most people don't, because like I just told you guys, I just talked to a few physicists yesterday and they had no idea what I was talking about. But we already covered this like briefly, but I thought that it was super important to talk about since like clearly this is not common knowledge. So I said, let's go look at like what the globe earthers are saying about this, because there's no way if we could predict, or if we're talking about models and predictions, and then you say, hey, the stars are supposed to move this way because this is the way we're orbiting. But then when we look at the stars, they're actually moving that way. It's like, wait a minute. How are you globe earthers going to explain this? Like, there's just, you can't be dishonest, right? You got to acknowledge the actual observation. So not only can we observe this from a geocentric, geostationary position, the stars are moving the wrong way. Bro, globe earthers, tell me what's going on. So I went to the Globe Earth Zealot website. Shout out to Flat Earth BS. You know what I'm saying? They be feeling all the propaganda all over the place. And I said, let me sit through this and let me see exactly how they're going to explain a displacement of stars that move in the wrong direction. Guess what they say, y'all? Let me read this to you. So this is what the tweet says, and let me share it up top because I don't know if I shared this yet. So this is what Flat Earth BS says. So this is what my tweet reads. Flat Earth BS highlights SciComm's best explanation for observing this apparent motion of stars, which is displacing in the wrong direction, assuming a globe that's in motion. They describe this by statistical uncertainty and measurement error. Wait, what? Let me read this to y'all. Negative parallax. According to the official globe Earth explanation, stellar parallax is the apparent shift of closer stars, right? Stars in the foreground, against distant stars, stars in the background, due to the orbit of Earth. So they're already affirming a consequence, right? Being fallacious right off the bat. They can't even get through one sentence without assuming the ending, right? Negative parallax, and they say they're honest about this, stars going the wrong way occurs due to measurement errors, placing the nearer star as the far one and vice versa. So this is what they're saying, y'all. They're saying, hey, we are grouping certain stars by what we observe, maybe their luminosity, the way that they oscillate. You know, these group of stars do this, so they got to be further away, and these group of stars do this, so they got to be closer to us. So this is what they do. They kind of like guesstimate this. And you already heard Brian talk to you earlier about how they have these distances at astronomical like lengths. You know, 1 light year is 5.8 trillion miles. Y'all got to like wrap your head around that. There's no star that's 1 light year away. So we're talking about trillions and trillions and trillions of miles away, okay? So it continues. Stellar parallax is the motion of the stars relative to the other stars. We do not know beforehand which stars are closer than the others. According to Globe Earth and SciComm, they don't know. These have to be inferred using statistical analysis from data. Parallax of distant stars should be practically zero. So they say, hey, we actually shouldn't really see any displacement of stars because we told y'all that they trillions of miles away. They said, but we kind of see some parallax. The problem is we're telling you that we are spinning, wobbling in that direction, which should cause the stars to go in this direction. However, the stars are going in that direction. And this is a problem. This is because of statistical uncertainty. Do you want to know how many of the stars have this incorrect displacement, y'all? And we're going to get into some real numbers in a second. Half of them. So don't get it confused. We are not talking about 1 or 2, a few dozen, a couple hundred. No. Half of them, bro. This is not flat. This is not like sacred making shit up. This is not like a flat earth thing. This is officially from the globe earthers. Half of the stars, based on our apparent or suspected motion are all going in the wrong direction. Half of them, bro. And it's all due to statistical uncertainties and measurement errors. It's always a correction or an instrument error. Anytime that a prediction on the globe model fails, this is how they explain it. Oh, our instruments were designed to do this, but we don't really get our predictions, so it got to be the instrument that's fucked up. Like it ain't that we're wrong. I know we experience everything that it's stationary, but that's not the case. I know it may just be the stars that are moving in the sky, but that can't be it because then we got to throw out heliocentrism and gravity. Like we can't do that because we have to start physics all over, and then we have to actually admit that we were wrong and lied to y'all the whole time. So it's just got to be the instruments. It got to be. What? So I don't just want to hit y'all with just memes, right? So we got to actually like get to some of the actual paperwork itself. And I'm going to let Alan take over after this. So let me share this paper up top. Because, you know, we do talk about scientific papers in Flat Earth Fridays. We don't just be pulling shit out of our ass. No, we get straight to it for real. So this comes from O.J. Lee, right? This is on a reason for the appearance of negative parallaxes in the determination of distances of stars. And, you know, they kind of detail some of the reasoning for why these stars may be displacing in the incorrect direction. So I'm just going to read a little bit of this. And then, like I said, we're going to move on and go and let Alan kind of like deep dive into this a little bit more. So this paper states, essentially, there is no mystery about negative parallaxes. At least for the first order quantities, they must occur for one or more of the three following reasons. So they give three reasons on why, you know, the stars are moving in the wrong direction. Like I said, mostly because it's instrument error, or, you know, they predict that, okay, this star was supposed to be far away, but it's really closer. So we just got that wrong. Sorry, guys, we got half of them incorrect. But my thing is, what about the fourth possibility? Why are you leaving out the possibility that maybe we're just the ones that are stationary and then some of the stars just wander or they move on their own? Like, why aren't we postulating that as an option? Why are we just dismissing that? Is that honest? Is that how science works, to cherry pick or to include a bias when you're making these scientific observations? Because I thought you're supposed to remove your bias. I thought like, hey, if it doesn't work, you throw it out. I didn't know you're supposed to ignore the other options that are completely viable, right? So I said, nah, this can't be. Let's get into some details. Let's actually look at the numbers, right? And see what exactly is happening. So I did a little bit of deep dive. Alan has sent me some stuff and I started looking through it and I found like this reference and I thought that this was crazy, bro. I want y'all to really listen to it. And I'm going to damn near read every single word on this. I don't care what y'all think. I'm sorry. We're going to have to get to it because this blew my mind. Now, I just shared the tweet up top. This is from a paper from Dr. Neville Thomas Jones, PhD, and it's titled Heliocentric Problem Number 4, Negative Parallax. Bro, this is not like no flat earthers. This is some guys that are saying, hey, you know, I kind of believe in a globe earth, but I'm just letting y'all know it's kind of equally viable that geocentrism might be a thing. As a matter of fact, it kind of works a little bit better. And I'm going to be honest about that. And I'm going to publish this. Now, what's crazy about it, that this was taken off the internet. And it took a little bit more digging to find this because when I clicked the link, I couldn't find it. So I had to like do a whole bunch of jumping through hoops just to find what this paper has said. And I linked it for you guys. So y'all got it. Now pay attention to what this says. Now, apparently they sent this satellite, right? And we can get into this a little bit later. Actually, I want to do a space on this because Alan and Toby have been busting the globe up when it comes to satellites. I don't want you guys to think that they can't have some type of craft in the sky, maybe within a certain medium, or using some type of propulsion system that may be electrogravitic, right? We don't gotta just ignore or dismiss satellites incomplete in totality. Like, we don't have to do that anymore, bro. I'm telling you, like, we're falsifying the speed of light in real time with other papers. Like, it gets super crazy, but I don't want to get too much off a topic. So they sent this satellite up, and I guess it's called Tycho or something like that, and they catalog stars in the sky. Now, according to what this paper says, Tycho main catalog took 1,058,332 observations of stars. Over 1 million. Okay, so I want to put that number, 1 million. This is not just, okay, we took 10 pictures or something. No, 1 million objects that they accounted for. Peep this, y'all. Out of this million, 262,000 records of negative parallax. 262. Now, mind you, this is coming from the European Space Agency, which is strange because you would think that other space agencies would have like some of this data as well. And I couldn't find it. You know, this guy kind of highlights in this paper. I think I linked the thread here so you could, you know, kind of go through the paper yourself. For some reason, the ESA was the only agency to kind of have some of this information. So that was super strange. But out of 1,262,000 records, based off of like a specific parameter, all had stars moving in the wrong direction. It doesn't end there. This paper then says, next we selected positive parallax objects, and they give certain values. With these positive parallax objects, they also recognize 310,000 records of negative parallax. So we have 25% of one type of value of stars and 29% of another value of stars, all moving in the wrong direction, bro. That only leaves 46% of stars that aren't doing this. Yo, I'm like reading this shit. I'm like, bro, like, are they trolling me? Are y'all trolling me? Are you literally telling me 46% of the stars are only doing what we suspected to do? And over 50% of the stars are doing some other shit, and y'all didn't tell me about this? Y'all know how many globe earthers came up to me and said, yo, Sacred, parallax proves the globe. It proves heliocentrism. I'm like, bro, why didn't you tell me about negative parallax, though? Like, what? How y'all just leave this shit out of the whole argument? Yo, I'll be so sick when I find stuff out like this. Because I learned about parallax in Flat Earth Fridays, by the way. Had no idea before we started the space. It always takes me to do some extra digging to figure out, like, what the hell is actually going on. And I tell y'all, when y'all look at the details of some of this stuff, bro, you will find the real truth of what's going on. And the globe earthers will try to gaslight you to make you seem like because you're questioning the actual data, you are denying science. To me, I'm acknowledging the science. Like, why are you telling me I'm denying it? Bro, y'all are denying this. 54% of all stars moving in the wrong direction. Are you kidding me, bro? Bro, it doesn't end there. Check this out. It says a further test was conducted to see if the stars moving across the astrometric instrument slit were directionally different in the northern celestial hemisphere to what they were in the southern celestial hemisphere. So they're saying, okay, well, let's see. Maybe this is just some random thing that's happening. Like, let's compare in the northern hemisphere and the southern hemisphere, and let's see if we can draw some type of correlation. Let's see if there's some consistency here. Bro, 45% of all the stars in the northern celestial hemisphere were all experiencing negative parallax, and 46% of non-zero objects experience negative parallax in the southern celestial hemisphere. So according to this guy, he's saying because there's such a symmetrical distribution of these stars going in the wrong direction, It's not like, oh, there was only 5 in the southern, and then there was like 200 in the northern. This is just like an outlier. Because you know they like to hit you with outliers, right? Anytime it's an outlier, they want to just dismiss it.
Margin of
You know what I'm
error.
saying? Like, they don't like to acknowledge that. So this guy said, well, hey, this is kind of symmetrical. It seems like the percentage is pretty even, which means this is a naturally occurring phenomenon. So you can't gaslight me, Mr. Globe Earther, about this being a one-off event, an outlier. Oh, it doesn't fit within the paradigm. It's instant. No. There is a literal symmetrical distribution. It gets worse, guys. It gets worse. It says in the geocentric model of the universe, the stars occupy a shell. Now, look, this was kind of funny to me. And I don't know if a concave cellular earther is in here, but this kind of looked like a concave cellular earther diagram. I ain't gonna lie to you. But we're gonna get into that. This is just this guy's interpretation, right? It's called a stellatum. I might not even be pronouncing that right. Hope you guys are keeping up with me. So it says Walter Van Kemp calculated the distance to the stellatum. I'm gonna just say stellatum. I don't know if I'm pronouncing that right, but this is like where the stars are, right? It's almost like we're in this celestial sphere. And this guy said, hey, I can calculate the distance to where these stars are based off of a geocentric model. Bro, you know what this guy says? He says, if we're correct about the Earth being in a geocentric or geostationary position, this would cause the whole universe to be, let me just say this real slow. This will cause the entire universe to be 121 billion times smaller than we were taught. Now, y'all know we always talk about localized phenomena. Yo, there's a local sun, a local moon, everything's closer. This guy said, and this is based off a globe model, right? So this is not even flat Earth. This is a globe earther saying, hey, bro, just so y'all know over there in the back, if this is not the Earth moving around the sun like y'all been telling us this whole time, seeing that half of these stars are going in the wrong direction, bro, yeah, I'm going to tell everybody that actually this universe is 121 billion times smaller than what they've been telling us. Bro, what? Was y'all taught about this in school? Was y'all given this like option? Like, did y'all brain synapse? Like, was y'all opened up to this before, or nah? Is this y'all first time hearing this? Because I'm telling you right now, I couldn't even believe this. Now, I've already kind of known about like negative parallax, but I didn't know it was gonna get this bad, bro. Like at all. Now let me move through this because I got 2 more screenshots and I'm gonna let Alan take over and I'm gonna open up the mics and I'm gonna see what y'all gotta say. And I want refutations from the globe earthers that's in here, like dead ass, bro. And I don't want to hear about instrumentation error, outliers, because I already acknowledged that. I want y'all to give me the exact reason why this is happening and don't obfuscate away from what we talking about, bro. Because like this is damning to heliocentrism, bro. Like there's no getting around this unless y'all have a viable excuse. Now, let me get through this real quick. So it says the important thing to keep in mind with the geocentric universe explanation for negative parallax is that it is not the so-called background stars of conventional astronomy that are the furthest away from us, but rather those stars that display negative parallax readings. In other words, the background stars, which are in the majority, are actually displaying parallax with respect to the stars that we associate with negative parallax readings. 46% of all stars are located between the limits indicated by the 2 dotted lines, and there was a figure. You can go click on the link. The center point of all stellatum thickness, we see that this would imply 27% of stellatum stars would be closer to us. and thus display a positive parallax. And 27% will be further away. The 27% are inner stars and 27% are outer stars. By definition, any perceived motion within geostationary universe must be due to the object seen to be moving, just as the sun travels the full extent of the orbit in one tropical year. So to the stars that exhibit parallax would have to be complete their orbits in the same time. The size and cause of this motion is not considered here. I'm going to repeat that. The size and cause of this motion is not considered. Rather, the emphasis is placed on the capacity of the geocentric model to accommodate negative parallax, whereas negative parallax measurements are totally incompatible with the eccentric universe hypothesis and need to be dismissed in that case as simply statistical errors. My bad, guys. We know we told y'all 54% of the stars is going to move that way, but our stats, we kind of made a mistake. Statistical error, instrumentation error. Don't worry about it. Trust me, though. It's really doing what it's supposed to be doing. Like, wait, what, bro? I'm going to end with this last screenshot. This is the conclusion. And this kind of wraps the whole paper like up in one thing. And I'll go ahead and let Alan kind of take over to do his thing. Here's the conclusion. It is indisputable fact that the stellar parallax, like the phases of Venus, has been widely cited as proof that the world orbits the sun. This is unfortunate, since the phenomenon proves no such thing. Yo, I was crying reading this. The only thing it does prove is that either the world is moving with respect to the stars or the stars are moving in respect to the world. Like literally, bro. You can't sit there and tell me that the stars are moving and that's proof that we're moving, even though all the stars are moving in the wrong direction. Like this is how crazy it has gotten, bro, just to keep the earth in motion. Like I want y'all to really hone in on this. At this, geocentrists usually rest their case, claiming that the adoption of a heliocentric philosophy is just as much a matter of faith as the adoption of geocentric philosophy. So basically, you know how we be saying like, you know, the heliocentric ideology is nothing but a religion. Like you got to believe in it in order for it to work. And when it doesn't work, you got to simplify it so that way it keeps working or else it falls apart. So when you start invoking faith in science, that's a religion, guys, in case you didn't know. However, this invocation of faith is unnecessary and unjustified, for if it were such a simple choice between the world going around the sun or some stars moving slightly in order to the conveniently given the appearance of the world going around the sun, then the heliocentrists would have a point of strong probability in their favor, and geocentrism would indeed become more faith than science. Contrariwise, it is worthwhile noting that the credibility as regards to the size of the sun and moon disks producing the observed solar eclipse effect that we marvel at sits more comfortably with the intelligent design position that geocentrism tends to imply. Wow, that's beautiful. Rather than with the heliocentric, and their claim of coincidence. It's just a coincidence that it looks like it's stationary in the stars. It's not really like that, guys. It's just an illusion. Like, don't trust your God-given senses. Matter of fact, don't even trust our instruments, because more than half of the time, our stats are wrong. But trust me, y'all, we got this. Just please don't look into the numbers. Like, bro, this is crazy. The phenomenon of stellar parallax is not what we have been generally led to believe, because in exactly the same way that Eddington, quote unquote, proved Einstein's general theory of relativity in 1919 by rejecting, omitting, or just outright deleting 60% of his measurement data of starlight. Just so modern astrophysics maintains the misconception that parallax, quote unquote, proves the Copernican philosophy of the world hurtling around the sun, just ignoring and dismissing the entire data set of negative parallax measurements. Bro, do you know how dishonest? Let me just slow this down real quick. I know I'm taking my time with this, y'all, but just think about this. Imagine you as a flat earther, and you are engaged with somebody on Twitter in your mentions, and they calling you an idiot. And you say, hey, bro, I got measurements of the flat earth. And they say, show me your measurements. And you say, hey, yo, I got about 40% of them. The other 60% didn't really align with flat earth, so I'm not going to show you that. I'm going to just show you the 40% that aligns with my belief. What do you think is going to happen to you in that motherfucking thread? Do you think any globe earther is going to let you say that you got 40% only? You think they're going to let that slide? Do you think they're going to ignore that?
Okay. No, I'm not.
Hold on, you breaking up, Proud. Say it again. Try one more time, because I know this is crazy, bro. I know. This is crazy. All right, I'm going to let you get right. Let me finish this up here. Bro, 40, like deleting, omitting, rejecting 60% of your observations just to keep the earth in motion is fucking crazy, bro. It's literal insanity. Almost finished. To continue, the ESA, European Space Agency, unlike anything before them, have kept and filed data values which do not fit in the ruling model of the universe and should be commended for doing so. But nevertheless, they do seem to dismiss a significant proportion of their measurements rather glibly. I kind of like that word, glibly. Of course, they do say that these may arise due to measurement error, but the number and symmetrical distribution, which we just covered, of these values would tend to deny this as being anything other than an exception to the rule. It's always like, yeah, I know we established these parameters, but we got to make an exception, bro. Like, just trust me. Instrumentation error, statistical analysis, misinterpretation, yeah, all that, right. Furthermore, although angular parallax measurements are small, largest positive values given at these angles on the order of these values, the effect is known to be genuine by way of photographic plates taken at various times over a period of 12 months, which clearly show the same slight movement of some stars with respect to the background star field. In other words, stellar parallax is an observable phenomenon that is repeatable rather than being experimental or statistical errors in measurement. So they're saying, hey, bro, I know you told us that it was a measurement error, but why does it keep happening in a cyclical manner? Is the instruments cyclically making errors? Is that what's happening? Is there like a programmable cyclical error mechanism in the instruments or the data set? Like, is that what's going on? No, bro. No. And this is the same thing that we have with other observations when we talk about like the consistency of things that like falsify the speed of light or the motion of the earth. Like, we see it all the time, and they keep on attributing this to measurement error, bro. This hand wave dismissing it, almost like seeing long distance observations and saying, it's just gotta be refraction. And then they'll gaslight you and say, well, do you not agree with refraction? No, bro, we know refraction exists. But every single time that we falsify the radius of the earth or the globe in its entirety, in its size, with long distance observations, you just dismiss it with refraction. You just dismiss it with measurement or instrumentation error. And I'm so sick of it, bro, because this is the thing that they lean on all the time. Like, why they gotta be so dishonest? Okay, let me finish this up. Last thing, when the full picture is revealed and considered, right? Therefore, it is clearly geocentrism that has the potential to fully and adequately account for the hundreds of thousands, again, bro, hundreds of thousands of negative parallax observations that have now been recorded, although it is acknowledged that a detailed explanation is not currently available. Finally, it may be possible to estimate the thickness of the stellium from the ESA dataset of parallaxes. And it goes ahead and lists some references. Like I said, I think I did. Yeah, I included the link here. Bro, this is literally crazy. We're talking about something that they put in the sky and they say, yo, you, my friend, all of our engineering that we use to develop your mechanism to keep track of the stars, we want you to take 1 million observations. And we designed you to take 1 million observations. Oh, wait a minute. 60% of them don't align with our belief. Our instrument in the sky designed to do this very thing is only 40% accurate. Yeah, that's what we'll go with. It's only 40% accurate, guys, which means we could just dismiss 60% of it, and that means it's 100% accurate, okay? I know we see the stars moving in the wrong direction, but that's just because the thing that we designed it to do can't do it 100% of the time. I promise you, that's exactly what's happening. Yo, let me tell y'all something, man. I know it takes a lot to go through some of the papers. I know some of the scientific jargon might be a little bit intimidating if you're not used to some of the terminology. But bro, this is not that difficult, bro. And if y'all don't have time to look at some of these things, please continue to show up to Flat Earth Friday because we are putting in that work for the free, by the way, just so we can show y'all what it really is. So the next time somebody tweet a word at you that say parallax, just link them to episode 84. Say, yo, don't even talk to me until y'all see that thread that's sacred and Alan and Proud them put out. Just I don't even want to hear nothing about parallax until y'all address that threat. Just search the word parallax and flat earth on Twitter and just send them to this thread right here. Because, bro, I'm telling you, I need answers, bro. I don't want to hear about instrumentation error. I don't want to hear about statistical analysis error. I don't want to hear about outliers. I don't want to hear about correct, none of that, bro. Y'all gotta tell me why you're saying we are in motion, but the stars are going the wrong way over 60% of the time. That's what I want to know. And y'all should want to know that answer too. Don't you? Like, wouldn't y'all want to know why? Bro, every single time I read this, it's funny as hell, but it pisses me off, bro. Because these globe earthers came up in here one day and they gaslit me before I even knew what parallax was. And so, y'all don't know what you talking about. Parallax, bro, proves the globe. And I'm like, shit, I never even heard about parallax before. Now I gotta put in some work. I gotta look at this. You left out 60% of the reason why this is a invalid argument, bro. Now I'm tight because I trusted that you weren't lying to me because y'all got science. Y'all tell me all the time that I'm the one denying the science. And then when I ask you about the science, you gaslight me about what the observations are. Why would you have to do that? And then you insult me because I'm questioning the data that you decided to leave out. Bro, that don't piss y'all off? Like, we only sitting up here for 84 weeks trying to figure out where the hell we live at. And then we got to deal with the science community gaslighting us to believe something that isn't true.
Think about every glober that's ever brought up Southern Star Trails as a refutation to flat Earth.
You
Think about
feel
all
me?
the times they try to throw celestial observations at you as if it means something.
And trust, we got Shane in this bitch, bro. Shane St. Pierre. And if y'all ain't see his recent celestial observation breakdown, bro. Oh my goodness, we got so much sauce coming for y'all. We just giving you a piece of like what we're talking about, bro. Like there's so much to learn about where we live at. And it will just be nice to not have to like get through the bullshit, like not have to like figure out, okay, is this physicist gaslighting me because he knows about this, or is he just ill-informed? Right? Nobody in particular, right? I'm not calling out anybody in particular, just saying in general. Like when I'm talking to somebody on Twitter and you say, hey, you studied science, and hey, Sacred, have you got your master's degree and da-da-da? No, but can you explain negative parallax and why y'all leaving all of this out? Can you tell me why you didn't mention this in the beginning? Can you tell me why that this completely refutes everything that you have been insulting me about ad hominem? Y'all heard what just happened earlier tonight. This man saw the word parallax, he heard gravity and said, oh, bro, I don't even want to have a conversation. I'm just going to call him an idiot and I'm just going to leave. Like, that was the best thing that you could do, my guy, just so you know if you're still listening down there. So look, hopefully that y'all had a little bit of fun with that. To me, I'm infuriated, bro. I'm sorry. Like, it's funny as hell, like I said, but I am tight, bro. There's no reason why I should be finding this stuff out. First of all, there should be no reason why y'all are finding this shit out on Twitter. Zero, bro. Like, this is something that we should have all known about. Like, this is something that nobody should have just omitted from the conversation trying to gaslight me on why I'm saying like, hey, bro, I don't feel the earth moving. The instrumentation doesn't detect the earth moving. And even the effects of the movement aren't even moving in the right direction, bro. It's like everything is working against your motion of this earth, bro. Listen, do not let these guys gaslight y'all no more, bro. Don't let it happen. Question everything. Question what I'm telling you right now. Do your own research. The link is right there. I'm not hiding shit from y'all, and I'm very open to be corrected. If you're an astronomer down there, I think I seen my man Hap. I think he was like some type of an astrophysicist. Don't know if he's still here. Probably not. Would definitely love to talk to him about this. If not, I could definitely see why. But if you are anybody with any credential, if you are studying this in real time without a credential, if you have any refutation, please, man, get ready to grab your mic. Grab this mic because I want to hear about this. I need to figure this out. And if y'all don't have a valid answer, then we need to go with what we call Occam's razor, the most simplest explanation of these observations. We don't got to overcomplicate it to keep your paradigm intact. I'm not interested in making sure your physics is easy enough to continue your work. I don't care about that. I want the truth. And you should too. Proud, you want to add anything before we get to Alan?
Yeah, just we talk about the model in its totality. We're always forced or required to bring the whole model in totality together. So I just want to make sure we all understand, like, don't let none of the globe earthers gaslight the conversation to where only one part of it matters. Like, they need the motion, they need the shape, they need the orbit, they need all of it in order to make sense. They can't compartmentalize it into what they want it to be for their specific observation. So we definitely want to make sure when y'all moving forward, like, don't let them try to say, well, just one motion, or it's just the motion of one star is from the earth, or from Earth's spin. Like, nah, it's all of it. Y'all gotta remember, it's all of it. It's every account that they have to take should be accounted within this quote unquote parallax, and it's interesting. I want to let them continue. I see Hap down there. Hap, if you
Oh,
got
yeah,
down,
yeah, yeah.
I'm gonna send you back a mic.
Yeah. Send Hap a mic. We're not gonna let them speak just yet. I want to make sure. Alan, you good to go?
Yes, sir. Can you hear me? Testing.
Alan, my man, you there?
Microphone check. Microphone. Yeah,
1 second. Alan, my man, you there? Hey guys, while Alan gets right, please do me a favor and tweet out the space. I probably should have said that before I went into the breakdown, because I want as many people to hear this as possible. Episode 84, Parallax and a Motionless Earth. It's Flat Earth Fridays, y'all. And the stars are moving in the wrong direction. What's happening?
Uh-oh, Alan, are you in the ether?
Probably bring Shane up, bring Hap up, and I'll send Alan a mic. I think he dropped down. I see you 40. I see you KP.
Yo, testing 1 2. How's that going?
Now it's not all of the stars, right? Like I think this one particular instrument only took 1 million observations for all of the billions of gaseous suns out there in the globe model.
Yo, right? Can you hear me, Sacred?
Yes. Okay. Hold on, let me send you the codes.
Yep. Awesome. Sorry about that. My mic just, Twitter just decided that it didn't know how my mic worked.
Be like that sometimes, man. Especially when we're like destroying the paradigm, like kind of like doesn't like when we do that.
Yeah, coincidence, dude. Second time I go to talk about Parallax, mic cuts out. I don't know. All right, we ready to get into it?
Yeah, man, let's get it. Hey, Elon, don't crash us this time. Last time we tried to talk about parallax and aberration, you was trying to hate on us. Let Alan do his thing.
All right, cool. Let's get it. And also, before I continue, that was a great rendition of the whole situation at hand, man. Great recap. If anyone, if anyone needs like a refresher on parallax, you want to go back and learn about it, what Sacred just laid out was like pristine, man, 1-to-1. All right, so I'm gonna kind of piggyback off the back of that because you already you laid it out really well. So I'm gonna kind of breeze through. Excuse me, 1 second. We're gonna breeze through parallax, and then we're gonna get into stellar aberration because after because immediately after we show them all this negative parallax, which completely refutes their model because the parallax has to go in the same direction if it's going to be attributed to the motion of Earth. What they'll do is they'll jump to stellar aberration, but don't worry, your boys got you covered. So we'll get into that as well. All right.
Let's get it. And I just went ahead and I shared Alan's live to the top. So whatever he's showing on his screen, you guys can follow along in real time in spaces. You hear to hear first, man. Ain't nobody doing this like us. Go ahead, Alan. Cook them.
All right, cool. So just to catch everyone up to speed, these measurements are taken in arc seconds, right? And if you're not familiar with that type of measurement, if you look at a protractor and you look at the distance between 1 and 2 degrees, if you can break that up into 60 sections. That'll be 60 arc minutes, and then you could break each minute up into 60 seconds. So you can break the distance between 1 and 2 degrees into 1/360th of a degree, right? So you can make really, really fine measurements, or that's what they're saying anyway, right? So to kind of conceptualize that, if you hold your finger out at arm's length into the sky, and you just look at your finger, like the distance between your finger, if you imagine that you could divide that into 1/300 or 1/3600th of a degree, that's basically like the little sliver of sky that you would be looking at. That's kind of what they're getting at when how they have the sky broken up into little sections for degrees so that they can make their measurements. Now, as Sacred laid out earlier, they show you this diagram here for stellar parallax. They'll do a 6 months observation period. So they'll take an observation here in January, and they'll take another one here in July, and they'll say, okay, based on the 93 million mile distance relationship to the sun and the distance that it would take for Earth to travel around the sun in 6 months, that we can take pictures of stars in the sky and reference them 6 months later and extrapolate a distance relationship the same way you can do making parallel observations on Earth. Now, a couple of things with parallax observations on Earth. Now, it's a real thing, it's a real phenomenon, and it's super useful, actually. You can use it to make really accurate estimations. But here's the thing, there's a relationship with the baseline of your triangle and the distance and the size of the object that you're trying to observe. Actually, I'm not sure about the size, but the distance for sure. So the distance of the triangle, the baseline, like the angles of it, the accuracy of your estimation is going to be based off of all those factors, right? So you have to have like what they call, like I don't know the threshold off the top of my head, but it's not going to be what they actually show us here. So when you Google stellar parallax, you'll see all these angles here, right? These all look reasonable. Looks like a nice little 45 and a 45. It's definitely meeting up at a point. There's definitely a semblance of a triangle here, right? And that's what they really want to impose with the triangularity. But what they don't tell you there is that these angles they're not triangles, right? The precision of these angles, they're more like 89.99999999999 degrees on both sides of this, because the distance is so far, they basically have to meet at infinity. So what they actually, they're showing you this, but the math that they're using to describe everything is essentially two parallel lines that they say converge at infinity, and to make a point to where they can derive a distance based off of that angle. So the angles that they're showing you here, now these are like what I don't have the video prepared, but you can go to just Google or YouTube like astronomy parallax tutorial or whatever, right? And you'll see like the baseline of the triangles that they use. They don't do triangles like 89.99999 degrees, right? That's insane. Two parallel lines that converge at infinity, just trust us, right? So to kind of move on here, this gets into regards to how they get parsecs and distances out of these. So there's a distance relationship, but we're not really going to get into that. Okay, and then like Sacred was saying here, so the angles that they show you for geocentric, they say that these are exclusive proofs of geocentrism, and they show this in textbooks, right? The heliocentric proof. They don't show you the geocentric version, which is just an inversion of the angles. The angle prediction is the same. They make identical predictions. So now we're going to get into stellar aberration. Now, stellar aberration is in my opinion, it would be their best proof of motion, right? Because they do get a mathematical relationship, which we'll go over here in a second. That is interesting, but we'll touch more on that here in a second. So the premise here is that based on Earth's orientation and rotation, and its motion around the sun, that starlight coming in will be it'll come in at like an arc relative to your latitude. So if you're at the North Pole and you're looking up, you'll see over the course of a year, if you were to plot the stars out, their motion, you would see that they process 20 arc seconds, so like a little tiny arc that would complete a circle if you were to plot it out. Okay, and then if you're around the 45th northern latitude, you'll kind of see it make like like an oval a little bit. And then if you get closer to the equator, you'll see an ellipse, and then on the equator, you'll see it just a straight line, right? That's what they tell us. And they say that based off of the angle of that, when you ratio that against the speed of light, you get 30 kilometers a second. So they're like, oh my God, no way. This is proof of this is proof that the Earth is in motion, because the angle that they produce is a cosine. So they take that as when they apply the ratio, they take that as being in the direction of motion. So they're like, okay, cool. That's a cool relationship. So to point out real quick, this was known in 1898. A guy named Wilhelm Wien published a paper titled "About the Question Concerning the Translational Movement of Light Atoms," and this is in regards. So what he goes over is 10 experiments that were supposed to prove that the Earth is in motion, and none of them did. But he gives a positive proof example though, and one of the examples he gives is the stellar aberration, right, with that 30 kilometers a second relationship. So this is a translation of his paper because I think it was written in French. So this is the translation. We're going to read a little bit from it here. So it says experimental with positive results. So he's talking about the list of positive results for Earth's motion. He's saying in his time, right? So the aberration of light is fixed to the stars. The aberration found by a simple explanation based on the emission hypothesis of light. The difficulties in the undulation theory are only quite recently eliminated by Hendrik Lorentz's by assuming the ether, and then by this is by nature the general kinematics of general kinematic significance, but must nevertheless be taken into account when the question of moving or resting ethers. And then, so what he's saying there is that it's cool that they found a relationship with that 30 kilometers a second, but they need some more substantial proof if they're going to go on with anything. Because even back then, like they knew about kinematics and dynamics and that relationship, and they knew that this measurement, right, it's not a mutually exclusive proof of anything, right? This ratio that they've derived. So a couple of explanations for stationary flat Earth side will be every night the stars rotate in the sky over the course of a year. That's going to produce that could produce a precession. And actually, if you're into the ether model, with ether drag, there's our model predicts a precession of light, a drag in light in that regard over the course of a year. So lots of mechanisms for it on our side. They just try and say that it's mutually exclusive because of that kinematic relationship, but again, not super substantiatable. And then on top of that, we got the negative parallax issue that Sacred already went over, so I'm not going to read too much into this, but just kind of recap here. So first, Frank Dyson Watson steps in to say, hey, statistical error with the analysis, with the measurements, maybe we can do some math here and round this down to a positive parallax, right? And then the second explanation here is they say, well, maybe there's a binary star system and they're rotating close together, and because they have an irregular porosity for their orbit due to the gravitational differences between them, because they're two giant balls coalescing in the sky, right? So maybe there's a gravitational anomaly and they're just out of position, and it just looks like it's a negative parallax. Go ahead and count it as a posi. So when they get into the third explanation there, they're like, well, maybe our distances are off. Maybe the background stars moved. Oh wait, what are the background stars again? Oh, the ones that they say don't move, that they use to reference for the ones that they say that do move. So maybe the reference point moved. Who knows? It's all very confusing in the heliocentric model. And I added this to my presentation from what Sacred found earlier. This is excellent. So this is a huge data set and collection of what they call, from satellites in space, right? So they say that because there's no atmosphere in space, that they can get these really, really fine measurements. So earlier we were talking about arc seconds, right? Now, when you're looking at from a telescope on Earth into the sky, quoted, the best measurements that you can get are 2 to 3 arc seconds, right? You very rarely are going to see 1 arc second. This is alleged. I've never looked through a telescope. This is just things I've read from telescope lads. So they say that looking up at the sky is like looking up through an ocean. Things are waving around, undulating, dancing around through the ocean that is our atmosphere, right? So when you're in quote unquote space, there's no atmosphere. So they say that they can get even more precise measurements, even more accurate, right? So maybe these were just atmospheric anomalies. Maybe our optics aren't good. Maybe there's something going on here. Well, how about your boy space satellite, looking back into infinity, essentially, right? Maybe he can get some good accurate measurements. So he's measuring down into the micro arcs. So if we recall back to the first slide here, we have our pyramid of our tier of measurements here. So arc seconds, arc minutes, arc seconds, and milliarcs. So they say that, so remember how we could break a degree down to 1/3600th of a degree. They're saying they have a measurement of 1/3,600,000th of a degree. So they've broken it down this far, and they're still getting symmetrical negative parallax. very interesting stuff that we're going to be diving into in the future here. So these are massive data sets. So this one, the Tycho catalog, and then there was another reference to the Gaia data set. So that's cool. So real quick to touch on before we cap out here. So one more thing with the stellar aberration. Another thing to explain is, Alan, we live on a flat Earth, though. How are we going to get these different precessions relative to the latitude? Well, if we live in a toroid and we see in toroidal geometry, which it turns out it's more than equivalent to Euclidean geometry and actually outperforms it with depth perception predictions at the horizon. So curved visual space more accurately represents where we live. But anyway, so we see in toroids, we live in a toroid. The sky is a projection inside of a toroidal field. So you're going to get something that looks like this when you add atmospheric conditions. I'll let this play out. Sorry for the small video. You can get the full link here. This is from Witsit's episode, Schooling the Globers, episode 7, the azimuthal grid. So when atmospheric conditions are applied to these, or to the optics in the sky, you're going to see exactly what you would see on a quote unquote globe. So 1 second here, we'll let this fully play out before I reset it again midway. All right. So this is no refraction, and then this is adding the refraction. Oh, look, it looks like what we see on the globe. All right, cool. So I think that's everything, man. I think that's everything for parallax and stellar aberration. So they've been trying to draw a relationship with the motion of the Earth and things in the sky for a long time, but as even noted by the boys back in the 1800s, it's a cool kinematic relationship, but we're going to need some more to substantiate it. And then to follow up on that paper, by the way, so that was the one proof that he listed, that kinematic measurement, and then he goes through experiments with a negative result. Oh no, Michelson-Morley, Aries failure, a bunch of other ones, Arago, so if you want to learn more about those guys, we'll be doing presentations on them on Ether Cosmology, 7 p.m. Eastern on Tuesday. All right, that's all I got to say on Parallax. I think I'm going to turn it back over to Sacred, man.
Whoo! Not only did y'all get the parallax sauce, y'all also got the aberration, bro. Listen, there's not going to be anything else that they can say to make you believe or to gaslight you and to think that you are spinning, wobbling, shooting through space in perpetual motion. Like it's over for that, bro. It's done. It's like I don't even want to. I mean, I do want to hear. I want to hear any refutation, please. But at this point in time, there should be no more in motion, Earth in motion rhetoric, bro. Like that's gone. That's done. It's over with. Episode 84, we put that to bed. We are not in motion, bro. Every observation proves otherwise. Literally. It don't matter if you use your regular senses, instrumentation, mathematics, no matter what it is. This is the most simplest explanation. It's observable. It's perfect. Like, why would you want to be shooting through space where anything could just collide and we just die all that? Like, why would you even want to feel like that? Just to keep you on edge, to disturb your frequency and your peace, bro? Nah, that's over with. Listen, I want to thank Alan for laying that out for us. I want to thank Proud for helping me host Flat Earth Fridays on episode 84 to talk about parallax. And I want to thank you guys for sticking around on your Friday night to talk about the sciences while we are in real time disproving the model that they told you live on. Shit is crazy, man. What could they possibly be hiding? Right? Like, is this really just a misinterpretation? Or do they know already? And they trying to hide something from you? Because to me, it's blatantly clear, bro. Like, you can't pass your test with a 40%. Right? Like, you can't sit there and say, oh, my results is super accurate only 40% of the time. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, you can't, like, it just doesn't work like that. So my thing is this. You globe earthers, why do you need your earth in motion so bad? Why did y'all not tell us about the equivalence in our observations relative to a geostationary, geocentric position? And why didn't you tell us the full story about what's going on? What made you hide that from us? Why don't you want us to know about this? Bro, I got 100 questions on why I'm finding this out on my own, bro. I got 100 questions. I'm not gonna bore y'all to death. I'm gonna open it up for the mics and the speakers. I want to hear from y'all. But bro, like I said earlier, just as funny as it is just to go through it, I'm like equally upset. Because I take people for their face value, right? I don't assume that you're coming into Flat Earth Fridays to gaslight and lie to me. I'm going to think, hey, you may know something that I don't know. So when you present something as facts, when you present something as evidence, when you say, hey, this is the reason why, this is proof that Flat Earth Fridays should be no more. And when we look at that, and it is the complete opposite, bro. Like, it's the opposite. Like, imagine using an opposite to prove something. Imagine say, hey, this is what it is. And when you look at it, it's the complete opposite. And they say, hey, I know it's opposite, but it's proof though. Can you imagine if a flat earther did that? Can you imagine if a flat earther did any of this? How much ridicule? Oh, you're deceiving, you're a grifter, you're lying, this shit. Now you're just trying to make money on the internet. What are you selling? This, bro, what? We giving these people $80 million a day to lie to us about 60% of the observations. Let me say it again. We're giving these people $80 million a day to lie about 60% of the observations. Your tax dollars. They got you in a construct so that way you can't even think for yourself because you got to pay for resources that they telling you is limited when it's probably abundant. And then using that money to lie to you. Yo, this is the most clever, most devious thing I could ever, like, bro, if there's like a master, like super villain, like that man got it, bro. I got to give you props. But that shit is over, bro. That shit is done. That shit is done, bro. This is going to be the start of like new consciousness, like new, like everything, like resetting. Like this is it, bro. It's starting from this generation, from here on out. Like the only thing they could do is censor me. That, hey, yo, for y'all that's listening, that got the control, the only thing you can do is censor me. You ain't got no other choice. You have no other choice but to minimize my engagement, to limit my reach, to make sure that the only people that really get the sauce is the ones that actually follow me. Because otherwise, can you imagine having like thousands of people in here and I'm sitting there telling you, hey guys, look, see all them stars out there? Yeah, 60% of them are going the wrong way. Can you imagine, bro? Like, they're not trying to have that happen. Hell nah. They say, well, they got Sacred, they got Pride, they got Alan up here, they got Shane up here, they got Toby up here, Whistle be popping up in here, they got Ken up here, TM, but like all the gangs up, like, bro, they be having all of them, and you think that we're gonna let you grow and tell the whole world that we've been lying to you? Look at our pretty rockets. Please don't take away our pretty rockets. We make so much money off of them. Just please don't look at the stars, guys. Don't look at the details of the papers. Just don't do it. Let us rock you to sleep with my pretty rockets. Yeah, Elon, we know how you be getting down, bro. That shit is done, bro. That shit is done. Anyway, let me stop monologuing. This is a crazy topic. Like I said, super interesting. I'm gonna double back on TikTok too, and I'm gonna tell them, hey, last time we spoke, y'all ain't have no answers. As the accredited individual in the scientific community, I expect you guys to have some answers for me, because just like I did my due diligence on negative parallax and the equivalence to a geocentric framework, I hope you did too. And TikTok, we will be back. We will be back. And we are expecting answers. Let me I see some of the gang up here got their hands up. But let me go to Keon because I skipped over him a little bit earlier. Go ahead, Keon. Let's talk to you real quick. What's up, bro? And please tell me you got some type of explanation or a concession. I take that too, bro. I take that too. What up? Talk to us.
Yeah, I appreciate you for bringing me up. I appreciate that. I'm not really like a scientist, so I don't understand much about the physics and the science. But I just wanted to ask you, like, who do you think is involved in this lie? Like, who's involved? Of course, NASA and the government. But who else is involved in this?
I'm going to answer your question, but I do want you to give your opinion, right? Because you don't got to be a scientist to understand like 40% versus 60%. Like, you know the difference between that, right? That's just very simplistic arithmetic. I don't know. My guess would be societies of secrets, or secret societies. There is a difference, by the way. Societies of secrets are the ones that you know about, and the secret societies are the ones that you don't know about. So if there is some secret organization that's, you know, rich as hell, trillionaire status type of shit, like control the Federal Reserve, I think maybe those are the guys that's actually tapped into maybe the wrong type of spiritual energy that may know exactly what this whole realm is about and the forces that have control over it.
Oh no, I think the space crashed. Can you guys hear me? Am I still alive?
Bro, did they just take my mic?
Yeah, I couldn't hear you honestly. I thought.
Did they just take my mic when I said secret society? Did I say too many trigger words?
Yo, Elon snatched your mic, bro.
Bro, what I tell y'all? Didn't I say, hey, the only thing they could do is silence me, bro? Listen, chill. I'm just answering Keon's question, bro. He on
Hey,
your
that's just
side.
weird. I heard you. I heard everything you said, man, but like half the space didn't hear a fucking thing. What the fuck?
Yeah, I couldn't hear you. I heard secret societies and societies of secrets. I couldn't hear anymore.
Damn, bro, I cannot believe that. So let me just wrap this up real quick. I must have said too many keywords at one time. That you know, this verbal algorithm's going crazy. If y'all don't think that they got that, you are sadly mistaken. So yeah, man, I think that there is a group of elitists, the theys, and I think that they have the hidden and sacred knowledge of our reality or of our actuality. That's my belief. I don't really have no evidence because I am not in a secret society. I'm sorry to tell y'all. Like I'm just not. So I don't know nothing about that shit. I just know that there's an occult, there's occult symbolism, and they derive these ideas from somewhere. And if they were appealing to a specific energy or spirit or ideology or whatever the case is, they may be operating in bad faith in order to keep their beliefs alive. And part of that may be controlling our minds as the stock, the slave race, or whatever you want to call it. So that's just my opinion. I don't know if anybody else agrees with me. But I do want you to comment on the parallax discrepancy, Keon. Please do so.
I'll be honest again. I don't know anything. Like I heard what you said, but I have to go and do more research on that. Like even to be able to comment, so I won't embarrass myself. But to make sure I understood what you said, so you're saying that secret societies that are above the government, right? So you saying the leaders are involved in this as well?
I think that they're complicit. I don't think that everyone is. I actually do know a few people in these societies of secrets that say, hey, you know, we are above the law. Like, you know, I'm in this thing. I got to this degree or whatever the case is. I've been to court. I did my little secret hand signal, and the judge is in the same thing that I'm in, and I ain't have nothing to worry about. We did a little signals, ain't nobody peeped that, and I walked right out the court. The next person had way less things that they did than I did, and they got 3 times the amount of punishment as me because they don't know the gesture. And I said, bro, are you serious, bro? Like, let me not stand too close to you because I don't want no smoke with if you got that much power. You above the law, bro? You supersede the Constitution, bro? All right, y'all got it. So that's just my take. I don't know nothing about that. Clearly, if there is something like that, that would probably be the control that they would need.
Right.
Just in plain sight.
So do you think Putin knows, like leaders like Putin and of course the United States? Do you think they know?
Like I said, I think a lot of people are complicit. I don't know who exactly knows. I don't know at what level people have access to. I'm gonna assume the leaders know, but like I said, bro, I'm just speculating at this point. So I don't want to waste too much time on that because it's all speculation. And globe earthers hate when the flat earthers speculate. So that's why we getting down to the actual statistics, the actual papers, the actual science. So I want to really stick to that. I do respect you respect that you want to take time to look at what we're saying. But let's just say, for kicks and giggles, that everything that we're saying is true. You go and do your research. You validate that the only thing that you find on the internet in regards to negative parallax is instrumentation or statistical error. Would you, Keon, as a globe earther, find that a little bit strange and convenient for that side of the argument?
Well, I think you said like they don't fully understand how the stars move, from what I understood from what you said. So some of the stars move a certain way, and like I think you said 54 or something like that. So they don't fully understand how the stars move. So yeah, that would be something to look into, try to understand why they don't have the right calculations for that,
But you would agree that it would be a failed prediction if I move this way and I predict that the stars relative to my position are supposed to move that way. However, it's moving the other way in the wrong direction. That would be a problem, right? You do agree with that basic principle, correct?
Yeah, clearly. But I mean, I think again, I don't understand about physics, but we have to understand like why they're doing that, right? Like why does the calculation work for certain stars and they don't work for others?
Because certain stars are doing what it's predicted to do, and 60% of the other ones aren't. That's probably
Yeah, but why they doing that?
So my reason why is because we are stationary and the stars just move and they just do their own thing. Now, what's causing those motions? That's a whole different conversation. But if we are in motion, the antecedent of us being in motion is things moving relative to our position. Like that's just a fact. That's why you have to agree that if that doesn't align, I mean, that is just a bold face fail. Like there's no way around that. So I appreciate you being honest about that, and I'm not looking for you to answer every single question about that. I'm also not appealing to no credentials or anything, but I would like to talk to a credential if y'all are listening down there. But yeah, please do your own research, man. Save this thread. I'm gonna ask you next week because you told me you was gonna look into it. Kind of say that every week, but this particularly, I'm gonna ask you again next week. So yeah, bro, you got 7 days. That's enough. That's enough.
Wait, let me ask you this before I just shut up and everybody can go ahead. Do you think Elon and these billionaires know?
They would have to, bro. Like they would have to. At least the space agency leaders, like they would have to. Now, whether they're doing us a favor by helping us out by saying weird shit or showing weird shit that doesn't align, or they just trying to grift until the whole thing just comes out. I don't really know the motive behind it, but I know that it is profitable. So anything that is motivated by monetary value, I'm not finna trust it at all. So
So you saying Elon is a government agent?
I don't know. I just know that if he knows about it, then to me that's a problem. Unless there's some people that's in here that says, oh, he's doing certain things and saying certain things, hinting towards certain things. One thing that I found interesting, I didn't watch the whole interview, so I could be mistaken, but they said that Elon was on Joe Rogan one time, and then they had brought up flat Earth, and he like didn't refute it. Like he just was like, he kind of just like shrugged it off, kind of like okay. Now I'm not saying that he should be, oh, what do you mean? Da, 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 da. Like, I send rockets up in space all the time. Like he leave that all to all the globe zealots that line his pockets, right? But if I was making all this money and I'm a billionaire and maybe I'm trying to deceive, or maybe I'm just kind of going with the flow, I might just shrug it off. So that way you can never say that I lied to you. Like, bro, I told you like it must be real because it quote unquote looks so fake. Wink, wink, wink. You didn't see when I told you that we didn't do anything to the Tesla rover that we sent out in space besides removing the rear view mirror so you couldn't see the third wall. You never heard me say that it wasn't a flat earth. They asked me directly at Joe Rogan. I never said it wasn't true. Like, it's just super convenient the way that he operates sometimes. So it's just like, I don't know. It's a little weird to me, but I don't even care about all that. I'm looking at the actual data. I'm looking at the actual science. Like, I'm not, you're not going to rock me to sleep because you got a huge thruster, bro. Pause.
Yeah,
So
but here's the thing, Sacred. So if Elon is lying, he's the biggest liar in human history. Not even NASA. He's the biggest liar if he's lying.
You could take that position. I don't know. I think that there's people above him. Somebody had to put him on. So, hey, who knows? But I appreciate that, man. Like I said, I'm gonna double back on you, bro. Make sure you have at least a position. You don't have to have answers, but you have to take a position if you're gonna grab a mic next week. Appreciate you for engaging though. And you guys, if you don't feel like grabbing a mic, we do have a few mics open. I'm gonna rotate in a little bit. I think there's some requests. Hey, Proud, if there's any requests, please help me out because I don't know if I can see them. They already like trying to censor me. And use the tweet all the way to the right, like I posted up top, guys. I don't have a purple pill. They already censoring us. So go ahead and tweet at me what you guys think about what we're talking about. Some of the things that you heard. Look at the data. I read it word for word, basically verbatim what they're saying. I gave you both sides of the argument. I gave you, our side. I gave you the globe earthers that are being honest, saying, "Hey, look, this seems to be an issue," and I gave you the globe zealot side and said, it's just experimental or technical error. Like I gave you everything, bro. It's up to y'all to tell me what y'all think about this, right? So I want to hear about that. Let's go to KP. We'll slide over to Orwellian and then Dan Blue, and I'll let Proud cycle some mics up. KP, what's up? What you think about all this?
Hey, Sacred, thanks for giving me the opportunity. Just going back to your numerous amounts of why, right? I think you answered it pretty much for someone who can read outside the lines a little bit, but it's truly about two questions. Either you are going to believe that everything is a total random coincidence, which how many times can there be a coincidence until it's mathematically impossible? Or are you truly going to be that afraid to admit that there is a creator? Like, if you look back in history, look at all of the scriptures, they all pose a similar model. Now, they portray it in different languages, so it's observed a little bit differently based on the religion, but every single model that we have of our Earth is shown with a stationary flat model. There's only one that doesn't show that. And if you actually look in that religion's scripture, it will show you their version of creation. And please just do the research on your own and tell me that that doesn't sound like Big Bang to you. And then just to piggyback on a little bit from my childhood, right? Just like every other flat earther here, big sci-fi nerd, growing up, huge astronomy geek. Like, I was actually in Ohio trying to find a college that would provide me with a astronomy degree. And with minimum wage parents working. Outside of Ohio, tuitions are a little bit higher, so settled, went to OSU. But the funny part is this: I grew up admiring like all of these famous astronauts. It's weird when you watch astronauts in Hollywood movies. They're actually portrayed as some of the smartest intellectual scientific minds. Go back and actually look at some of the interviews that they do with these astronauts after they come back. And they are being asked critical scientific questions that they are actually sweating to answer. It's just funny how we all fell for this without realizing it. So
Funny or like disheartening. Like that's how I'm looking at it. 'Cause
I
I don't
say
like
how
being lied to
because
or fooled, bro. Like you know what I mean?
I no, I agree, and that's the tough part about this, right? Finding the truth, finding the truth. If you believe in creation, you also need to kind of look into the binary um, ideology, right? You have true, false, you have up, down, you have yin, yang. It's about duality, and it's up to us to actually find the truth. Now, there can be different truths for different people, but when you are trying to instill something as a unquestionable ideology, the way that we have been brainwashed, and this probably goes back to the early 1900s, it's astonishing that whoever said that earlier, that 10% are wolves, 10% are just like crazy, like very, very extreme people, and then 80% are just sheep. They'll follow whatever you put in front of them. That's actually the answer here. It's sad, and it should anger everyone because think about, to make their model work, they always have to come up with some constant or some explanation, and then they go on talk shows. Neil deGrasse is probably the best example, where he is saying, "This is like he is literally saying that you cannot observe the curve of the Earth from a commercial airline." He said this on a talk show, and then if you actually look at some of the other explanations that globe earthers say, is that no, you should be able to see the curvature of the Earth from that altitude. Look at what the pilots are saying. Look at what the engineers are saying. Like, these are people that actually observe it. Now, you and I are probably asking the same question. Why is it that they're not speaking up? It's because they don't want the ground ripped from underneath their feet. Their entire life is based on this. And it's tough. It's very tough.
Yeah, man. Seeing that been like a well thought out design, a well thought out, and that's the craziest part to me because initially initially I'm thinking, okay, maybe it's just like we said, maybe it's just a misinterpretation. And typically when I engage with some globe earthers that I've never really engaged with, I kind of start off by that. But when it's this egregious, bro, like you know what I'm saying? Like when it's 60% off, or like we talk about dark energy, dark matter, find out that it's 90% off of what they actually need. Like all these astronomical numbers, bro. It turns into, okay, is it just a misinterpretation, bro? Or is this a deliberate, like,
Oh, it's definitely deliberate. Think about if you go with the geocentric view, right? You are saying that the planet of Earth, or this plane that we are observing, living our life, it's a very special place. Like it truly is a special place. But if let's say you are from a secret society, or a society that's secret, that is truly believing in the dark side, what better way to control the population with tearing down that ideology? And if you think about it, right, the way that they do it is actually through energy, and there's a reason why Tesla was suppressed. And if you actually go back and look at some of the documentations that he had, the law of 369, it's truly mind opening. And the fact that we can conduct the experiments that he was doing a century ago, and we can prove that we can generate electricity wirelessly, and there is electricity all around us that we can harness and use. Do you realize, like, there's a reason why uh, he was suppressed, and they actually used Edison's model to roll out to the public sector, which now, if you don't believe all this is because of money and energy, it's truly a deep rabbit hole. You guys really need to go into it.
Yeah, that's a fact, man. So many different rabbit holes, so many things to do research on, so many corrections that need to happen besides the ones that's needed for the globe earth to function. We just need to correct our mindset and our approach so that way we can't be like misled anymore. But it takes a while to get out of that indoctrination. It takes a while to be able to see through, the bullshit. So definitely could appreciate that. You got any comments on like the parallax stuff or not? Because I do want to get to some of these.
Yeah, no, just like I posted something even with the like I started going down a different rabbit hole just recently, the Tycho Brahe theory. It actually also kind of blew my mind a little bit, and I'm still researching it more and more. But if you actually observe Mars's orbit through I think it's a 32-year cycle, right? It actually shows you that it's not just a elliptical orbit. It actually bends in and it comes closer to the Earth, and then it goes back out. So just from even that perspective, he is looking at that model through Earth being the center. So even from that perspective, when they have to admit that 60% of their calculations are wrong, like, and the fact that they don't put that in the textbooks, that has to spark some sort of cognitive, like, intellect in your brain to say, hey, how is it that this is not discussed in school? Why? Like, and sometimes, yeah, like, you get a little bit angry thinking about that. But I think when I was in the space with Jay and Ryan earlier, and shout out to them, thank you guys for teaching me a lot today. Somebody had said that, hey, if you think about, like, when we were little, like our generation, 90s or 80s, and you went to the movies and you saw, like, Day After Tomorrow, you saw all these cataclysmic events like 2012, right? But if you asked your parents, they would always say, like, no, it's not going to happen to us. It's not going to happen to us, because that's what they were taught, or that's what was instilled in their childhood. But when they got older and we would ask even some tougher questions, they would just say, I don't know. Like, and it's not like we didn't take that into consideration, and we just followed what the education system was pushing. And that is another piece that people should look into, the Rockefeller Foundation.
Hell yeah, man. Appreciate that. That's a fact. And I got a lot of those questions too. Why? Why? That's actually one of the biggest questions. I know we ask, like, how do these things work? What is this? What is up there? But my thing is, why are we here? Like, that's like the biggest, it's going to be the biggest revelation once we get that answer. And I'm telling you, I feel like it's like the deepest thing that we could even talk about if it does come out as the truth. Like, that's going to change everything. Shout out to you, man. Appreciate that. Orwellian, what's up, bro? What you think about all of this? I see you have.
Man, that shit, like everything just fucking fried my brain. All right, so fuck, I don't even know where to start. So Alan's presentation put me on some shit. And I want to go back to shit, I want to say 7 episodes ago when I was posting some shit about Parallax just with earthly observations with regards to surveying and what I do for a living. And we came back to this, like, and he went into reverse parallax, which is something I will do more research on now and get back into Alan's thing. But before I jump into that, I just want to address what KP was talking about, man, because he was going hard. Rockefeller Foundation. I don't need to get into that, but the reason we're dealing with what we're dealing with and why we're being deceived at the level we're being deceived at is this shit's been going on for over a fucking 100 years. When the Rockefeller Foundation, it wasn't even a foundation at that point. When the Rockefeller fucking family purchased the rights basically to print and publish everything that we're educated with, that's when the fucking poison pill was basically dealt to the globe, plane, whatever you want to call it. The whole fucking planet began to be deceived at that point. Okay, they started not only removing books and replacing them with their model, but they actively started destroying pretty much everything else that was around. You touched Sacred on Societies of Secrets, when they took your mic in secret societies, and you mentioned that you've mixed with some people that are involved in that, and I have as well, which is a trip, right? Some people that I work with. One dude is a wannabe, right? And he was easy to spot. One dude was like he was for real. And when he was talking about the belief in a creator and the reason they deceive. Okay, so these people don't necessarily worship God. I'm not going to suggest they do, or any God, but you can get your hands on essentially what's the Freemasons Bible, and there's some passages in there that talk about how stupid and idiotic you would have to be in order to not acknowledge the fact that this plane that we live on is a divine creation. This is in their own text. These are these people behind the scenes, Wizard of Oz type shit that are pulling the strings and that are kind of involved and connected to people like Rockefeller that are manipulating the way that we're educated. It's so sacred, man. I really you kind of hit me hard, man, with the way, yeah, we laugh about this shit, right? But at the end of the day, man, it ain't funny. Like, I ain't fucking laughing about this shit, dude. You motherfuckers had me coming up believing fairy tales, right? And we're hiding the true nature of this realm that I exist in and potentially what it is that I am from me. And where I get nervous, and back to kind of like KP's point, is, yes, we are capable. And like I mentioned my kids earlier, like we're capable of seeing things by using our observational powers. But they've introduced things like this fucking phone that I'm holding in my hand to our children, right, that are literally dulling that natural edge that we have to use our powers of observation in order to wake up naturally and be like, hold on, man, motherfucker, you said what? Right? And so this all ties back into reverse
Sacred,
parallax.
Alan, and Prue, my brothers and sisters, I apologize. May I speak?
Hold on, 40. Hold on, 40. Just give a
Sacred, my brother. I've been removed from the space 3 times. I know it's not to host or co-host. I know Twitter forbids the truth to speak, but I've been listening for some time, and from what I've been hearing, when the next speaker is done, my brother, please, may I speak uninterrupted?
Hey, Sacred, hey, if you're cool with it, man, give him a fucking second. If you're not, I'll finish my point and I'll come back. I'll put my hand back up, but that's on you, bro. You run the show.
You got it. You
go ahead. You go ahead, my brother. I apologize for interrupting.
Hey, 40, don't worry about it, bro. It's cool. All right, so what I was going to say, man, is it ties right back into what Alan's presentation and reverse parallax and the way that affected me. Because so like earthly parallax and the way that we use that with observation that I brought up, I don't know, 4 or 5 weeks ago. And it was literally the only reason it even came up is some fucking globy idiot was mentioning some shit about surveying that didn't make any fucking sense. Line of sight, blah, 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 blah. So what I'm coming back to, man, is I've never even thought to question my own observation of what it is that's rotating around me in the sky in the way that Alan laid it out, because they present us with this model, right? Like the dude that was screaming and couldn't stand in line, flipping the fuck out earlier that I'm gonna clip up bad. Like the dude believes this shit fervently, and he believes it because he didn't have the ability to think critically because nobody taught him how to do it. He was just injected with this shit. So when it comes back to that observation and the reverse parallax and the observation and in the, am I surprised at the 60-40 split? No, but I am surprised by the fact that I, being as observant as I have been over the past decade, didn't really pay attention to that. I've chalked up those things that I witnessed under the influence of the mushrooms to either the mushrooms or I don't know, or to the ether, to channel my inner Shinku, because he had me fucking hot week before last too. But at the end of the day, man, when I really start to think about that, and I'm gonna do some more research on what Alan presented, like we are the level to which we have been deceived, and the level, I guess, the level at which we have to fight back to just kind of point out, like, hey, look, just open your eyes, man. Like I have made these observations. You can make the same observations. It doesn't make sense. Is kind of astounding, man. It's mind blowing to me. I honestly, at the end of the day, really fucking try, like you were saying, Sacred Man, to just not, like, yeah, I got to find a way to be able to laugh, like when people want to laugh, right? We laugh, but at the end of the day, like, it ain't funny, and I got to remember, man, this isn't a laughing matter. Like my kids are at stake, their education's at stake, the next generation's at stake. There is so much on the fucking table here when it comes to this deception that yeah, we can joke amongst ourselves, right? Like, oh yeah, Neil deGrasse Tyson, all this shit, but like it's really not funny at the end of the day. So Sacred, you kind of hit me hard with that, man. And just fuck, dude, tonight, like I said, man, every fucking week's a great space. When I miss them, I get hot, dude. I don't like it. But I'm gonna drop up out of here. And just like I said, I'm gonna give another shout out to Alan, bro. You, every time I pop in here, dude, you're putting me on some shit and educating me. I fucking appreciate you, man. I love you. It's unbelievable that they can come up with these huge deficits, these huge mathematical deficits, and then just pass it off. And most of the population just goes, it's cool. Yeah. What's up with TikTok? You know what I mean? Because that's what it is. Like they're just going to put something in our hands to distract us. Because at the end of the day, if they can continue to do that, one generation later, we're dead. It's a wrap. Like nobody's going to care because they're just going to be, yeah, oh, that sounds legit, but I don't even look up anymore. Like what the fuck? So Alan, bro, I appreciate it, man. Keep doing your work, man. It's critical, and I'm going to keep doing my job to the best of my ability and just keep researching, man. I love y'all. I appreciate it. I'm gonna fucking drop down. Let's kick it off, man. Let's get into Saturday.
Dude, I appreciate you, bro.
Hey, man, I appreciate that, bro. Yeah, I think about this shit all the time. Like, what does the truth mean for who I am? Right? Okay, I'm a cyborg up here. Y'all know, okay, haha, kiki. But for real, like, like what does it really mean? Like I catch myself in thought all the time. Like I look up at the sky, I'm like, yo, what is this? Like, okay, cool, y'all told me what it was, and it kind of looks like that.
You hear me, Sacred?
Yeah, give me 1 second, 40. But like what is it? And sometimes like I catch myself in like this Like, not that it gives me anxiety, but it's just like, bro, like the amount of like deception that y'all put into this. If you really like tricked my mind into looking at the world in a specific way for a specific purpose, just to deceive deceive me from who I am, where I come from, so I don't know where I'm going, bro. Like it hits so hard, and that's why we get people like the guy that came in here earlier, who they can't express that feeling, so they gotta lash out at us for pushing the boundaries of their consciousness. Like, no, please don't shatter my reality, you idiots, you dummies. Oh, shut the F up. Like, this is what they're crying out for help, bro. Like, that's what that is. Like, you know, they don't gotta do that, but that's the only way they know how to express their discomfort for some of the things that we're talking about. And it's really sad to see some people behave like that. But, you know, when we have the balance of us, you know, hopefully we can help those people along. Sometimes we're gonna have to make examples, but you know, it's going to take all of us. It's going to take a effort for all of us to get through the truth, because learning the truth is not always a comfortable thing. As a matter of fact, sometimes it's pretty like detrimental.
It's gonna fucking hurt, my brother.
Yeah, go ahead, 40. What's up, bro? It is for real.
Sacred, I apologize. I miss you, my brother. Alan,
Yeah, man, it's
keep
been a
up the
long
great work.
time. It's been a
You're
long
fucking.
time.
I've been busy. He's sacred. I've been in this space 3 times. You approved my speaker, but this psychopath pedophile that runs this fucking. Anyways, I won't go there. Sacred, I apologize for interrupting. The last speaker, it's unbelievable, but may I go interrupted for a second? And this is where I'm gonna ask all my brothers and sisters. I have a very strong, what we call simogonous, to get proud is a very strong, what we call female, you guys would call female warrior, where she belongs. Yeah, put your thumbs down, it's okay. No one likes to interrupt 40. But anyways, here's where the problem lays, Sacred. I've been listening. I've been trying to respond. I wanted to answer a question earlier, and which I will. And to the host and co-host, if I'm breaking boundaries or stepping over the line, please interrupt me. Please mute me and tell 40 to shut up. But uninterrupted earlier, I was listening to a great co-host, and he spoke some very wise words. But here's the problem with society, and please, I do not mean no harm to anyone, and I get made fun of when I say that. I have a brother and sister. I have 2 brothers and a sister who's host and co-host, and I have a lot of brothers and sisters in the space from all different walks of life. And I don't want to call them out, but they listen. Parallax, very interesting word, Sacred. I like bringing laughter. I only have a grade 9 because I passed grade 3 times. And if anybody has heard stories about or 40 story, you'll understand that's laughter. Parallax. This man-written science, this man-written rules. So Parallax, Sacred, my brother, as a very highly educated man, 84 and holy fuck, pardon my pun, I think it was 74, Sacred. The last space I was, pardon my pun to anyone that's in speaker mode, please, and to any listener, please, Sacred laughing. The last space I was in was hold on. He has the ultimate belt on what we call Twitter. Last space I was in was 74-0. He was undefeated. So that means he beats the best of the best. He's the fucking goat of the goat. Sacred. Parallax to this scientific word. As an uneducated First Nations Indian and probably a savage and loved by many, hated by most, Parallax. The only way in your scientific word or what's written in man, his laughter is the best way, guys. Hey, it's fucking Friday. It's 9:24, and I don't mind doxing myself. I'm in Port Hardy, BC. Parallax. The only really way to this written mathematical thing, to this triangle, isn't that from the core of what we call Giju Usitkamu, Mother Earth? Isn't the core of Parallax come from the center of this, what we call Mother Earth? Some people call round or circle or severe egg. But as a Mi'kmaq First Nations from Mi'kma'ki, which most people call Canada, which blood I can speak of almost 70,000 fucking years on this land. And let's go back to all First Nations, what color you stand. Let's go back to all the original, long before your written fucking books. And you look at the original people and all. Someone spoke earlier. I posted some stuff, Sacred. Some say the start, okay, my people as a Mi'kmaq First Nations Indian in what you call Canada, my people and my blood been on this land for 70 some odd thousand fucking years and counting. My elders who I sit with today, still today, that are over 120 years old, living the old ways. We followed the stars. We never traveled during today. The stars, what people think they move, some do move, but that is just the way atmosphere works. So let's step out of the box, my brothers and sisters. Let's look at it a different scope and a different way. A couple speakers earlier, like I said, spoke about different cultures and different ways. And please, we all come from a different walk of life. We all bleed the same fucking way. And we're all brothers and sisters, no matter where you stand. So before I mute my mic, and I will say why I just said why we're all brothers and sisters. What has been written, what has been taught in schools is utter bullshit. This is where it's going to hurt. And like Sacred and Alan and Proud and so many people, Ken, I love you, my brother. We're all understanding in the last 3 years, please do not take this the wrong way. In the last 3 years, I want all my friends, my brothers and sisters that are listening, you've only learned a minute portion of what's been gone wrong in Eastern European society, Western colonization mindset that's on this land. And please, the land we stand on, we share. It's not mine, it's ours. Actually, it belongs to our children and grandchildren. So it is not ours. But listen, please, before we continue, 84-0, undefeated. So whether you are, please, I have to be publicly polite and I have to apologize because fucking Elon Musk fucking hates 40 and a lot of people hate 40. But I love you all. I say a word. One to hold you, Sidwen, Gesalalio. Peace, everyone. I love you all. So let's stop this utter bullshit. I posted a lot of stuff. Okay, so you talk about stars, you talk about the sun. I've heard some very highly educated people speak that there are seasons and that the way we live is through our sun. That is absolutely utter bullshit. Yidu Dabgunis. Grandmother Moon is the one that runs our atmospheres and our thing. So Sacred, I'll ask you a question because you're very educated. Parallax, part of my pun and part of my language. Because, like I said, I only got grade 9, but I passed grade 3 times. But you'll never, most people won't understand that my schools had fucking graveyards. But, anyways, Sacred, am I wrong? And I'm going to ask you this, and I'll shut the fuck up. And Parallax, from my knowledge, from what I've been listening and learning, 84-0, holy fuck, is it Sacred? Unbelievable. Isn't that from the core of the earth in a triangle motion or measurement? But hold on, Sacred. Wasn't it episode 72 when somebody of this globe or this round or this circle kind of thing come up with very scientific things saying that most of society didn't know angles or triangles or shapes or fear? That's fucking funny because my people have been making fucking arrowheads, which is a triangle shape, for 70 some odd thousand years. Love you, brother.
Tell them.
I absolutely will tell them. Sacred, this is where, okay, I see 2 hands, so I will apologize. Listen, I have a host and 2 co-hosts that can tell 40 to shut up, and I don't mind being told to shut up. But it's 84-0. Enough is enough. So I'm asking, okay, the speaker before me, I don't know, Orwin maybe, and I see 2 hands up. Please understand that what is written in books, what we've seen to life, has been to play for 531 years on the land we stand on. Because all this written stuff and all this scientific stuff came to this land on a boat. So please, if anybody wants to speak very respectfully, and let's talk about things. Step out of your comfort zone, step out of your box, and look yourself in the mirror in the last 3 years. Do you actually believe what you've been taught in schools? Because what I was taught was all wrong. What my parents was taught was all wrong. And what my grandparents were taught were all wrong. And what is your written text? And that's the problem. Please, I mean no harm. Let's pitter patter. Let's get at her. Sacred, I apologize. Love you, man. And it's fucking glad to be back.
Good to see you, Freudian. I
Hey,
appreciate
40.
that, man.
40, I just wanted to say I love you, man. I've never heard you. I think the first time I got into this space was the first time I heard you. You were on your way out when I jumped in. Don't worry about the interruption, dude. It was cool listening to you, and fucking rock on, buddy.
Is that Orwin? I don't know it.
Orwellian, buddy. Orwellian, like Orwell.
Thank you, my brother. It's most definitely I'm going to send you a follow. But please, Sacred, and this is where the space is. I see so many. I don't want to call them out. I have to. Sacred, I got to. I see so many brothers and sisters down there, man. I miss every one of you. I see Risa. I see Brian. I see TM. Holy, hey, we're Sheepdog. I see Deidre. I see Fat. Look, the remake. I can't call them all out. Sacred, what a space you got, bud.
We still here, 40. We still here. We ain't going nowhere, bro.
Hey, I know. Hey, Sacred. I moved 8,000 miles away from my hometown, what you call Newfoundland, bud. And I don't mind doxing myself. I missed you guys. But hey, guys, I see two hands. Pitter patter. Let's get at her. Let's be respectful. Let's be fucking grown adults. I listened for the last 80 or 70. I missed 10 weeks because I've been busy moving and 8,000 miles away. But pitter patter, let's get at her. We have an amazing fucking host. We have two great. Proud got more balls than most men on this fucking Twitter app. But anyway, Ken is Dart. I don't know you, or I don't. Damn. Okay, let's go. I'll call. Hey, look at who's listening. Sacred. I'll shut up now. Love you all.
I appreciate you, bro. We do have a couple requests, so I'm just gonna rotate some mics. But I do want to say thank you, 40, for that. Good to see you, man. It's been a while. I was wondering about you. We're glad to see you alive and well, doing your thing. But let's slide over to Dan Blue, and then I will slide over to Dark after that.
What's up? Can you hear me?
Yeah, what's up, Blue? How you feel about the Parallax?
Well, this is my second time. I was here last Saturday. I've only been a flat earther for about a month, but I've been researching every day. I'm obsessed, and I do have a position on the star topic just because I've been obsessed with nighttime photography for most of my life. But I did want to touch on the history and the why, because that was the big thing for me. Where did this start, and who was behind it? And because my faith got shook for a few days there after I was like, all right, if that's a lie, like what else is a lie? Then I started getting into the old world lies, so my faith got pretty shook. So I wanted to go back to the beginning, and NASA's definitely pushed it along at warp speed, but back in the beginning, if you look up like the first observatory, the guy who initially was running it was a flat earther. He started to apprentice with a Masonic astrologer, astronomer, or whatever. And the flat earther ended up dead under whatever circumstances. And then the Masonic guy took over. And that's basically history, And ever since, they've continued to push and push and push. And I believe that the initial intent is because of what the Bible and what God teaches, that we are special, is that these things were here for us, the light for us, for Earth, a stationary plane. The Bible's fairly clear on that. And what the devil likes to do is he likes to do the opposite of whatever God teaches. So if God teaches it's a flat, stationary plane, Satan's going to be like, well, it's a round, spinning globe, spinning around the sun, hurtling through the universe at, how many ever million miles it is this month, because, it's constantly changing. Very similar to their evolution theory. So every year or two, they have to add like a billion years because they find something that doesn't fit in the fossil record. So, and nobody can really say what happens in a billion years, right? So you add a billion years and you just kind of accept it, if you're on that page. But if you go back to the history of changing from, the sun goes around us to the opposite, the initial mileage that they said to the sun didn't work. So what did they do? They added a few more million miles, the next guy did. And then over time, they were like, well, these calculations don't work for the stars, the way they're moving and everything else. So they had to keep adding millions and millions of years. So similar to evolution, when the math proves their previous theory incorrect, they just add millions of miles or billions of years. You could, because it stretches the math out so far that you can basically, anything goes. And but so that I just wanted to touch on that because the other guy was talking about the history a little bit. And one of the first things I found, and it was really because I was chasing down the UFO topic for like the last 3 years, and that led me to NASA quite a few times, and I learned about Operation Paperclip, which is where we brought thousands of Nazis.
Oh shit!
They say that we brought over a couple German scientists, but these were card-carrying, dueling scar on their face Nazis, and that's who we gave all of our
Heard the
black
money
budget
noise.
programs to, right? That's who started up the military-industrial complex, and we also gave them NASA. The two top positions, along with like probably 200, technical engineering and everything else. But NASA actually means to deceive in Hebrew. And if you figure that NASA was run by Nazis, I don't think that's a coincidence. But I would encourage everybody to go back and look up the history of like the first observatory and look up those characters, and then the Masonic temple is definitely intertwined from the beginning till now. And what I've found, and I'm sure the overlords are not too happy about me saying this, but it is what it is. My conscience has got the best of me.
Yo, thank you, Shane. Much appreciated, brother.
One of the things that really shocked me was how deep the programming can go, because taking pictures, long exposures, every type of picture you can possibly imagine of the sky for decades. And I always just assumed that the Earth spun in a way where, it was all, like it didn't make any sense because but in my mind, I just accepted the narrative. So my brain just came up with some stupid way to try to explain the way that the star trails were never like broken. I mean, apart from me bumping the camera, but they were always a very consistent arc. There was no deviation. And when I really started looking into the math and the physics and the science, all the trigonometry and everything else of the spinning and the traveling and all that other stuff, I'm just like, how did I not see that? Because there's no possible way, if you try to factor in the spin, the wobble, the orbits, all that different stuff, there is no possible way you could get like an 8 or 9 hour long exposure with perfect star trails. It's just, not possible. So it's like, and there was other things too, but it's just like, how could I be so stupid? Or how could I not see what was directly in front of my face and just not question it? And it's, the last 3 years have definitely been eye-opening. I went through a 48-hour mental breakdown when I initially got like broke into saw the first piece of evidence, which was the autopilot of planes. And I was in the military, so I know that they do things the most efficient in the calculations of any sort of autopilot or AI controlled thing. I was like, so if they're using a flat Earth map for the autopilot, and then I started going down all the airplane rabbit trails and the emergency stops and everything else. But I think this platform is actually great. They do censor, they do try to make it difficult to share the truth, but I strongly believe that the powers that be, the dark forces behind this, are not happy about the awakening that's happening. And I'm almost certain, because I feel like they're telling us it's coming, that fairly soon we are going to be like Canada, like China, like many other places that have basically cut off access to any sort of independent media or ways to communicate. Everything is going to be censored. So I think that we all need to speak up and share the truth, endure the persecution, because I've had a struggle trying to bring this up to the leadership at my church, and because it's not just about believing the earth is flat or round. Maybe in the past it could have just been an off subject that we didn't really have to take seriously. But when you factor in like the satanic worship and the seances and the way that these rocket scientists in the beginning, you can look up the guys that all started this stuff. They were doing satanic rituals, which they learned from the Nazis that we brought over after World War II. And they were supposedly getting information from beings in the ether during these satanic and, seances and rituals and everything else. And the rumors are there's some sacrifices that have actually been done in the back of the back rooms, And that's why it's very, very important that we speak up, because there are some seriously dark forces behind all of this. The ones that have, I've recently found out that our history is mostly fabricated, which that's been a whole nother rabbit trail I won't get into. But yeah, so I don't know if I forgot what I was going to talk about, but I kind of went off on a ramble there. But I will let somebody else speak.
Shut up, 40. Shut up, 40. Shut the fuck up, 40.
Nah, I appreciate that, bro. And thanks for joining too. I think I saw you pop in here last week. So shout out to you for pulling up again.
Sacred, when you're ready,
Yeah.
sorry to interrupt, but I have a question for the last speaker.
Oh yeah, if you want to ask him something before we get to Darth, feel free.
Thank you, my brother. I think it's Dan. I think it was Dan Blue.
Yeah, you can just call me Blue.
Okay, Blue. Sounds good to me. I'm jigging on my brother. You mentioned some key words. And the question I have for you, I keep hearing in over 3 years, part of the first of any spaces. My question is, a lot of people, please, to anyone listening, you don't take this wrong. You speak of the devil. The original people of the First Nations people of the First Nations being by Indian, the land on which we stand on, or what you call American Indians and so on. There's no speak of that. So I've been asking this question. Now I'm going to ask you: where is this Lucifer or where does this devil come from? And before you answer, let's step out of the box. Is that a brainwashing tool for fear? Because fear is an illusion. So where is this devil? Where's the satanic shit? I understand about the satanic, I guess what you call satanic rituals of the 13 apostles, the 13 sacred bloodlines that has been written for eons beyond eons. And it's going off rail too, flat earth. But when you start bringing religion and man-written books and why the division's been going on, maybe people have to go back to 1492 because it's all been fucking rise but utter bullshit. And Brian, it's nice to see you up here, but I think Darkness next, and I apologize for interrupting. So I will say this one more time, and I'll ask the damn question. As the Mi'kmaq First Nations that can speak of oral translations, that is hieroglyphic, for 70 some odd thousand fucking years, where is this devil and who is this Lucifer you speak of?
So you say that again. What's the question? So who is Lucifer?
Okay, yeah. Okay, my question to you, Dan, as a Mi'kmaq First Nations Indian who's the original habitants of this land you stand on, that I can speak of cultural teachings passed down for 70 some odd thousand years. You spoke earlier of this so-called devil or Lucifer and stuff happening. In my culture that is original to this land on which you stand on, that is called three continents of North America, South America, Alaska, and the other 7 countries that's written by British Crown. Who and what is this devil or Lucifer you speak of? Because to my tradition of 70 some odd thousand years is not original to this land. Is that fear? Is that fear to you? Because it put fear in 150,000 of me, but only 70,000 survived. So who is this devil and who is this Lucifer? Because on the original land and original history that is not in your books, there's no such thing.
Well, I guess first of all, I'd say that I don't fear the devil. I fear God. The Bible says the fear of God is the beginning of wisdom.
Okay, I'm going to interrupt there right now, and I apologize. You see, you're talking about a Bible. That Bible came to this land, okay, on a boat. And that Bible and its followers took 150,000 of us, and only 70 some odd thousand of us survived on this land you stand on, what you call America, Canada, South America, Mexico, and Alaska. I'm one of them 70 some odd thousand survivors to your Bible that came on a boat. So that devil and that thing they put in fear on all Western colonial mindset, maybe that's a fear and division that's been going since 1492 on this land. So maybe over 84 weeks of trying to educate society, whether we live on a round circle, a globe, or a flat land, it's all been fucking lies. But only 3 years that society of my brothers and sisters from all walks of life have experienced what I've experienced for over 51 years, and my people experienced since 1492. So, like I said earlier, I mean no harm to anyone, but sometimes things need to be said. So, where is this devil? Because in my original words, in my original language, that was beat out of me by a book by ones would cross, my curator or our curator was all the devilish. So, and I guess a pagan, and this is why I hate to go religion, because please, we're all come from all walks of life. We all walk a different way. We all work different things. We all have different colors, but we come from a mom and dad. My mom and dad is my curator. Western society won't understand that, damn. So please, when we're talking about certain things and we want to educate people, maybe it's time for these highly educated people to step outside their box and look at themselves in the mirror. Because since 1492 on what we call this land, and please, I respect every one of you, it's been utter lies and bullshit. My people have been fighting the system for 531 years, and now my brothers and sisters have only been walking 3 years into what we call the Hopi prophecy, that all colors of man, the 12 colors of creed, will come together on the sacred tree of life and make Mother Earth whole again. So let's share it, let's do it, and I apologize for interrupting, but please, I'm still waiting to find out who written this fucking goddamn devil and who talks about this Lucifer, because fear is an illusion, and they've been fearing us all for 531 years. I apologize, Sacred.
Well, if you just give me a second. So I don't disagree with you. I would agree with you that the devil uses the Bible all the time. The devil uses.
There's no devil, my brother. Damn, and this is where the host and co-host is going to let me speak, or we're going to see. Stop that, please. I'm speaking to you as a brother, as an adult, and you speak of this devil.
You asked me a question.
Hold on. 1 second. So 40, I don't really want to get off into the weeds too much. I do want to stick to the parallax. I get what you're saying, and that's a very important topic to go over, right? And we talk about this all the time, especially when you come in here. We definitely have to acknowledge certain realities of the situation and not appeal to so much of doctrine by men. I definitely get that. People got their own beliefs though. We get that. But you got to give them a chance to respond. And then I do want to get to the rest of the hands because if we talk about religion, it's just gonna get all the way too deep, and we're not gonna be able to hear what everyone has to say in regards to Parallax. And I threw out a lot of numbers. It was a lot of dense material, and I do want to stay on topic, but give him a chance to express himself, 40, and then we'll double back to this conversation during open topic. Go ahead. Who was it? Was it Blue? Yeah, go ahead, Blue.
There we go. I was muted. So anyways, like I was saying, I wouldn't disagree with you. I wasn't making it religious. I was just stating the history of where this all started. The spinning globe, the orbiting around the sun. Because earlier somebody had gone back to, with NASA and, our textbooks, our educational system, which is basically a prison to keep us dumb so we don't question anything. So I'd agree with you there. I agree with most everything that you're saying. But I wasn't trying to make it religious. I was just bringing up the history of all the facts because you may not believe in Satan, but they definitely do. And the people at NASA and the Nazis and the three-letter agencies that were in the background, they believe in him. And they believe in committing any type of atrocious act, much like the ones that you were talking about, but much, much worse as well. All in the name of gaining some sort of technological or psychological or any sort of advantage over their fellow man. I don't know. I'd rather not just keep going into the religious side. I know you did ask who he was and where he is. I can give you like a very quick answer that's not really sufficient, but simply Satan, according to the Bible, is the most powerful supernatural being that God created. He got jealous of God and corrupted man and turned away from God. And when he did, he took a whole bunch of supernatural creatures with him. Now, supposedly, there's different interpretations of Scripture on where he is now. Most of the church believes he is chained up currently, but he's chained up physically, but him and his minions can still influence people through the spirit, the realm, the ether, whatever you want to call it. Now, recently, based on my discovery of, starting to find the truth out about history a little bit, not what we were taught and everything else, I'm starting to lean in the fact that maybe we're farther along in prophecy than most people believe. And right at the end of the Bible, basically, it says that Satan will be let loose. Right, so him and all his minions were going to be physically let loose, which means they'd have much more power to influence man. And if you look at like the last few centuries, I don't think anybody would disagree that man, we love evil, and we love to put ourselves before everyone else. I don't know if that answers your question, but I'd really, I don't want to get sidetracked. I'm definitely down for learning about the flat Earth, so I can make sure the people that I'm bringing it up to and trying to educate, that I can refute whatever they try to claim. Thank you.
Yeah, appreciate that. We could definitely,
brother.
yeah, that's why I definitely want to make sure people get their full thought out so we can gain context. And I appreciate you for letting them speak, 40. And we're gonna double back to this conversation during like the open discussion a little bit later on. So stick around. But let's hear from Darth. And I think Hap was up here. I think he dropped down. I don't know. Oh, there you go, Hap. We're gonna get to you. Let me bring Hap
You
up.
can send me. You can send me down if you want.
Okay, I appreciate it. Just request back if you want to, because I definitely want to talk to Hap. Go ahead, Darth, while we go ahead and rotate.
Hey guys, like it's 6 a.m. here in the morning, so I'm gonna make this real quick before my brain goes completely frozen. But what you were saying about the elites and who's in charge and everything. 2 years ago, the fake Charles King person in the UK made a speech. Now this speech was very short. There's one paragraph that literally, if that one paragraph didn't spell it out for everyone what's happening, then we are, there's no hope. And I have to say, there's no hope. Because I've literally memorized it, and it's just like, this is it. We need a vast military-style campaign to marshal the strength of the private sector with trillions at his disposal. So he's talking about one person now, with a greater GDP, world GDP, and with the greatest respects, greater than any of the governments and leaders of the world. Right there, he just told you this one person has got more power, more influence than any, not just the Western governments, the world governments. And that was 2 years ago. And people are still sitting around on their hands like everything's cool. My other point was a question for you, Sacred. If you think that they really are trying to break through the famine, would that explain why all the billionaires are having a bunker building rush? Because if they do, won't we all flood? Well, I mean, that would be the obvious thing. What would happen? We would flood. That would be like all in one go, gone. And my last point was the devil is in the Hebrew Bible as Satan. He was a judge thing, and then I think he got dominion over the fallen angels, and that's where the sin comes into it. But look into the Hebrew Bible; he's right there. And that's me for the night. And I've had a wonderful evening.
That's my sister,
Thanks, guys.
Hey, Darth, I'm glad you picked up on that, because I've been seeing a lot of the quote-unquote elite or the wealthy, the rich, or whatever the case is, seeming like they building these bunkers at a rapid pace. Now, would it be a flood? Would it be a destabilization of, our equalized realm? Who knows? I have no idea, but I know that it probably isn't meant to be broken. So, and also,
Hey,
let me
Sacred.
just one more thing
One
more thing before you go, 40, because I do want to get to the hands too. Imagine us being in this cycle like this, and we talked about this a couple months ago in one of the spaces, like this solar system, right? Your soul, and you're being recycled over and over and over because maybe something's trapping you here, potentially, maybe. But what about those entities that may not have a soul? What about them entities? And this is getting into like, a little bit off the weeds a little bit, but what if they are trying to get out of here because they can't, because there is nothing in them in order to transverse or get to the next stage, the next realm, the next part of this experience, and they only can get there physically, so they trying to get out of some place that we could go like super easily because we're, or at least you guys, because I'm a cyborg, are organics, right? So these are just some things that be crossing my mind sometimes. It's interesting to think about, especially when we're seeing them going up in the sky super high and doing weird things. Like, what are they trying to do? Are they just like us? What's really going on if the official narrative isn't what they say it is? So it is interesting. And yeah, it's a lot to think about. So but very good observation. I've been seeing a lot of people preparing for something, and I don't know if it's just war. So who knows? Let's real quick just go over to Ben, and then let's get to Hap, because Hap is like pretty much the only globe astrophysicist that we got in here, and I definitely want to hear his perspective on Parallax. But let's hear from Ben first, and then we'll slide over to Hap.
Yeah, what's up, guys? This is technically stationary Saturday for me. But
Oh
I
yeah,
had
stationary
to.
Saturdays. Let's get it. Go ahead.
Yeah, I had to drop earlier. I was in there earlier, and I do want to say some things about Parallax, but I just wanted to mention Bird or Birdie. Wow, he gave a super powerful comments on his like work and cell phone towers. And if you guys missed that, that was really incredible. So I just wanted to say how great that was. But yeah, unfortunately, I had to duck out, so I kind of missed the Parallax thing. But reading these the posts up there, I noticed something about how they are making assumptions on distant and near stars. And this is kind of a thing that really sort of bugs me because, like, the first time that I ever went to a planetarium, the guy who was demonstrating, like, explained how, the sky we could demonstrate as a sort of like 2x2, flat 2-dimensional surface. And so this idea of saying like, oh, this star is further than this one, I mean, where are they even getting this information from? And like what I encourage everybody to do is download a star tracker app because these things are amazing. And it's so funny because they still are like operating on the globe model. Pluto is even the CGI planet with the Pluto dog outline. I'm like, you guys are really using this? But what's so funny about it is you can see how Pluto is the closest planet to the sun right now in the sky. And when I asked the Globers about it, they're just like, they laugh, like, oh, how could you ask that question? And their explanation is like, well, it's just so far away that somehow it orbits and, it's all just make believe based on this assumption of the Z axis. And, when you bring this up, like, there's the X and the Y, like up and down, left and right. So depth would have to be the Z axis. You bring this up to Globers and they completely blank out. They don't even know what you're talking about. And it's just like they just assume whatever it needs to be. So, the point about the parallax, I didn't notice how they mentioned that with the negative parallax. Unfortunately, I did miss kind of the presentation and I'm, a little bit ignorant on the topic. So if you can, just fill me in kind of like what is this negative parallax sort of, and like, does it relate to distant?
Yeah, let me get you a quick breakdown, bro. So basically, first of all, they always say that, motion of the earth, parallax is proof of motion of the earth. Then we find out that there's an equivalence with a geocentric geostationary position. And I tweeted out a diagram of that, provided by shout out to PhD Robert Bennett, who was having a conversation with Alan and Whitsitt. So that's the first step. Okay. So there is a geocentric geostationary position that is valid when we're viewing parallax, which is the apparent position of the stars relative to the background stars. Now, negative parallax, here's the kicker, right? Because it's not just about finding an equivalence. It's like, okay, which one is more valid? So when you move in a specific direction, things in your foreground relative to your background are supposed to displace in a specific direction. That's just motion, right? Now, what happens when those objects that you're viewing don't move in the direction that they're supposed to? In fact, they move in the opposite direction. Not only do they move in the opposite direction, 60% of the observations move in the opposite directions. The apparent, right? Because I'm not actually saying, well, if the Earth is stationary, then yeah, the stars are moving. But in a globe model, this is what they're saying. Hey, we took 1,000,000 observations. 60% of them moved in the wrong directions, according to our position in this moving Earth. This has got to be instrumental or statistical error. That's it. Like literally, we're gonna hand wave this miss 60% of the apparent motion of the stars relative to our assumed motion, and they're all moving in the wrong direction. Bro, why we
And
never heard about this when you did your debate when they brought up parallax, Ben. Why they ain't bring up negative parallax, Ben? I'm mad about it, Ben.
And I think then their explanation for it then is they're just assuming a distance, right? Because if a star is super, super far away, it'll never really move, right? Is that kind of like their way out of the dilemma?
Exactly. So just in case I didn't highlight that, the reason why they say these things don't move, so they put them at these astronomical infinite distances. And I did mention that one of these articles, Ben, check out the last tweet in my thread, because that's where I kind of break down a paper by another PhD. And he highlights the fact that, if this was a geocentric framework and the stars are at a specific position, he's able to calculate that based off of geocentrism, and the whole size of the universe is 121 billion times smaller than what we were taught, according to him. That's the last tweet that I tweeted out in my thread. 121 billion times smaller, because now you don't have to explain these distances when the stars don't move, right? I don't gotta put them so far. So, bro, like it just wrecks the entire thing. So that's just negative parallax in a nutshell. Go take a look at the thread, and we are streaming right now, so you can always go double back to go listen to this again. So yeah, man, let us know what you think about that. It's crazy, bro. 60%. They sent like some satellite up there and said, hey, go look at 1 million stars. I said, okay, we looked at 1 million stars. Up 60% of these millions of stars that we done documented are all moving in the wrong direction, if we're assuming that we're in motion. Got to be the instrument error or statistical error. I could not believe what I was reading, bro. Like I just
Hipparchos.
Still, though, parallax is an awesome sounding word. I mean, you got to give him that credit.
It is. It is. It does sound fire. I ain't gonna lie. It's like my second favorite word next to fallacious. Fallacious parallax. Oh my goodness, this is crazy, bro. Every time I say this shit out loud, I just cannot believe it. Like 60%. That's why I said earlier, I don't know if you heard me, Ben. I was asking everybody, like, imagine a flat earther saying, hey, I got some measurements, and my measurements prove flat earth. 60% of my measurements don't agree, but these 40 though? These 40? Oh yeah, it's over for the globe for these 40. Can you imagine what the globe earthers would say to us if we brought some statistics like that to them and say, bro, 60% of my observations I'm gonna ignore, and these 40% I'm gonna focus on in order to prove flat earth? Bro, they would laugh us out. They would totally discredit us. They would say we're grifting, we're lying, we don't know science, we don't do math the right way. And here we are in 4K quality, catching scientific community and the globe earthers literally dismissing 60% of observations that go against their model.
Yeah, imagine if like the curve calculator, like 60% of the time, buildings were hidden under a curve, and like flat earthers are like, well, 40% of the time it's not, they would obviously be laughing at us. But yeah,
that is exactly what I'm talking about. Can you imagine if we said that? Bro? Oh my goodness, bro. This shit blows me. It's literally like I cannot believe that I'm reading what I'm reading here. And I'm still mad that I got to find out by myself. I'm mad that nobody taught about me. Not one teacher told me about this. Not one professor told me about this. Not one globe zealot put me onto this. I had to do this on my own.
Hey, Sacred, real quick.
Who's that?
If I can, I got, this is New Perspective.
Oh, what's going on, bro? Good to see you.
Hey, great to see you as well. I sent you some DMs, by the way, earlier. If you want to check them out in Discord. But yeah, on that point, there's a
Where
great
you sent to that Discord, you said?
Yeah, check your Discord DMs, yeah.
Okay, I'm going to check. I'm bad
There's
at that.
a bunch of stuff on the planes and stuff like that. This is, that probably, I heard somebody talking about that earlier, just a little bit ago. I think it was the guy that was I didn't see his name, but he was talking about the biblical interpretation of the end times and stuff. But he said something about the AI with the planes following an AI or something like that, where they just work in the Coriolis with the autopilot or something. I don't know. I was going to ask him to clarify, but now since you talked about Parallax, as you might have been mentioned already, is they use Parallax as their they always try to own every point that we have before we get to it, right? And they try to own it, and they say the reason they know the stars are that far away is because of the parallax. You know that, right? That if you ask them how they know the distances to these stars, they use that slight parallax. I don't know about the reverse parallax, but they use the parallax within their mathematical reverse engineering to say that's how they know how far the star is actually away, even though they're all infinitely far away. And on that point as well, there's a great book everyone should be aware of or look for. People read on YouTube this book called Kings Dethroned, and it goes through the history of how that ended up being the case, where they decided if they put the stars infinitely far away, then they basically get away with anything. Actually, cathexis. If people don't know who cathexis is, he's an old flat Earth head that just doesn't do any live or anything anymore, but just some great content on his channel. Something called the left brain prison, if anyone wants to take note of cathexis. Great word, by the way, as well. And he reads King's Dethroned. There's a good reading by him on King's Dethroned. Other people have done it as well. So it's just a good flat Earth context book to have in your repertoire.
Hey, feel free to link it in a thread in my pin tweet. Just so if anybody double back and listens to this, they can find it. I've never heard.
I haven't even figured out. I'll send it to your DM again in Discord. Did you see those, by the way?
I could go look, but send it to me on Twitter, right?
I haven't even ever posted in here, but I think it's because I'm not even coming through with my own account. But I'll try to do that. But check out your things. I was just sending you memes that you could post and also to save for your collection on a bunch of stuff on Coriolis.
Oh, that's what's up. I appreciate that, bro.
Yeah, no problem.
Damn, I'm mad I missed that because we just did that the other day.
Dave,
hey, let's slide over to first of all, let me say what up to is Beast up here? I thought he was just up here. Anyway, Beast, if you're down there, shout out to you, bro. I seen you up here. I just want to say what up. Let's go to Hap. Hap, what's going on, bro?
Can you hear me?
Yeah, man, good to see you. Are you on PC or are you on mobile?
I'm mobile.
Oh, okay. So I didn't see you last time. Sometimes I'm only looking
at I got tired of waiting. You seem to only ask people who agree with your point of view. You haven't had a Glober up here, for a good 40 minutes. Anyway.
Hap. You don't see Keon right there?
Oh, Keon didn't. I wasn't aware of. Anyway, so let me talk about.
Hey, Hap, you got to be careful on them claims, bro. You got to be careful. If you're going to make claims, you got to be able to substantiate that. But that's why I was asking you if you was on PC or not. Because when people have hands, I'm just automatically programmed to go to the people that's like respecting everybody's voices. So if you're on PC, you may not be able to have the function to put your hand up. So I may have skipped you. That's what I was prefacing what I was saying to you. But if you're on mobile, you as an astrophysicist, a man of science, should know how to click the little button on the bottom and raise your hand. And raise your hand.
I thought you even acknowledged you saw me.
And raise your hand so that way we can get you in an orderly fashion.
Yeah, you've mentioned my name 3 or 4 times, but you've never called on me.
So anyway. So no. I'm gonna slow you down real quick because I don't want this to continue to be a problem. And then you run to the timeline and say, Sacred skipped over me. Now look at my PFP. This right here is a hand wave. That's not what we're talking about. Okay. This right here is you raising your hand to speak. You see that? So there's a hand wave, and then there's raise. See, Peace WTF is raising his hand. Use that emoji. Don't wave your hand like that. Use the other one. Don't use that one. Use the other one. That's a clap. Nope. Don't worry. We're gonna get to it. We're gonna figure it out. Just like triangles fit in triangles, squares fit in squares, circles fit in circles. You should be able to raise your hand. Click the hand raising emoji, Hap. Let me see if you know how to do that. Can you find it? Nope. That's the hand wave. We want the hand raise. Nope. That's the fist. Nope. That's the wave. Come on, Hap. You can do it. Okay. I'm gonna chalk that up as a failure, Hap. So I don't know if you don't have the functionality or not, but typically people on PC don't have it. But if you're on mobile, you should have it. I don't know
I'm
why.
on an Android.
I don't know. Yeah, that doesn't matter. I don't know
What's
why
that
that's
one mean?
difficult for you, but there should be 6 options for you on a mobile phone.
What's that one?
Actually, should be like 8 or 9 to be totally honest. I think it's like 8 of them. So you should
I got
have the
10.
hand raising option, so that way people could see when you're ready to speak. So now that we got that clarified, even though you haven't figured it out yet, please
It's not there.
talk to us about Parallax.
Yeah, okay. So there's so many holes in your argument that I don't know where to start. But I've discovered on forums like this, it's best to stick to one and only one point. So I'll stick to 3. First of all, you only bring up one article. Well, you brought up 2 or 3. There was Shane St. Pierre, and then the other guy who referenced I think it was the Tycho star survey that the ESA did. So Parallax, as Alan very well talked about, is a very difficult measurement to make because you get all these triangles with angles of 89.99999 degrees. So it is a difficult measurement to take, and there are dozens and dozens. And I'm not prepared to talk about Parallax. I'm just going off the top of my head. So if you tell me to, reference a paper.
Astrophysicist in your bio. What you mean?
You done? Can I have like 2 minutes to just go without interruption?
Okay, yeah, no one interrupt Hap. Go ahead, Hap. You got it.
Thank you. So the article you brought up, I forget what his name was. It was the one Shane St. Pierre. There's Alan. Anyways, it's the it's heliocentric problem number 4. So he's clearly trying to disprove parallax, and he came up with that weird sort of shell. He called it I agreed with your pronunciation, the Stellarimex or whatever it was, and that's fine. So whether you look at the heliocentric model where the stars are distributed through space, so some are farther and some are closer, or whether you look at his little shell that he had where some are farther and some are closer. If you do, so again, the Tycho stellar survey, it wasn't a parallax survey. And parallax is a very difficult measurement to make, as Alan said, 89.999%. So you can't just randomly pick stars. I think I can say this, and this is irrefutable. If I look at an area of space and take a photograph of it, say there are 10 stars in it. Even though we don't know the distances to those 10 stars, I think we can all agree, unless they're, painted on a dome and they're all the same distance away, that 5 of those stars are going to be closer than the other 5. So 5 are closer, 5 are farther away. That's simple. Nobody can disagree with that. If you do parallax on all 10 of those stars, because you're comparing the closer stars to the further away stars of those 10 stars, you would expect those to show positive parallax because you're looking at a closer star compared to a further away one. But if you look at the farther away star with respect to the closer stars, you're going to get negative parallax. Look at the diagrams that Alan showed to see that. So in any area of the sky you look at, you would exactly expect half of them to show negative parallax and the other half to show positive parallax, because you're not trying to do a parallax survey. You're just randomly saying, here's a survey we're doing. We're going to do parallax on every single star. And because you're not trying to do the parallax measurements. You just take them for the survey. You would expect exactly half of them to show negative, half of them to show positive parallax. That was only 2.5 minutes.
Okay. Wait a minute. So you're telling me that cyclically, right? Because they said that this happens time and time and time again, that they predict.
No, I'm not cyclically. We're looking at the Tycho star survey, which was not specifically a parallax study. They took parallax on those stars, but that was not the point of that star survey.
Okay, so you're gonna have to show me exactly what you're talking about, because what I just read literally told me that this is not something that's expected. As a matter of fact, when
But that was one paper that showed you that. You didn't.
So you're saying, Hap, that
Very
you
good.
don't want to be interrupted, but I can't get 5 words out, Hap?
Go right ahead.
Does that seem fair to you, Hap?
Go right ahead.
Okay, I appreciate that. So basically, you're telling me that this is an expected observation, that relative to our motion, that we are supposed to see the stars' apparent position displace in the opposite direction according to the globe earthers. Like, this is not even really SciComm. I mean, we're appealing to like the flat earth debunkers, right? And let me just go ahead and I'm gonna read it back one more time just in case there's a misunderstanding here, and then we can kind of break this down, because I didn't read anything that said this is expected to happen. What I see.
1 second. You're reading from heliocentric problem number 4.
Yeah, no, I'm reading from everything in totality. Everything in totality.
But are you but I thought you were going to read specific words.
Yeah, I'm about to read specific words from everything in totality. So I didn't read anything from heliocentric problem number 4 that said that this is expected. So I'm gonna go to what the actual flat earth denialists say, and that was
okay.
in my. So Hap, you gonna let me like get out my thought, or are you just gonna stay triggered like with no respect? Because you asked me to not interrupt, to go back and forth. You didn't want the back and forth engagement. You wanted me to be quiet so you can get your thought about something that isn't on this paper. So now when I'm trying to gain clarity and articulate my position, you want to keep on interrupting me after telling me as the host that it's okay for me to speak. Does this seem like a coherent conversation to you? Do you think that this is a fair engagement right now, Hap?
I'm taking 2 seconds to say which paper I want to follow along, Sacred.
So yeah, you got to let me finish so I can redirect you. So in my thread, I list all the positions, right? We talked about globe earth physicists, not flat earthers, and he talked about heliocentrism versus geocentrism equivalence for stellar parallax. We talked about the flat earth deniers, which is flatearth.bs. And in this description, this is the main refutation or the explanation from the people that deny flat earth, deny geocentrism, not those that are open to it. And they said this is measurement errors. This is statistical errors, uncertainty. Nothing that says it's predicted. Now, if you want to jump down to negative parallax from Dr. Neville Thomas Jones, what part of this am I supposed to focus on?
Well, I want to do a thought experiment with you. Imagine you're looking at 10 stars. Clearly, 5 of them are closer to you and 5 of them are farther away. Yes?
I don't know. This is your example.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear you.
I said, I don't know. This is your example.
This is my example, yes. But can you agree with that if we look at 10 stars, 5 are closer and 5 are farther away, assuming that they're not all equidistant away?
Oh, so we got to implement your assumptions. Okay, so we're implementing assumptions already. I'm following.
Okay. So do you agree 5 are closer and 5 are further away?
I don't agree with it. I'm listening to your example.
Does my assumption make sense to you? You don't have to agree with it. Does it make sense that if you're... Thank you.
Your example so far makes sense. Go ahead.
Okay, so now if you look at one of the closer stars with respect to the stars that are farther away in that sample of 10 stars, you're going to get, via Alan's analysis and very good diagrams of how parallax works, you're going to get positive parallax. However, if you take one of the stars of the 5 that are farther away and compare it to the nearby stars, the nearer stars, you're going to get negative parallax. You just have to go back to Alan's diagrams to understand that. Does that make sense? Maybe I haven't explained it well.
No, it doesn't. And the reason why it doesn't make sense, because it seems like a cop-out to say, hey, we assume that these stars are at certain distances, the ones that are in the background relative to the ones that are in the foreground. Then when they go ahead and make these observations over 6 months or whatever time frame it is, they move in the wrong direction. They say, oh, this was a statistical error. These stars that we told you guys, 60% of them that we told you that were in the foreground, they must be in the background. So this is where they're telling us the error occurred. What you're doing is affirming that and said, oh, the error is actually the stars in the background, but you're skipping over the first hypothesis that these stars were in the foreground to begin with. So we're saying, do you have any other explanation other than instrumentation error, seeing that this paper that I highlighted by Dr. what's his name?
Neville Thomas Jones.
Dr. Neville Thomas Jones says, hey, like this is in a cycle. Like this takes away any postulation of error because this happens all the time.
But the paper by Neville Thomas Jones is one paper out of thousands, and he is trying to disprove heliocentrism in that paper if you read it. So it's a biased sample if you're going to rely on your refuting the ability of parallax to give you the distance to stars, to rely on only one paper.
Okay, wait a minute. So this is interesting. That's very interesting that you said that, right? Because according to what I've been learning from the scientific community, science is made to refute things. Like when you submit a paper, you're submitting it to your peers for them to attempt to disprove it. So basically what you're saying is science is based on bias.
No, that's not what I'm saying at all. That is exactly, you said it perfectly. Exactly. Science is about trying to refute everybody's ideas. Einstein, when he wrote papers, would say, here's how you can disprove my theory, you experimentalists, you. So no, you're right. That's exactly what science is.
But you just told us that this guy who was refuting the position is biased, yet you just said that science works off of refuting positions. So which one is
yes,
it?
but if you read his paper, he talks about the silliness of Star Trek and what we've all been taught to, what we've all been indoctrinated with. So he has a very specific ideology that he's pushing in that one paper. There's thousands of other papers out there that probably refute Neville Thomas Jones. So you can't
probably. Did you say probably?
I said probably to thousands. I don't know how many hundreds it is. And as I said, I have not researched Parallax. I just bumped into this space today. And so can I show you dozens of papers? I'd have to go find them. But Neville Thomas Jones isn't the only paper out there about parallax. And also, my other point is he's taking the Tycho survey to come up with his 60-40 number, and another paper you said was 50-50 that have negative parallax. And if you just grab random stars at random and do parallax measurements on them, because you don't know which one is closer and which one is further, you would expect 50% of the time for the parallax to be negative, because you're comparing a far away star to a closer star as opposed to a closer star with respect to background stars. Remember, when we're doing these parallax studies, we don't initially know how far away the stars are. And we have a database over hundreds and hundreds of years with thousands and thousands of mistakes before they finally started to get a consistent database saying, we know these stars because we've tested them 25 times. We know this one, we've seen it over and over. So there's a huge database of parallaxes that is consistent using the Tycho survey of stars, which was not a parallax study, and simply picking random stars out of it. You would expect half of them to be negative parallax and the other half to be positive. I would actually expect most of them to be zero parallax, but I don't understand that, and I'll admit it. They should, I mean, most parallax will not work on most stars because most stars are too far away.
So, Hap, why didn't you approach the conversation like this? Hey, Sacred, I haven't heard about this as an astrophysicist, just like you highlighted in your pin tweet with the other physicists that you talked to. I'm going to go do some research so that way I can come and speak about this intelligently. Instead of what you did was say, hey, you only took one paper, and there's probably thousands of papers that can explain this, although I don't know about this. Don't you think that your position, the way that you approach the conversation, since this is the subject that you highlighted, is pretty much completely biased?
Not at all.
What do you mean? You just admitted to speaking to something unintelligently. Like you have no idea about this from what you said, and you're telling me, hey, there's probably thousands of papers that refute it. You could have also said, hey, Sacred, I don't know about this. There's probably thousands of papers that support this. But you decided to choose a position based off of something that you admittedly are ignorant to. To me, since you invoke this standard, that seems biased as an astrophysicist, which is why I prefaced what I said was by saying, hey, why didn't you approach this conversation like, I don't know about this, but I'm going to find out, Sacred, and I'm going to give you an answer next week once I do a little bit more research, because that would be an unbiased, intellectually honest astrophysicist on Twitter Spaces and Flat Earth Fridays in the middle of the night. Why did you choose the opposite?
Because it's such a simple thought to put in your mind that if you look at faraway stars versus close stars and you do parallax on the close versus the far versus the far versus the close, that you'll get negative parallax. It's a simple bit of geometry that if you need to go back and look at Alan's presentation of how parallax works. It's so simple that I don't need to do any research on that. If you would listen to me and let me talk to you about Alan's diagrams, which I guess I could dig up again, I can show you how, look, if you're looking at a faraway star and doing parallax on that faraway star on a closer star, you would expect to get negative parallax. That doesn't require any research. That's just simple. Look at Alan's diagrams. So I don't need to do any research on that. There's nothing biased about
which
that.
diagram do we need to look at?
Where he showed how parallax works.
Is it in the Jumbotron here? I was telling you, like, from my point of view, like you can put the stars as far away as you want or as close as you want, and you'll get like a difference in like a rate in the size of the parallax loop, right? Or like that makes sense. But what doesn't make sense is that it would suddenly start parallaxing backwards.
Okay, so hear me out here. In your parallax diagram, it showed some stars as closer and some stars as farther, correct?
And which one? You talking to Alan? You talking to me? Because I don't know.
Whoever wants to answer.
I don't know what diagram you're talking about.
I mean, that's the premise of parallax, yes.
Yes, it is. Now, suppose you make a mistake and you assume that the star you think is close, so you draw at the apex of the triangle, is actually the one that's farther away. Because after all, we're looking at it and it looks like a flat plane against the celestial sphere. You don't have an arrow pointing to one star saying, this one's closer, this one's farther away. So if you've made a mistake and you're looking at a star that's farther away and you think that's the closer one, your diagram changes and you'll get negative
So
parallax.
you think they've modeled, they have it all wrong. You've come up with the answer that they just have the distances of the stars wrong, and in their model they have it wrong in their globe model. That's what you're asserting here? Because I mean, like,
No,
that's
what I'm asserting is we don't know the distances to the stars. We
So
don't
you
know
guys
it
shouldn't make
before
claims
we do the
about
parallax.
You shouldn't make claims about parallax being proof of Earth in motion if you don't even have the data set correct. That's the whole point of this space.
Well, but the whole point of parallax is you do the measurements thousands of times, compare them to other stars over centuries of measurements, and eventually you build up a database of stars, and every time you do the measurements, they're consistent.
We're talking about what was the level of precision on this again, Sacred or Alan? It was like 0.000, like
Yeah,
the most insane level of
3
required
million.
precision, and you're gonna try and invoke measurements from hundreds of years ago.
Yes, absolutely. We have photographic plates. We have photographic plates taken 6 months apart.
Possibly have been degraded. They couldn't possibly have been oriented incorrectly. They couldn't possibly have been, a photographic plate from hundreds of years ago. Let's use that as an evidence of the ground, or the ground beneath our feet moving.
No. We're just measuring parallax. We're not making any conclusions. Don't jump to conclusions. We're just looking at photographic plates 6 months apart, and the stars move.
Bro, your whole argument is you jump to conclusions. You preface everything that you said by, I don't know about this, Sacred. So you're literally up here defending a globe model that you don't have.
No. All I'm talking about is parallax.
I know I'm about to cook you, bro. I know I'm about to cook you, but don't interrupt this.
But I'm not. But you're doing it by saying things that I haven't said. All I'm talking about is parallax.
I'm literally repeating what you said.
All I'm talking about is parallax.
No, you're talking about something that you misspoke on, bro. You literally just told us that you have no idea about negative parallax, and you are guessing, and you're trying to hold somebody.
I'm not guessing anything.
Bro,
it makes sense that if you
mistaken, bro. Hap, listen, you can't interrupt me, bro. If you don't want to back and forth, then you got to let me speak. Don't stop me from talking when I think that we about to have a back and forth, saying I want 2 minutes, Sacred. And then when I start to talking, you try to interject because you don't like what I'm trying to highlight about your position. You can't do that, bro. That's unfair. Now, we're giving you a chance to speak now, but you got to let me respond to the things that you are claiming. You got to connect multiple thoughts together, bro. Don't sit there and say, hey, you're jumping to conclusions. However, I'm going to jump to conclusions about something that I just told you guys I don't know about and I need to research more. Dude, does that make any coherent sense, Hap?
It's completely logical that if you look at 2 stars and you do the parallax on those 2 stars and you assume one of the stars is close and one of the stars is farther away, and you're incorrect in that assumption, that you will get negative parallax.
So
remember,
that's
you don't know.
Non sequitur, red herring. You avoided my direct question while literally trashing your whole paradigm by saying, hey, we're giving you something that's factual that we get wrong all the time. Do you even understand the position that you're taking? This don't help you, bro.
Well, you're misunderstanding me, and I think intentionally
don't gaslight
so.
me. Don't gaslight me, because I'm the one that came with the papers. I'm the one that had the presentation. You're the one that says I don't know anything about this, and now you're gonna tell me that I'm misunderstanding. Don't gaslight me, bro. If you want to rephrase what you want to say and walk back and start moonwalking your position, you could do that. You're gonna look a little crazy as an astrophysicist in your bio, but you ain't finna gaslight me in front of everybody, bro, because I'm the one that's bringing the negative parallax to your attention, something that this is your field of expertise. Let's be clear.
The negative parallax makes perfect sense. There's nothing that disproves anything about negative parallax.
Stars predicted to
you
move.
are so lost.
This is
Well,
crazy.
do you not understand how you get a negative parallax? Let me tell you how to get a negative parallax.
We literally outlined the whole thing.
Then explain it to me. How do you measure negative parallax?
Well, I want to know why you think that they were kept calling it a measurement error. Like, why did they say it's a measurement error, but then now you come here, Mr. Hap Row on Twitter, and like, you're not explaining it in any way, shape, or form. You're not drawing us a line of logic. You invoked like, oh, there's thousands of papers out there, but like literally the papers
Probably.
the papers that we looked in said it was a measurement error. But now you're saying, oh well, no, they just don't actually know the distances of the stars, guys, which is hilarious
Well,
for
But
someone
that's
from your
that's literally
paradigm
the
to say.
same thing.
You're
Toby, that's
jumping
literally
to
the same thing.
conclusions because I never said anything about measurement errors. I never brought that up. I don't want to talk about it. All I want to talk about is if you just take two random stars that you can do parallax on, most stars are too far away for parallax, just two random stars, you have no idea what their distances are. Half the time you're going to get a negative parallax, half the time you're going to get a positive parallax. It's just simple geometry.
No, you're
That's
not really.
simple
You're not
geometry.
understanding the
Actually, that's
issue.
Sure it is.
That's
You're-
actually
Let
arithmetic,
me-
to be totally honest. And all you're
let me-
doing is invoking. You're the one.
Let me-
And all you're doing is invoking. You're the one jumping to conclusions, and you don't have any. Matter of fact, can you throw anything right now, something that you're aware of that you're not gonna Google, that you have on hand that you know about to substantiate that claim,
I would-
or are
I
you
would
just,
have to-
or
Yeah.
are you just guessing right now? Please demonstrate to everybody that you are an honest intellectual.
Sure.
And just say, are you guessing? Or are you deriving your argument from some paper, just like we have highlighted for the past, I don't know, 2
It's
hours?
simple geometry. You learn it in elementary school. I could draw you a
Answer
picture.
my question. Are you referencing a paper or anything scientifically substantiated with your argument, or are you just pulling something out of the air as a guesstimate to how you think it could work?
It's simple geometry. I mean, I don't know how to answer
Hap,
your
answer the
question.
question,
I did.
bro.
It's simple
Hap,
geometry.
answer the
I
question.
can draw you a picture.
I didn't ask you if it's simple geometry. I said, are you referencing something that is scientifically substantiated? Yes or no?
Yes, by geometry. Absolutely. I can draw you a picture.
Bro, we know how parallax works, but you're making a claim and you're just saying, hey, I don't know about this.
I'm not saying I don't know about it.
I'm giving you a chance to say I'm guessing on this, and you don't want to say I'm guessing.
Because
Why
I'm
don't you
not
want to say I'm
guessing.
guessing?
It's simple geometry. I
You
can
just
draw
told us
you
you
a
don't know
picture.
nothing about negative parallax, and you don't call this guessing?
I can draw you a picture and show you how you
not
get
guess
negative
about something that
parallax.
you,
And it makes
bro, how do you not guess about something that you just admitted that you don't know about?
I haven't heard about negative parallax, but with simple geometry, it's easy to demonstrate how you'd get a negative parallax. Yes,
It's an
if
error.
you
Hap,
if
do you
assume
agree that that's an error? Hap? Do you agree when you say I'm assuming these distances and they're wrong, that means it's an error? Hap, please be honest. Don't discredit yourself in front of all these people, bro. This is gonna stay on the internet. This is why I appreciate you, because I didn't know you was approaching the conversation in this way. But don't do yourself this dirty because you don't understand something. You want to stand on a credential. Be honest, bro. We looking for honesty here.
So can you accept that maybe I
testing.
misspeak and don't always speak real well?
Yo, can you hear me?
Maybe I say things wrong. Can you
Yeah,
accept
we can
that?
hear you. We can hear you, Alan. We was waiting for you to come back.
Okay, cool.
Can
Yeah.
you accept that?
Yo, Hap, the heliocentric model doesn't predict negative parallax, homie. That's why it's a problem. That's why this guy made 3 separate solutions to it. Now, one of those solutions was changing the reference stars, dude. Similar to kind of how what you're saying now, but completely different because this is the reference stars, bro. The literal reference stars, they have no idea. Negative parallax completely destroys the model. The fact that it's symmetrical in both quote unquote hemispheres. Please stop. The fact that it's symmetrical in both hemispheres, bro, you got no. That's not a prediction of the heliocentric model if the Earth is in motion. If the cause of the parallax is Earth's motion, then it has to be in one direction. Thus, the explanation given to people, hey, what do we do with this negative parallax we keep measuring that destroys our fucking model? Oh, hey, guys, no worries. Statistical anomaly. Maybe the background star is moved, or maybe it was a binary star and we just didn't know and there's a gravitational anomaly, so the orbit is irregular. So it just looks like it's in a different spot, but it's really in the normal spot. Bro, like, please do not repeat the same simple geometry over and over again. Your model failed to make a prediction in the sky, and it's entirely based upon predictions in the sky. It's over. You had a good run.
It's not my model. So, Alan, I appreciate the diagrams you made.
Alan
Can
already
you
shut down
see
anything
how?
to say, yeah.
Alan, can you see how you can measure negative parallaxes if you put the faraway star?
Yo, yes,
and
yes.
the close star?
Can you hear
Okay.
me? Yes. Yes. I just told
Okay.
you that's not the issue. That's not even what they're doing. They have
And
to
so
move.
what paper was it that said we've got stars and we know where they are?
They have to move the
You gotta
background
let him
reference
speak there,
stars
bro.
now.
You gotta let him speak. You interrupted him, bro. That's not a conversation.
Well, you're asking him a question, Keon. You chill out for a second. We gave you a chance to get this going, and you didn't have anything for us. So let the astrophysicist and Alan, who he's questioning, go back and forth. Unless he don't want the back and forth, he don't have to talk.
That paper from the Dearborn Observatory outlines the issue at hand and is giving people the guidelines for how to report it in their observations, because it cannot be, because that observation they're making refutes their model, and they're like, what do we do, guys? What do we write in our logbook?
So was that, God, you didn't put that up 5 hours ago, did you?
Yeah.
Okay. And this is a video, so I have to watch the video to find where you say that or where they say it.
No, there's papers linked as well. You could, and also Shane also posted a bunch of papers that further back up the initial paper that was posted about the Dearborn stuff. I mean, dog, like
Well,
what you've been
pause me, I'll go read the paper and I'll talk later.
Well, shouldn't you know your position if you're in the field doing the thing, right? You came out.
Well, as I said, I don't know negative parallaxes and all the issues with it. However, getting negative parallaxes from the Tycho study, which whatever Nelson Jones, who talked about Star Trek and indoctrination. I mean, from the Tycho study, Tycho star survey, it wasn't doing parallax. That wasn't the point of that. It was a star survey.
We have the Gaia.
And they
we have the Gaia
parallaxes
data
on all
set.
the stars, and you would expect some of them to be negative for the reason you understand, Alan.
Yeah, we have
so that
Gaia.
wasn't a parallax
No, not for the ones that we understand. That's how you're choosing to interpret the data. Now, number two, we have the Gaia data sets as well. The ones that are specifically designed for the parallax, that measure it at the micro arc second level, bro. Like, go read up on the papers and get back to us, homie. It's all good. It's new information.
Micro arc seconds.
Yes.
How far down can we measure? I don't know that number. So they claim
these measurements,
micro arc seconds.
Yes, they claim that these measurements are done at altitudes. Well, they say that they're done by spacecraft, right? So that there's no atmospheric interference. So they say that they're down to 1/3,600,000th of a degree. That's one micro arc.
That's one arc second.
I'm sorry, milli-arc. No, 1 arc second is 1/3,600th of a degree. They upped it by they upped it by 1 million with the milli-arcs.
Huh?
A milli-arc is 3,600,000th of a degree.
Sure, a milli-arc second, right? Okay, I'll go read the paper.
Cool.
Yeah, maybe next time you should do that before you come in and start making big assertions.
Well, it seems like
Alan,
a pretty
why don't
simple,
you explain the paper?
simple thing to talk about.
You're gonna battle with him.
I have a question for you, Hap.
Yeah.
I might have missed this part, but to you, is parallax exclusive evidence of Earth's motion?
No, there are lots and lots of observations that show Earth's motion.
That's not what exclusive means.
So you don't consider this to be like really relevant when it comes to the motion of the Earth, since it's so negligible?
I'm sorry, what's negligible?
Parallax, negative parallax.
Hap, what? Hap, are you
Discrepancy.
trolling us right
I
now?
didn't know what the question was. I don't know whether we're talking about Earth's motion or parallax. Parallax is
Rest
one
in peace, bro.
observational bit of evidence that we have for Earth's motion.
We're going to rotate
Mostly
out the mics.
parallax is about finding the distance to stars.
So do you think that parallax proves Earth's motion?
Well, Sacred said something interesting earlier. Well, yes, I do.
So then how do we explain half of them going the other way? You see the problem now?
Well, I don't think half of them are going the other way, and I've explained it as best I can
You just set it up
without studying the paper carefully.
by saying it was totally expected and totally problem, and then you asked us 17 times if we thought that we agreed with you.
And it was talking about the measurement of parallax, not the
Hold on,
motion.
he don't need help, Keon. He got astrophysicists in his
it's 10 of
bio.
you.
If you wanna, Keon, if you
against
wanna
one,
stand
bro.
on your own argument, Keon, we're gonna double back and we're gonna let you talk about what you want to talk about. The astrophysicists don't need no help unless he's tagging you in. Hap, you want Keon to help you out?
No, I want to go read the paper, but
Okay.
and I'll stand by. Yeah, parallax demonstrates Earth motion, and whether you put the Earth at the center and the sun rotating, you still have the baseline of 93 million miles. So that doesn't really solve a lot of flat Earth problems.
So if we're using
and I don't think the Tycho study, which I thought most of the negative parallaxes came out of, was a parallax study, and it's not. But Alan has helpfully pointed me to the paper reference, which is near the video. Anyway, thank you for hearing me.
Anyway, what were you about to say there, Shane, about the sun and the issue there?
The sun? I forget. That guy blew me away. I'm still trying to figure out how you become an astrophysicist, don't know that parallax is because of Earth's motion, and then confidently claim that half of them going the other way is not only fine, but totally expected, happens all the time. Let me explain to you how we handle it. Well, what?
Wow. Yo, literally, this is why I said we had to have this conversation, because I just spoke with the physicist yesterday and didn't hear about this. I'm like, bro, this got to be an anomaly. It ain't just every physicist and astrophysicist that ain't never heard of negative parallax. Like, it's only the flat earthers and the honest globe scientists that know about this? Is that the only ones? It can't be. And here we is, another astrophysicist that say, hey, I never heard about this. Don't know nothing about it. But this is why all of you guys are wrong. And to me, just like you said, I feel just like y'all said earlier, or what I was saying earlier, that I wish the end of what Hap was saying, hey, I'm just going to go look into it, was how he started the conversation, as opposed to trying to justify it.
Dude, Globers don't get to make stuff up or ad lib. You can't do that. You have one model. You have to go figure out the answer, refer to your textbook, and then come back. If it ain't there, you don't have one.
Hapro here, astrophysicist. Where's the paper you were talking about, Alan? I looked in the video and I didn't see a link. Doesn't mean it's not there.
Which paper does he want?
So I got a bunch of them, Hap. So you could check my thread, or you can go down my timeline. I retweeted everything that Shane had going. So there's a bunch of different things that you could reference if you go and save my current tweets, like right now, before I start retweeting everybody else. Because I retweeted some people's spaces. But you can go to Shane's profile. You can go to my thread. You can go to my profile. You can see everything that we're talking about.
Yeah, I thought I followed along when you were presenting in the first place, and I honestly didn't put much credibility in what I was reading. But I'll look again.
That's called bias, but I mean, at least you're honest about it.
Well,
that explains the confidence.
Look, Hap, we're not looking for you to just give us an answer right now, right? And we appreciate you giving us your best shot, but you can't just preface that, hey, I don't know about this, and then tell us that we're all wrong about it. It would just be more honest to say, hey, look, I haven't heard about that. Just like some of the other physicists you talked to, Sager, this is a great topic. I'm learning something from the Flat Earthers and Flat Earth Fridays. This is why I pull up over here, and I respect you guys, and you guys give me a chance to speak. But let me go ahead and teach myself this, or learn a little bit more, so I can be more familiar, so I can speak about it more intellectually. So that's all we asking, bro. We're not looking for you to give answers right now. It's okay if you don't have them. We don't have them either. It just seems that it refutes the heliocentric model, and it definitely isn't proof of heliocentrism with the apparent motion of the stars going in the opposite predicted direction, bro. That is not proof. That directly refutes heliocentrism, which I'm assuming you would subscribe to, right? You subscribe to heliocentrism, so I don't strawman you.
Oh yeah, it's observable reality. Yeah.
Literally not. That's what we've been waiting for. So we've already dismantled aberration. We dismantled parallax. We've gotten interferometry out of here. I mean, you guys are running out of like options. You guys have reverted to like statistical error, and 60% of our observations are incorrect, and we're just gonna move the stars trillions of miles in the opposite direction in order to make our model work. Like, this is what you're doing to keep the model intact, and let a flat earther have done this. Let you refute something a flat earther do, and then we move the goalposts countless amount of times to make it work. You're gonna sit there and say, "Oh, you flirts don't do science. That's not how science works." Whoop-de whoop-de whoop. And we're just highlighting that, hey, look, the globe earthers are doing the same thing that they don't want us doing. Ain't that
When did globe earthers ever change the goalposts on Parallax?
You just did, bro. You just told us the opposite direction of the stars, the predicted motion, is proof of heliocentrism. You literally
No, I
just
never
did.
said it was proof of heliocentrism that they move the opposite way. I
Well,
said if you take two random stars, you would expect half the time to see negative
Oh
parallax
my God.
from two random stars.
Okay, bro. Everyone's gonna run a tape back, and they're gonna hear them ask you, "Hey, do you think parallax is proof of the Earth in motion?" And you saying yes.
Yes,
After
I
we
do.
just caught,
Yes, I do.
after
Yes,
we
I
just
do.
and okay. So do you not just see the contradiction here?
What, that if you take two random stars and you get negative parallax half the time and positive? No, there's no contradiction there.
I think what we're seeing here is a product of the education system, you know?
No,
Absolutely.
I think we're asking the wrong questions because he's talking about parallax, right? Because now I kind of understand a little bit. You guys are talking about emotion. So the question is, how does parallax prove the motion? How does that prove the motion, right? That's the question.
That's
No,
our
that's not the
question
question.
for you.
We don't believe
I'm
in us being
Like,
emotional.
so
I'm
yeah,
asking
Keon.
him. I'm asking Apparel. So how
Oh,
does
okay.
the parallax prove the motion?
How does parallax prove the motion?
Again, half go the other way. Just going to remind you. You totally.
No, I'm just trying to not misspeak and use as few words as possible. You know, suppose you did know what stars were infinitely far away, just as an assumption. And then if you looked at a nearby star as you move back and forth in the Earth's orbit, you would see that nearby star move back and forth with respect to the infinitely far away ones. So that shows there's a motion going on, unless you want to assume that all the nearby stars just have this random wobble that exactly fits a model that isn't even really a model, it's just geometry. So that's how it proves you're moving on a baseline of twice 93 million miles.
And all that's caused by a single uniform rotation, right?
An orbit around the Earth, right?
Here you go,
How is it?
guys. Simple answer. Here you go.
How
Use
is it
that
basic
as measure, Keon.
geometry? Hold on a second. I've been wondering this for a while. How is it basic geometry if you don't even know the distance away it is?
Ah, that's why we have centuries of measurements of parallax, because by the centuries of measurements of parallax, eventually you start getting a pretty good idea how far away the nearby stars are that you can do parallax on. And there are not many stars you can do parallax on, only the nearest ones. And so the first time you ever did a measurement, you got shit. But after you do it hundreds of times, from hundreds of different observatories over decades and decades and decades, eventually you start getting consistent measurements, and you can draw out the geometry and say, yeah, those stars are so far away they can be background stars, and we can compare the motion of the nearby star 6 months apart. And you do that hundreds of times, you get a consistent database, you've got parallax.
These wouldn't be
Yo,
random stars
so
then.
you you take
Well,
a
isn't this
measurement.
circular
Hold on,
logic,
hold on
though?
a second. You take a measurement. This dog shit doesn't. It's inaccurate. But you take a bunch of measurements. At some point, you get the parallax needed, but at the same time, you're getting parallax in the wrong direction. Do you realize that like you couldn't even logically form the process that, oh yeah, the reason that we're moving is due to the parallax is caused by the motion of the Earth. If it's going in different directions, you wouldn't even conceive of that as being the answer for number one, man. And there was something else I wanted to touch on that you said. Let's see.
Well, and you're
What
also
was the other
making
thing?
like you're saying we know there's parallax,
Oh,
or
sorry.
we know the distance of the stars because of parallax,
Right.
but because of the parallax, we know the distance of the stars. So it's like one is proving the other, right?
Yeah,
No, not at all.
hold on,
Not at all.
real quick before you answer that. Real quick before you answer that. Retaking the same measurement that you can't confirm, right? Because this is just a measurement in the sky. This isn't like you're confirming the distance like in real life when you take an estimate with parallax and then you go and actually measure it. And then you actually have an actual baseline too, because that's the other important part of parallax too, is knowing the actual baseline. Now, for the distances proposed where they say the sun's at 93 million miles, so we have our baseline. Well, when you get into how they've actually confirmed the measurements of that distance, like, yeah, okay, cool story. But when you're applying that scale to quote unquote stars at an infinite distance that you can invoke with that freedom, yeah, dude, you could quote unquote make it appear to work for however distances you need. And that's what we're pointing out here, that even under all those, given all that freedom and assumptions to explain the cosmos, it still doesn't work. And the stars go in the wrong direction.
I don't accept that they're negative parallaxes. I've got to read on that. And if there are negative parallaxes, maybe those are the ones down at, a micro arc second. So those are very, very hard measurements to take because the angles are so small.
How about address the distance?
For the stars that are in the range of millisecond or arc second parallaxes 6 months to 6 months. Those are consistent enough to rely on. Maybe these negative parallaxes you're talking about are very far away stars, and it's very hard to make the measurements. There are a bunch of stars, like in the Hades cluster. Those are the nearest stars we do parallax on, and those are reliable. It's well within our observational limits.
They're all presumed. Nothing is established.
None of those have negative parallaxes.
Buddy, there can't be any negative parallaxes. Do you understand that concept? Like, yes or no? Like aside from your misinterpretation of the one data set, like, do you understand that there can't be any negative parallax at all?
I thought we went over that. If you take two random stars, you would expect that measurement to be negative parallax half the time. I can draw you a simple diagram.
Which is it? Half the time or never, not at all?
It should be
if you take two random stars.
That's not what's being taken. Hey, buddy, that's not even what's being taken here, though. So get with the program instead of using the one instance where it does make sense, where they do actually apply what you're talking about, but to the reference stars, bro. Like, just give it a rest. Your explanation is sufficiently inadequate, and if I have to hear it again, like, I'm gonna take your mic, man. It's been real.
That's fine.
Have a new explanation, or just say, I don't know.
Okay.
Can you, Alan,
I don't accept negative parallaxes with these reference stars you're talking about, unless they're at the limits of our observable limits.
I look forward to you reading the paper.
Now he's got the position at least.
Seriously, we really want you to read that shit. But it's very telling that you don't want to accept it. Out of all of this, whether you agree with it or not, or whatever the case is, your reasoning, whatever you're trying to force yourself to rationalize this, you do not want to accept this. And that
accept
to me
what,
is telling.
Specifically?
You the one that said it. Why don't you tell us? What don't you accept?
I don't accept negative parallaxes.
Exactly.
Overthrow the theory that you can find the distance to nearby stars.
Now, if it was explainable, you would say, oh, we have no problem with accepting it because negative parallax is something that happens all the time when you're moving in, when you're in motion. This is something that everyone could accept. But the reason why you don't want to accept it because it directly refutes what you believe in, something that you weren't taught. Now, why would something that directly refutes what you've been taught as an astrophysicist wasn't taught to you? Why would they leave that out of your books? Why wouldn't they teach you about something that supposedly happens all the time? As a matter of fact, 60% of the time it happens. Why would they not teach you about this in order for you to become an astrophysicist?
Well, two random stars, 50% of the time you'd expect negative parallax.
What about a
That's
million?
just simple geometry.
What about a million?
Well, if it's 50, well,
Man, I want to take his
I would
mic
have
so
to look
fucking
into
bad.
that study more.
Exactly. And I'm asking you,
It's
why
simple
wouldn't they
geometry,
tell you about
dude.
that? And why are you like doing with all of your might to refute it, to not accept it? You know why? Because it totally dismantles your heliocentric model. And it makes more sense if the Earth was stationary and the stars were just moving in the sky.
Well, that makes no sense at all. That violates Occam's razor like I can't believe.
Wait, what?
I'm sorry. So we've got this model of parallax. Alan showed it. Makes perfect sense that the stars would wiggle back and forth over 6 months if you accept that model. Very simple to understand. Now, what you're saying is that every star near enough to Earth to do parallax on is on its own, just wiggling back and forth in the perfect pattern. And the ones that are at 90 degrees and 180 degrees and 270 degrees in Earth's orbit, they've all got this perfect little wiggle to look like parallax. That violates Occam's razor.
No, it's not perfect. As a matter of fact, it's the opposite of perfect because it goes in the wrong direction.
I don't accept negative
I know you don't
parallaxes.
accept it. I know you don't. And guess what? Your institution didn't accept it either, which is why they didn't teach you about it. So yes, you are fully indoctrinated. You are the perfect candidate to be an astrophysicist because you are going to accept something that they don't eat, that they want you to believe in without any question. Matter of fact, let me take that back because you are willing to look at it. So I'm gonna take that back. You are at least willing to look at it, but Hap, you better look at it, bro. And if it doesn't make sense, we are expecting you to be honest because you are the baseline of globe earthers, right? There are YouTube globe earthers that are getting paid to refute flat earth. They're making the most flat earth content out of all of us, right? But you, my friend, are an astrophysicist. You are the standard in the scientific community. So if you show dishonesty, it gives everybody else underneath you the path to be dishonest as well. I really wanted to hear how this conversation went out because the guys that I spoke to on TikTok, you know what they said? Hey, I don't know about that, Sacred. I'm gonna have to look into it. And that was it. Next, we're gonna move on to something else. I said, oh shit, what? That's it? I said, all y'all PhDs up here, y'all don't want to talk about this? They said, yo, I'm not touching something that I don't know about. I said, I gotta go to Twitter. Like, I don't, maybe y'all just different over here, but shout out to y'all. Let me go see what my guys on Twitter say. And you are fighting tooth and nail for something that you admittedly do not understand. And I'm just saying that is very telling. So hopefully when you go do your research, you'll either find us an explanation or something else other than instrumentation, 60% of error analysis, analytics data error, like all that stuff. Hopefully you find a better explanation for that. And you don't just say,
I've never said measurement error. Quit bringing that up.
You don't just say, nuh-uh, bro. That's all we're asking. Because
yeah, I never brought up measurement error.
I mean, you literally just said, hey, we predicted the distances. This was wrong. What did you think we predicted it with our eyes or did we use instruments?
Also, it's going to be hilarious when this guy goes and reads.
Or did we use instruments?
To measure distances to stars?
It's going to be hilarious when this guy goes to read what his paradigm tells him the explanation for this is. And it's literally about instrumental error. And he's going to be in here. He's going to go home, read that, get the Men in Black neuralizer, forget this whole conversation ever happened. And then the next time he talks about this, he's going to bring up the instrumental error as if that's always been his argument all along.
Hopefully not, Toby. Hey, Hap has a chance to show us that he is different than the average globe zealot. right? He has a chance to say, hey, I may believe in a globe Earth. I might be like Einstein and say, hey, there's no terrestrial experiment that could say that we're in motion. Although I do believe we're in a heliocentric model. He may have some sort of honesty. So we're going to give him a chance to do his research. But please do not disappoint us. Please, bro. Do not give all these other globe earthers who following in your lead, don't give them a reason to be dishonest, bro. Don't do it.
Just one minor correction, though. You called heliocentrism a model. It's not a model or a theory. It's observable reality, and parallax is one part of those observations. Although I'll admit, I have not read deeply on negative parallaxes, but I'm sure there's a valid explanation for what they are. And I'll bet there are no negative parallaxes on the Hades cluster, which is the nearest stars that we do parallax on.
And most astronomers should know there's no parallax in space.
Parallax in space. Don't know what that meant.
Yeah, I know. It's okay.
Heliocentrism is not only a theory, it's a religion.
Oh, not at all. It's observable reality.
Oh my goodness.
I mean, how often do flat earthers talk about it's God's divine creation to put us on a flat earth and all of that stuff?
What you mean? What do you want to talk about? God, yo, bro, Newton himself says, hey, do not attribute gravity to me, the mechanics. This is an act of God. You gotta be religious if you're gonna practice Newtonian mechanics. Are you kidding me, bro? Don't talk to me about flat earthers and religion. Your own paradigms say that it's an act of God in order for gravity to work. Are you kidding me, Hap? Bro, you can't play with us like that. There's no gaslighting that's going to go on in episode 84, Hap. We done been around the block too many times, bro. It's not going to work, I'm telling you. We level heads in here, bro.
You mentioned
that
one
type
person,
of rhetoric
Newton,
is not going to work. We know your model inside and out. And if there's anything
bullshit.
that I don't know, my guys got me. And if there's anything that they don't know, I got them. This is why we got Flat Earth Fridays, bro. You cannot gaslight us. I'm sorry. It's not going to work.
Can I ask you a question?
Absolutely. Then we're going to move on to KP. Go ahead.
Why do Jupiter's moons orbit Jupiter exactly in accordance with gravity and Kepler's laws? They can be predicted to millisecond, microsecond accuracy.
Crazy slam dunk, huh?
So why does why do the orbits of the moons vary perfectly with the speed of light as we move farther away from Jupiter and get closer to Jupiter?
Oh, he said speed of light. Get him.
Light. I like.
What's altitude? What do you mean? You mean distance from Earth's center or North Pole? Sea level. Okay. So again, so when Jupiter moves farther away and closer to Earth, you're saying that's changing the altitude from sea level?
No.
And the mass cancels out, so it's all meaningless.
Astrophysics. No, I'm real.
So Hap doesn't have.
I believe him.
Hap doesn't have a PhD, but he does say he studies astrophysics, right, Pat? Hap, you say you didn't get your PhD yet, but
I didn't finish my thesis, so I ended up with a master's.
Okay, but he.
Well, yeah. So again, how come the orbits change by about 20 minutes as we move farther and closer to Jupiter?
And what'd you say about scaling speed of light in there somehow? Right.
Well, I think he's kind of talking about how Romer claimed to have measured the speed of C, right? He used he literally used the moons of Jupiter, but then hilariously that was still off by 30%. So, I
He was
mean,
like, how is it perfect? It's not perfect with C, and ski varies all the time. So you can't use a varying constant and to measure a distance. Like, I don't know where the hell you're coming from, man. What are the gotchas do you have, do you think?
So we're showing you, Hap, that your evidence for motion around the sun is not exclusive. So this is why when you say, oh, it's not a model, it's observable reality, and you're now taking in things that you hadn't considered. This is probably why like you're still appealing to that model, and we aren't, because we have a different explanation or interpretation of the things that they told you was factual and exclusive. But when you look at some of the details or some of the opposition, some of the things that they don't put in the textbooks, you see that like all of these things are based off of fallacies, assumptions, misinterpretations, and just outright just bias, bro. Like, and that's the whole point of us having this space, because I didn't think that it was going to be this difficult to get to an answer. And I definitely didn't think that the answer to negative parallax was analytic errors and data errors and instrumentation errors, like 60% of the time. Like that just blew
Yeah,
my mind.
I never brought that up though.
Yeah, your whole paradigm did. So
yeah, but I'm not arguing my
you
paradigm. I'm just saying negative parallaxes are expected if you just take two random stars, and I don't accept the fact that.
can't pick
And
and
I've got to
choose,
go
bro.
look at the papers. What?
You can't pick and choose though. I
Pick
mean, I
and
guess you
choose
could.
what?
I guess you could. Like if you have something like of substantive, like evidence against something, and you still appeal to the globe, like it still works in the globe, heliocentric thing. I guess you could, but you don't have anything. You told us like you have no idea about this. So it's just strange to see you fight tooth and nail and then claim like this is an observable reality, and you have zero exclusive evidence of motion around the sun.
So I'm trying to understand your model. What are Jupiter's moons?
Oh, well, that's a completely different topic. But do you concede that you don't have any exclusive evidence to motion around the sun, or do you want to provide something else? Because I mean, it seems like we're off of parallax. You say you don't know about that. You try to invoke the moons and the motion of these things as exclusive evidence. That don't work. So
no, I wasn't doing it as exclusive evidence. I'm trying to understand your model.
Well, we'd like some exclusive evidence.
Yeah, we don't live on a model, bro. We don't live on a model. And falsification is independent of replacement. So I don't gotta tell you what to think otherwise in order to say, hey, this thing that you didn't know about, just refute your entire position. So
all right, well then there's been no falsification. There's been no falsification of Kepler's laws explaining Jupiter's moon's orbits. You've just said, oh no, it's just kinematics, and you cancel a couple of constants. There's no falsification of Kepler's laws.
Of your claim of exclusivity, absolutely. So don't change, don't gaslight, don't straw man what I said. We asked you for exclusive evidence. You said this isn't a model, this is observable reality. Then we refuted that exclusivity. So we're giving you another chance for that. And then you try to straw man and say that I said that this refutes Kepler's laws. You never heard me say that. I wouldn't even know why you would even take that position in a space that you know is being recorded. Hap. Don't discredit yourself, bro. You don't need to do that just because you don't have an answer. It's okay. We're not going to look at you no other way. As a matter of fact, we're going to respect you for saying, hey, I don't got an answer. Let me not speak on it. You just continue to keep speaking.
I was talking to somebody, Sacred, I guess it wasn't you, who tried to falsify Jupiter's moon's motion as described by Kepler's laws by saying something about Kepler kinematics and canceling a couple of constants, and that's not falsification of the model. And that wasn't you. I would guess it was Alan. I don't remember who tried to say Kepler's laws didn't describe Jupiter's moon's motion.
Yo, 1 second. We'll go over the screen. We'll go over it real quick. We'll go over it. I got the screenshots of the math.
Got the math.
Yeah, we'll go over it. All right.
You want to pull it up real quick before we get to the hands, Alan, or you want to get to the hands first? What you want to do?
Nope, I already pulled it up.
Okay, well, give us a second, KP and Keon. Let's just go through this real quick. Hey guys, just so you know, we are streaming this. We got the sacred screen share going. Just go to Alan's page, just like we did last time. If you want to go look at the visuals as we're speaking about this, you got the picture-in-picture option. So load it up on the screen so you can follow us in real time, or you can watch us back at a later time. But we here in real time now, so let's get it going.
All right, so the picture I just sent you, right? The little m's in that equation cancel out. The g in that equation is a constant, and the t is the periodicity of the events, right? So when you apply those individually to the moon orbiting Jupiter, and you go, oh, we know Jupiter's mass because we took the periodicity of it orbiting the sun and got the weight of it, right? Because that's how you do it with Newton's equations. You can, if you have three of them, or if you have like the what is it, like the momentum, you can reverse engineer the mass out of it, right? So you have the speed, the velocity, the momentum, you can get the mass out of it, right? So they get the mass out of Jupiter from its orbit around the sun, and then they apply that mass to the moon, right? Now, because like I said, the little m's cancel out, it's just kinematics. It has no physical meaning, right? You're plugging in constants to a periodicity, and then you're filling in the blank, and you're like, oh my God, it works, and you're like super impressed with yourself. It makes no sense. You could these
makes perfect sense. It describes it perfectly.
This G could be anything. You understand?
No, it's been measured by Cavendish.
No, I understand what you're saying, but it's the constant, that the way that it's being used for in this equation could be anything, and it would still fit to scale to explain that event, because it's based off of constants and a periodicity. So the output is going to give you the period, like the answer to what you're looking for, and then you're going to go, oh my God, no way. And then you're going to take that speed of that event, and you're going to take the momentum of it, and you're going to go, oh, no way, I just got the mass of it. And then you're going to go, and that matches perfectly to the mass of Jupiter. And that's the only way it could be explained. It's nothing, bro. It ain't nothing.
No, I completely disagree. It's absolutely everything. You can describe it other ways.
Hey, hold on a
if
sec.
you have a bias and you're trying to disprove heliocentrism, but since it describes it perfectly, you haven't falsified it, and you haven't given a model that describes it. You've just said, oh, look, given that I know all the equations, given that I know Kepler, given that I've already predicted everything, look, I can cancel everything out and say,
I'm about to replace your whole model right now. Right? So you know that G right there that your boy Cavendish measured, right?
Yep.
Just add 1 to that. Just add 1, and then that's my gravity, right? My gravity is off by years by 1, but it still explains everything proportional to scale. What's up?
I'm sorry, what do you mean you add 1 to G?
Yeah, the value for G, the gravitational constant, just add 1 more digit to it.
Add 1 more digit. You mean
plus 1.
So I don't know what it is. What is it? 6.67? So you're saying call it 6.671?
Yep.
And what does that prove?
Well, my model just superseded yours. It makes the same exact sky prediction, and it can't be falsified. What's up? Do you understand how dog shit your position is now?
No, I just by 1 out of 10,000.
I just took your entire and it just scales proportionally. I just absorbed your entire model by changing it by one letter or one number.
By 1 part out of 10,000.
Yep. That was that easy, bro.
That doesn't change the model. It's the same model. You just got a different constant in it.
Indubitably. So now that we're all in agreement that your constants
that doesn't
don't
change
mean
anything.
anything.
It's the same model.
Okay. Well, I'm glad that you half agree and understand what's happening.
Well, I don't agree at all. I mean, you can certainly say, let's look at kinematics instead of understanding how that kinematics comes to,
kinematics is a measurement.
Come up with the kinematics you see, to see what you see. That's what we try to do in science. And I would have thought with flat earthers, you're trying to describe what you see. What you see is exactly described by Kepler's laws. It doesn't matter whether you take G and change it by 0.1% or not. It's the same model.
All right, you want the ultimate body bag to your kinematics, bro? So the kinematics that you apply to the sky with Newton, if you tried to measure that with interferometry, you don't get a fringe reading for some reason for the orbital velocity, but you get it for this quote for the sidereal rotation for some reason.
Okay, go through that again.
Yeah. So in Newtonian gravity predicts that the Earth moving around the sun there would be a force acting on it, right?
Force, yeah, sure, orbits,
Okay.
right.
Right, and that would be measurable. And they didn't
The
get
force would be measurable.
right, and Michelson
How are you going to measure the force?
Interferometry.
How do you measure force with interferometry?
So when you have it lined up with the axis of directions of motion, and you have it, an orthogonal setup essentially, right? To the direction.
Axis of motion. What's an axis of motion?
So the assumed axis of motion of the Earth around the sun, right?
I don't know what an axis of motion is. Things spin around axes?
I'm sorry, axis of rotation. I apologize.
Okay. And are you talking about Earth's spin, once every 24 hours or whatever?
Yeah, he's talking about the rotation of the sun, dude. Stop being difficult.
Okay. No, I'm
Bro,
just
he's
trying to understand what
the
he's saying.
question. What are you talking about, bro?
Okay, in the heliocentric model, they say the Earth is moving around the sun due to gravity.
It's orbiting and it's rotating on its axis. Yes.
Correct. Okay. Now they tried to measure that motion with interferometry, and they didn't.
You mean redshift and blue shift in essence?
No. If you're not familiar with interferometry, I don't expect you to defend this argument or even.
Describe what you mean by interferometry.
I will, but just try and listen in then. Okay. So what they did is they took an interferometer. So I kind of want to show you graphics to it so you can see it. 1 second. So I can just give you a visual for it.
Thanks.
Yep.
Pop into the live, y'all.
Hey, who am I talking to? Is this Alan?
Yep.
Okay. Just want to know.
All right. Are you able to see the live stream?
Hap, can you see the live, Hap? Hap, you there? You getting trapped in the ether over there? Or what's up? Don't tell me NASA put you on timeout.
Let's see here.
Oh shit! Let's give Hap a chance to come back.
Yep.
While we do that, let's go to Keon real quick because he's been trying to help Hap out for the past 40 minutes. Yo, you better have something to add, Mr. Keon, sir.
Nah, I ain't got much to add, but I just want to ask you, can you DM me the papers of Parallax? Just for once, I want to research something about Flat Earth.
Yeah, they're everywhere. Here's some more references for you. Wait, Sacred has it pinned. We're all good.
Go to my pinned tweet, bro. It's all here. I think the only one that I didn't put in there was the Gaia paper, and I retweeted that from, I think Shane tweeted that. So if you want all of them, I can send you that one, but you should have everything in my pinned tweet. All right, I see you, KP. Just let Hap come up here real quick so we can get through this, and then we'll get to you in a second. Proud, try to bring Hap up if you can. And shout out to y'all for sticking through Stationary Saturdays with us. This is a dope conversation. We appreciate you.
Wait, is it the video? The 2 minutes video?
That's just my pin tweet, but there's a thread. So everything is in that thread. So if you click that, everything's down in that we've been talking about. I think I linked 2 papers at the end of that thread. And like I said, there's maybe 1 or 2 more that Shane tweeted.
Is this on your Twitter profile? Twitter.
What are you talking about? You talking about the live stream?
No, I thought you just put a whole lot of stuff in all your links.
So
Is
yeah,
that
I
on
have
the
a, I
is
have
that
a
on the space or?
yeah, I have a thread in my pin tweet, and there's a bunch of stuff up top. But
Okay.
what Alan is saying is he wants you to follow along with what he's about to show you.
Yeah, I don't
And
see it yet. Where is it?
okay, I'm gonna DM that to you just so we can get through this real quick. All right, check your DM, Hap. That's the live stream, so you can follow along visually while we're in spaces. You may have to adjust the volume. It's a little bit of a lag, but you'll be able to kind of see what Alan's showing as he's speaking, and hopefully you can keep up.
Just let me know whenever you're ready, Hap. Whenever you can see the what I have on stream.
I seem to be crashing, but okay, I'm here.
Okay. You see the paper I have up?
Yeah, I can't get it to blow up. But yeah, I can.
Okay.
I see it.
Okay. Okay, so to kind of recap what we were talking about earlier, you understood what I was doing by just changing the variable of G a little bit, and then we still have the same predictions, but you're saying that your G is like the most correct G, right? And it makes these predictions about the motion in the sky with respect to our motion. Right? In other words, you're saying that the relationship with big G, confirms that we're in motion because the equations used to describe this to describe the sky, work based off of big G, which is the measurement of Earth's mass. Is that kind of? Are you there?
Close. Yeah.
Okay. So you get the argument, or what I was getting. But your argument is your G is the most correct G. So it turns out in 1887 there was an experiment called the Michelson-Morley experiment, and they went to go measure the motion the motion of the Earth around the sun. So its orbital velocity, that 30 kilometers a second. Right. So here's a basic topographical overview of the setup. You'll have a laser, or I'm sorry, not a laser. You'll have a light source here, coherent light beam. They didn't have lasers back then. This is just I think that was a heat, or like a lamp, an incandescent lamp. Anyway, so it hits a beam splitter, hits reflective mirrors, and it takes a path that it goes orthogonal to itself, and then it recombines. And when it recombines, there's a what do you call it? Like a sheet of paper where
Fringe pattern.
Yeah. There's a sheet of paper with a fringe.
So I understand this all completely.
Okay, cool. So they went to go and measure the correctness of your G, like the motion of Earth and all that, and they didn't get the result.
They were looking for the ether, weren't they?
Well, no. The title of the paper is on the relative motion of the Earth and the luminiferous ether. So this is the
right. They were looking for the ether.
No. This is the relative motion of the Earth and the luminiferous ether.
Right.
Okay? It's not that they were looking for the ether. They already knew that there was an ether. They were utilizing that concept to make a measurement of relative motion. Now,
they were assuming there was an ether.
Well, are you familiar?
They were logically deducing it.
That's true. What Toby just said. Now, would you like to? Do you know why they thought that? Why they thought that there was an ether? And I'll give you. There's a
because it was difficult for them to conceive that light waves could travel through nothing.
Well, in addition to that, there was some other factors. So it turns out that you can actually split light beams and get those fringe shift patterns. You can measure a proportional velocity out of it. Now they figured this out in who was it, Toby? Was it Arago or Fresno who did the light with the water?
Fizeau.
Okay, so Fizeau. So based on a fringe pattern of the motion of water, or produced by the velocity of water, of light moving through running water, he figured out that you can mathematically derive a relationship between the fringe pattern and the velocity of light. It's like how much it increases
Yep.
and decreases, right? So from
Fresnel
so,
derived
Completely
the math Fizeau did the
straightforward.
experiment. Sorry, I'm being pedantic.
sorry.
I just
Well,
Fresnel deduced the math, and then Fizeau did the experiment.
okay, thank you. And did you were saying something? What was your name? Yeah, fuck. I have to pull up the thing.
Capra?
Hapo. Yeah, I'm sorry.
No.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay,
Hap.
so they realized that there was a proportional relationship that you could derive, similar to how the speed of sound is relative to the speed of the observer in the medium, right?
Yep.
So okay. So in the same way, they were like, okay, so the speed of light is there's a medium, and all motion is relative to that. So like there wasn't just like
Yep.
it wasn't just like, they thought this up for no reason, or like they couldn't conceptualize things. They had like a fundamental deep understanding of the relationship of, wave propagation and and how, and its relationship to the observer and their velocity, right? So they were going to utilize that to make a measurement of the motion of Earth, right? So using an interferometer, they did that, and they didn't get Earth's orbital velocity out of that. Okay, they got a much smaller reading, and then so they got like, what was it, 6 kilometers a second out of that. So so they didn't know how to answer that, right? And they were like, well, maybe there's ether contraction, maybe rigid bodies compress proportional to how fast they're moving through the ether, and there's and that's why, right? And then Einstein came along with it with the theory and was like, hey, we don't need no ether. We can just reference frame transform and say that the speed of light's the same. We can't detect linear motion, right? And gravity's still the same. And check out my new space-time curvature that's also covariant with that big G you guys like. You know your boy Big G that we almost had a big problem with. Well, I got you. So if you want some of that space-time, just hop on in these transformations and we're good to go. So they said, okay, you can't measure linear motion. They can only measure rotational motion, right? But here's the thing. You can measure linear motion, but we'll get into that in a second. This orthogonal setup was continued for years by other experimenters, mostly through the 1920s was Dayton Miller, and he found that there was sidereal fluctuations and daily fluctuations that when you plot against sidereal time, there's like a correspondence, right? Like there's a cause and effect that's shown, right? And the fringe shift patterns reach their minimum and maximum dimensions on the equinoxes. So the speed of light, for some reason, is changing in the way that they wanted it to get the orbital velocity, right? Like same kind of time frame, but nowhere near the distance, right? So, and the equation that they use to derive it is the same kind of equation that they would use to derive the Sagnac effect in a what do you call it? An inertial navigation system and stuff, right? So it's the same proportional velocity relationship. Like it's the same way to measure the velocity, right? Same way to do it, but one speed, they say, well, it doesn't match with the 30 kilometers, so we just ignore that. But then they say, okay, well, we can only measure rotational values, but this interferometer is explicitly is like showing fluctuations that correspond with rotation, or with what you're saying is a rotation, and also has to be in orbit. But it doesn't go as fast as it needs to. So the kinematics used to describe the stuff in the sky based off of what we're standing on isn't valid. And that's why they had to make a new framework to introduce relativity to describe it as space-time curvature. And they made it more convoluted, more abstract, more detached from reality, to the point now where you had I heard a PhD physicist, or what is he, a quantum Hubity Laddle or whatever, and he said he goes, Because space-time's not a medium. It's just an abstract math. So like he's even acknowledging that there's no mechanism for anything that's proposed for the motion in the sky. It's just happening all in relation to mass for bending and warping abstractly. And he's like, yeah, that's fine. Like, whatever. Because like he gets it, but it's like people that don't get it like argue it like it's a real thing. And here's the thing, they're not wrong. It has to be because of the effects that they attribute to space-time, gravitational redshift, etc. has to be produced by a physical mechanism to have an interaction with light to produce that. So it's like
wait, back up, do that last sentence again.
Mm-hmm. There has to be a physical interaction to exchange to produce the effects of redshift.
In an ether.
In anything. You can't, like, if there's nothing, you're not gonna have a Doppler shift or anything like that. It's just
certainly Doppler shifts and red shifts exist.
Yeah, yes, because of the interaction with the medium. The medium in which like sound waves, you could chalk that up to just like water vapor and air molecules, right?
Speed of sound, right?
Yeah, so it's with respect to the medium that it's propagating with. So but the point is though,
so how does it work for red shift and blue shift in lights? That would be ether.
So I'm not claiming that the ether is the mechanism for the shift that we see in the sky. I'm saying that there has to be a medium involved in it. Now, what you'll see is electromagnetic retardation can cause that. So like propagation through a magnetic field can cause red shift and blue shift. That's called the yeah. So we're already familiar with that. So
what's it called? I don't remember. Maybe we can come up.
The Zeeman effect.
Sheznik.
The Zeeman effect and the Stark effect.
That's splitting lines in a spectrum. But that's magnetic, yeah.
Well, one of them, the Zeeman, one of them is electric, but yeah.
Yeah.
But anyway, the mechanism for it though is an interaction with like another medium, so that it causes like the retardation. So the point is that you wouldn't have gravitational redshift like in a vacuum of nothingness. There has to be, like, when they say, because they say that like a photon is traveling along the curvature of space-time, so they're saying that interaction of traveling along the curvature is causing that frequency and wavelength change. So they're invoking a physical mechanism. So like, even though it's an abstract mathematics and people acknowledge that, it's also simultaneously invoked to explain actual experiments. So like people are like, it's a can't have your cake and eat it too kind of thing, you know?
Yeah, I saw Einstein's field equations once and somebody labeled it.
I'm sorry, I think your mic cut out.
Yeah, I didn't hear you either. Say it again, Hap. Ken, are you awake or are you sleeping?
Kids. Dude, I thought I heard him snoring. I was like, no way Hap just fell asleep, bro. It's Ken. Oh, man, that's hilarious. Yo, Hap, you might need to reconnect. We can't hear you.
Hap, can you hear us? If you can't hear us, then I guess you can't hear me tell you to drop that back down and come back up. But if
can you
can't hear us, we can't. Okay, yeah, we can hear you now. Go ahead.
I wonder what that was about. Weird technology. Musk. All right. So, thank you, Alan. That was a good historical perspective. Do you believe the speed of light's constant in all frames?
No, absolutely not. It's relative to the speed of the velocity of the observer. It's experimental fact.
Yeah, I disagree, but I don't have anything to back it up now other than what I've been taught for 40 years or more.
Oh, bro. Dude, if you seriously want to look into it, because like you've been taught a whole bunch of stuff on the speed and the constancy and how it can't change, because everything has to hinge on that, because it's the measuring stick for the metric, right? So if that were to change, like everything would be invalid, bro. Check out our channel, Toby and I, Ether Cosmology. Check out what
You're
we
Alan.
yeah, yep. We have a YouTube channel. Every week we put out a presentation, or we'll read papers or just go over things, and it's all in relation to how even modern day technology, like up to and including GPS, explicitly functions off of the change in the speed of light. They couldn't even get clocks to synchronize correctly using Einstein. They had to bring back classical mechanics and say that there's a Sagnac effect, and that an atomic clock carried in a satellite is experiencing retardation proportional to its velocity as it falls around the Earth in a quote unquote local inertial frame with respect to the center of the ECI. Like, dude, it's so crazy, because that should
What's wrong
never
with that?
happen. Well, so in Einstein clock synchronization, right, if the speed of light is the same and unchanging, especially for an inertial observer, then the clock should never have to retard proportional to its own velocity. That would only happen if
Why?
there's an ether.
But the clock on the surface of the Earth and the clock in the satellite are moving relative to each other.
No.
So the clocks will tick at different rates.
No, sorry. This is a completely separate issue from that. This is the clock
right.
just on board the satellite itself. These are just equations for
Right.
the clock corrections on just to keep the clock in sync itself, not even other things. Just to maintain that oscillation rate, that 9.192 gigahertz. Just to maintain that, it has to correct for its own velocity, which it can't do that, especially in the heliocentric paradigm, where they say that the satellite is falling around the Earth in free fall, so they consider that a local inertial frame. So if it's a local inertial frame with respect to the center of the ECI, then an inertial observer in uniform motion, right, shouldn't have retardation proportional to their velocity. That can't happen, bro. And that's explicitly.
I guess I don't understand that. If the two clocks are in motion relative to each other, there should be retardation.
Think of just one clock on a satellite, just trying to maintain an oscillation rate of 9.192 gigahertz.
Sure.
That is retarding proportional to its own velocity. With respect to nothing, right? Like with respect to the center of the coordinate system that we're told that it's orbiting around, right? Like that, like it's wild.
Yeah, I'm missing that.
Yeah.
So if you have a satellite that's orbiting, assume relativity. Okay, just for a second, so I can understand your objection. If you've got a satellite orbiting, the center of the Earth at near the speed of light, there's going to be retardation of that satellite clock with respect to the inertial Earth frame it's orbiting around. I don't think I said that very well.
Yeah, I kind of see what you're saying, but you got to remember, though, the clock can't be just retarding with respect to an abstraction. The speed of light, if it's constant in the way that Einstein synchronization would work, because this is how they all thought it would work, because a lot of people think that, or I don't know what people think, but GPS was a trial and error kind of system where they were kind of forcing in, they were replacing what didn't work with Einstein's equations with what worked classically, right? And then after they got that system working, they then retrofitted GPS with quote unquote relativistic corrections. But to get back to the point there, if Einstein clock synchronization worked the way that it was derived, it shouldn't have any velocity correction proportional to its own velocity like that. So it was throwing them off. They didn't understand what was happening, and then the only fix for it was to add the own velocity of the craft, its own velocity. Because Einstein predicts that there's going to be no desynchronization due to the relative motion of the craft with respect to nothing as it's free falling, right? It's an inertial frame. So, and actually, the way that the propagation works inside of the clock, it's kind of a one-way speed. Well, it's kind of a one-way because once it hits that oscilloscope, or it's basically an oscilloscope, once it hits that, and it's just bouncing back and forth as it's going forward, it's actually, now I'm not going to make that claim, but it is retarding proportional to its own velocity. So that's, I mean, that literally can't happen. That was a huge problem for them. And I can link the stuff for you to research and look at that yourself, because it's a total mind blower, because, you know, we're all told, oh, GPS is proof of relativity and stuff. Like, bro, I got a paper where they basically put this out in the abstract. It's basically like, hey guys, so people have been wondering where are the relativistic corrections in GPS, and I'm here to tell you we don't really need them right now. We're just working off that classical framework, baby. So, and then he goes on to explain why.
Is the GPS solution different if you're have the satellite approaching you as opposed to moving away from you? And of course, they're high enough up, that's probably going to be a pretty small effect.
What how high it? Say that again.
Yeah, so is a GPS solution you're going to get different if the satellite is moving towards you or away from you?
Oh no, the speed of the like the signal sent from the moving craft isn't affected by the craft. Like, in that respect, that like the actual motion isn't affected.
So you're saying the oscillator on board, the clock on the GPS receiver, transmitter, sorry, in the satellite, you're saying that oscillator is adjusted to not be true time based on something out of classical mechanics as opposed to relativistic considerations.
So I'm saying it gets when it locks in that 9.91 gigahertz frequency, right?
What locks in?
The atomic clock inside the craft.
So there's right, and it's oscillating at a frequency.
Yep. When it gets that frequency and locks it in, right, it starts to desynchronize proportional to its velocity. So they have to make an additional time correction for it, for how fast it's moving.
Yeah, link me the paper. I'd be interested to see that.
Absolutely, will do.
Yeah, I worked on GPS for 10 years.
Oh, dude, come by our Discord, bro. We got a GPS lifer in there as well that helps us out with this stuff.
Yeah.
Yeah, like dude, it's gonna it might change your worldview a little bit. But I got you.
Yeah.
You remember when I invited you to Discord and you spoke to Witsit?
Yeah.
So it's not the same server, it's a different server, but the same platform. It's called the one that you were in last time was Earth Awakenings. This one is called Ether Cosmology. So I sent you the YouTube channel. They go live on Tuesdays. So you could watch the YouTube channel live, but if you want to engage in the conversation, just let me know and I'll send you the link to join. Does that make sense?
Okay. Yeah, DM me, definitely.
Okay, I got you, bro.
I'm done. It's been a long time. Thank you, gentlemen.
Peace, man. It was a good talk.
No, yo, please, can you please stay with me for less than 2 minutes?
I'm here.
You got a question for KP?
Yeah, because I think Alan was trying to describe a fundamental principle about constants and ratio, and just I just want to lay it out in maybe layman's terms from my perspective, right? So you do agree that, like, if you take the heliocentric model and if you compare the ratio of the distance and the size between the Earth and the Sun, which is commonly also known as, in your world, an astronomical unit, AU, right? It's isn't it just convenient that you can make a constant based on this ratio. And if you move that ratio, move that distance anyway, as long as you increase the size, it's gonna work. Now, that's one way of putting it. Another way of putting it, I don't know if you saw the documents that I think multiple people posted along with me, trying to explain the parallax angle from NASA's official website. It's astonishing that, like, and this goes back to what you were asking, Sacred, earlier. Like, why, right? And I've kind of noticed a pattern. It's there's definitely 2 to 3 types of people. One, which we experienced at the beginning of the space, where it was completely toxic. Like he was trying to argue about gravity, and he didn't even know that there's multiple theories of gravity. That just tells you that that's a troll. Number 2, there are people who have professionally studied, like Hap here, and I'm not arguing that, like, yeah, like this is not my expertise, but I am willing to look at it from a scientific method, which a lot of the experts, so-called, in the scientific world will claim that they don't use that anymore. It's all based on this trust that whatever we were taught, it's true, and peer reviews and peer studies, and it's approving the work that was essentially doctored into your early childhood brains, and that's fine. But if you read this art, like this paragraph, right? The Earth revolves around the sun every year, so that every half year, it's on the opposite side of the sun from where it was 6 months ago. And you agreed on this, that you can take the shift of the the stars in the sky, and you can calculate based on that the distance. But have you noticed that, like, you can see this effect by, like, if you're driving on Earth, like if you're driving on a road or a highway, you will see the sign on the highway approaching a lot faster. You will see the trees in the background approaching a little bit slower, and then you will see the sun not move at all. Well, like, it says it right there. It wouldn't if the Earth were, like, it's just so, like, it is a little bit baffling, right? But and it should make us angry, because it's we have to take on the burden of proof when we are trying to show you that your burden of proof doesn't stand up unless you apply these constants. And when I say these constants, your entire model falls apart if you literally just don't apply those equations in a vacuum of space. And it's so sad that we can't, like, and I'm not saying that it's we're preaching this about theology or creation. It's, and I'm truly not, because I'm looking at this from a perspective that's really mind-blowing. Like, I I I grew up as an Indian, so for me, and I apologize if I'm going on a rant, because I waited a long time to just argue some of these points, and I lost a lot of the arguments that I was going to be making while I was waiting. But like, do you understand, like, what Alan was trying to show you with the ratio and the fundamentals of constants?
Somewhat, yes.
Okay, so then based on this, and what, like, if you recall what Sacred said about the parallax, right? Like, that was a argument that the heliocentric community would use to argue about the Earth being a globe, and Earth rotating around the sun, and the sun in an orbit in the Milky Way, and the Milky Way expanding in the never-ending universe. We actually took that and we went back and we learned about it, right? And it's by doing that, like, we are coming back and trying to show our side of these, like, not even our side, we're trying to show you that your side completely falls apart, unless you do these things. And that's the point of reverse engineering. Like it's like solving for X, but you have all the other constants. Yeah, you're gonna be able to solve it. And you can apply that to any ratio. Am I making sense here? I just want to like take a pause before I go any further.
So I forget what it was, December 6th or something. Leona, which is a minor planet, nobody saw it until, I don't know, 30 years ago or something. We were able to predict using all these constants that it was going to occult Betelgeuse from a very specific path on Earth. Those type of calculations, from my point of view, confirm that we've got all the constants right, confirm that Kepler's laws work, confirm that we can make predictions in the solar system without having to worry about relativity or space-time or all these things. The system works. And if it doesn't work and it's all just made up, and we've made up these constants like G and the mass of the sun and the mass of Jupiter, and there'd be no way we'd be capable of predicting things like the precise angles in space for Leona occulting Betelgeuse. So I see that one prediction and I go, wowee, this works.
Can I ask a question? Like, will you agree that it's hard for us to measure parallax from the surface of Earth due to the atmosphere, so-called atmosphere, that the heliocentric?
It depends on how close the star is that you're making the measurement from.
Okay.
So I would say no. I disagree. If you're up on top of a mountain, let me finish. If you're up on top of a mountain and you're above 70% of the atmosphere and you've got a good observing night, no, it's not hard to make parallax measurements. It's not trivial, but we've been at it for centuries.
Okay. So then can I ask a question? In order for you to determine distance, like depth, let's just say perception of depth, you agree that you need 2 points of view, right?
Yeah.
Okay. Now, can you like, if we are rotating at this so-called speed and we are orbiting at this so-called speed, and we're swirling around this Milky Way and we're expanding through the, how does that not bother you and just make you want to question about a lot? Because if you take certain things out, like it's just the basic thing. Ready? The observational experiments, the scientific method that you have to apply to prove a theory, your thesis, right? The curvature of the Earth is 8 inches per mile squared. It's not. And one thing I can tell you, if you are claiming, right, like that everything in the atmosphere is traveling at the same speed as the rotation of the Earth, and that's why we can't observe the movement, but we are moving, because we can measure it because of this special equation. Let me ask you this question: Have you seen that experiment? I forget who did it, but they're using a very powerful magnet with copper wires, and they're inducing a electromagnetic field in order to levitate. Now, how can you explain that? How can you prove that and not argue gravity? Am I still audible? Yeah, I might not be.
Am I back?
Yeah, you're back. Am I back? I don't know. I think I got.
Sorry, no, I my screen went to rest mode. I believe in gravity. I believe in magnetism. I believe in electric charge. What was your question?
So there's this
It
experiment.
levitates. Yeah, I believe it. Yeah.
Yeah, so like when you have two magnets approaching each other, right, or near each other, they're going to produce it's a opposite current, and that's going to induce a electromagnetic field. And
Sure.
they were able to levitate a piece of metal, or like a tray, like a serving tray, and they were like, how can you explain that does that, but gravity doesn't affect that, but you're claiming that gravity is the thing that's keeping like the water of all of the oceans from swirling? Like it's just mind-boggling to me.
It's easy. I mean, the magnetic force, say, was 10 pounds up. And I mean, you can have gravity and the electromagnetic force you're talking about acting at the same time.
I find that hard to believe.
I find it very easy to believe. Why don't you believe that two forces can be applied to one object simultaneously? Where in physics or in
Because
your
one can be
common everyday
validated half
experience
and
do
one
you
cannot.
say what?
Electromagnetic forces can be validated. Gravity cannot.
No, I disagree completely. There's not one single observation in all of humanity's history that refutes the hypothesis that mass attracts mass.
There's no evidence of that.
It's good enough for me since there's been no observation that refutes mass attracts mass.
There's been no evidence or observation of it happening.
Well, every single observation we've got of orbits and baseballs and golf balls.
Now, how do you explain
Cavendish?
How do you explain a bird able to, not even a bird, let's just say a bee?
So the force of gravity is, say,
Do you know how birds like in the air?
Yeah, sure. I don't have a problem with that.
Yeah.
How does something float in water? Same thing.
Density.
It's floating in air.
Density. That's density. What you just asked, how does something float in water? That's density.
No, density is a property of matter, kind of like color. And to say, green things are heavier than blue things because the grass is down there and the blue sky is up there.
That's so completely false.
What?
Stop.
The density is a property
Cut it
of
out,
matter?
dude. Cut it out. Cut it out.
Density is a property of matter, like color.
Yes, and what does matter?
What is matter? Oh, that's a deep question.
That's not a deep question at all.
Okay, well then tell me, what is matter? I think it's a deep question and it's hard to answer. So I'll take your answer.
Matter is a manifestation of the ether.
Matter is a
physical
and do you have any
manifestation
evidence
of
of
the ether.
that? I would have called it atoms and electromagnetic forces.
Yeah,
but
except that we have no evidence to atoms or any of that.
We don't have any
even down
evidence
to
of
the
ether
atoms
either.
and the electrons and all that stuff. There is no
We don't
evidence
have
of
any
gravity.
evidence of
There's
ether
evidence
either.
of electricity.
We
There's
don't
no
have any evidence of ether either.
It's all around you. The ether is
I
everything.
don't see it. I've never seen a manifestation
Wave
of
your
ether.
hand. Wave your hand in front of you right now. Wave your hand back and forth, left, right, left, right, left, right. You feel it, right? You don't see it, but you feel it.
That's my proprioception, or however you say it. My awareness of my body.
No, that's your awareness of what's around you. The ether. The ether is everything.
No, there's no evidence of ether.
Yes,
You're
there
just
is.
saying
It's been
that.
tested. There's valid experiments of it.
Yep. The Tesla coil.
Where?
Tesla coil.
Hmm?
Tesla coil.
Well, all interferometry measurements are
Tesla coil?
good.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Isn't a Tesla coil just electromagnetism?
And that is what we are saying is the primordial ether. It's you guys are describing gravity as this magical force, and what
There's nothing magical about mass attracts mass any more than there's
Okay.
anything magical about magnetism.
Okay, can I
It's a
ask
force
have to
that we
validate
observe.
mass attracts mass. We can validate magnetism. We can show that. We can,
We can
show it as
show
an independent
magnets.
variable.
We absolutely
Gravity
can
has
show
not been
magnets.
shown as an independent
Yes, it
variable
has. It's
at
been
all
shown
in
for
any experiment.
centuries.
No, it's not. It's been
Yes, it's
presumed.
been shown for
It's presumed as
centuries.
the cause, never validated as the cause.
Well, it's the same with magnetism then. It's presumed as the cause.
It's not presumed. Magnetism can be validated.
So can mass attracts mass.
No, it cannot. Not the way that you're
Yes,
trying to
it
describe it
can.
as being.
There's not a single
No.
observation in all of humanity's history that refutes mass attracts mass.
All right,
Any
so
more than there's a
show me gravity in an experiment where it is the independent variable. Can you
show me that for a magnet where it's an
There's
independent
no-
variable.
Yeah, I showed you that. I did
Where?
a fucking experiment with my belt and a fucking metallic paperclip. It's
TM,
simple.
hey TM, how are you? I didn't know I was talking to you.
He got so
That
excited. You're like,
wasn't
"Oh,
an independent variable. TM, that wasn't an independent variable.
Yes,
The
it was.
magnetism was inside your belt. You were just moving a magnet around that you were already given. You didn't
Yes,
create that. You didn't
magnetism
say,
is the
okay, I'm going to make
independent
the
variable.
magnet stronger now because it's my independent variable. It was never an independent variable.
Can you show me gravity doing the same thing?
Yeah, sure. Cavendish experiment. You make the ball bigger and the attraction
Cavendish
is greater.
assumed that gravity was the cause. Show me that gravity is the actual cause. You have to
But it's
control
exactly the same thing with magnetism.
It's not.
Show me that magnetism is the actual cause. How do you know it's magnetism?
You're using a magnet.
I'm using mass in the Cavendish experiment. It's exactly parallel.
It's not.
Thing. Yes, it is. It's exactly the same
It's
thing.
not.
It is.
It's not.
Why
And you
not?
know this.
Why
You know
why is a magnet that has an inherent magnetic field in it, how is that an independent variable? You're not controlling it. You've got a chunk of metal that has magnetism in it. You're not controlling the magnet. You're moving it around. Same thing with masses. It's exactly the same thing.
You're attributing mass and weight to gravity. You have no example or validation or evidence
mass only,
that
not
gravity
weight.
is
And there's
attributed to
plenty of
weight.
evidence for it. There's never been one bit of evidence that mass doesn't attract mass. In fact, everything shows it does, just like magnets attract magnets.
There's
It's exactly the
downward
same
bias.
thing.
Yes, there's a downward bias, but there is no evidence to mass attracting mass as the globe propagates it to be.
At the what? Globe propagate? I didn't hear you.
The globe model propagates it to be. There is no mass attracting mass. There is no gravity as
I'm sorry, I
Einstein
missed
or
the
Newton
globe
described
part
it to
of it.
be.
I missed the globe. You're a little fuzzy on the audio. Mass attracts mass is just as well verified empirically through centuries as magnets attract magnets. Yeah, you're wrong.
So,
magnets
don't attract magnets. Magnets repel magnets. I just want to clarify that. Magnets attract iron. It's these kind of little details that really, really bother me, because I've noticed this pattern, right? Like, I have really noticed this pattern because I got into a Telegram group where it's just a bunch of people debating, and there was this guy who claimed he's from the scientific background, and he was explaining, or he was trying to prove a point about equinox and solstices. Funny part, he actually mixed those two. Now, it's just sad that I have to point that out to him. Then on top of that, he asked me, can I prove that there is a scenario where a pressurized air doesn't exist or cannot exist next to a container. I asked him to do just 3 Google searches and go to the NASA results for it. Funny thing, right? I asked him a question about air pressure. Funny thing, he looked up the question's answers, but he forgot to mention a very key point, that air pressure requires a container or a barrier. The other point is that he answered my questions, or so he claimed he answered my questions, and then he asked me a question to counter my argument. Now, he asked me a question to put the scenario in a water pool, like in a pool with water. Now, I'm just like trying to explain to him. I'm like, you asked me a question about air pressure. Like, how are you shifting it to me being in the pool and me drilling a hole at the bottom of it? Like, it's just so, like, you guys are not using the scientific method. It's just so sad.
You're actually not using the scientific method.
Please elaborate, because I would really like to hear that.
Everything that you have ever presented or worded in any of your tweets have just been observational. You've not adhered to the scientific method at all in its entirety.
All of astronomy doesn't use a scientific method.
So here's the key point. Ready? I can actually do these observations with my camera. Like, you guys are like, do you understand where, like, at what point you should be able to observe? Key point: your definition of the curvature states observation of a curve at a certain distance.
I observe the sun moving overhead day in, day out.
Good.
I do not observe the earth rotating backwards away from it at all. And there's nothing that you can present that can validate the earth rolling backwards away from the sun. You understand that?
You're asking me to prove that Earth
I'm not asking you, I'm telling you. I'm telling you that we observe the sun moving above our heads every day. We cannot validate that it's the earth rolling backwards away from it.
Hold on, I think y'all both trying to talk to Hap, but y'all ended up talking to each other. So.
Yeah, that's what I was gonna say. I think.
Oh shit, my bad.
Yeah, because I'm trying to prove to him, because he has studied and he has a master's degree in astrophysics. It's just astonishing that they're able to omit all of these holes in the theory and just blindly believe it. That's all.
Because they believe in the calculations, they believe in the math. They don't believe in observed reality, they believe in the math.
And that's it.
Heliocentrism is observable reality. It's not a model and it's not a theory. It's observable reality.
No. You're attributing what you're observing to the globe model. You're not attributing it to what is actually observed.
Well,
what
but
we
that's
observe
because what
does
is
not
observed
adhere to the globe model at all.
What's observed is consistent with the with heliocentrism. There are no contradictory observations to it. Again, I'll bring up the Leona occultation of Betelgeuse. You say you see the sun. That's due to the Earth's rotation on its axis. Your model would have to have.
You have to presume that the Earth is rotating, that it rotates on an axis, that it's all this, and that. You have to presume all that to make sense of what you're trying to make sense of. You understand that?
What doesn't make sense is your idea would have to have the sun changing size as it
we don't need an idea.
approaches
We
the
look up in
horizon.
the sky every morning and we see the sun move. The sun
because the Earth
itself
is rotating
in
underneath
motion.
you.
But you have no evidence to prove that the Earth is rotating. What we
Yes, we do.
observe is the
There's
sun
plenty of
moving.
evidence.
We have no evidence of the Earth rotating backwards away from it.
And there's
Do
plenty
you
of evidence
understand that?
because if the Earth were spinning around the top of a disc, the
your
size
own
would
words,
change.
if the Earth was.
No, if your model, which is false, it's a fantasy. If the
No, the
sun were
fantasy is
rotating
living in a
above the
spinning
disc,
water ball in an oxygenless void that you cannot validate with any type of evidence. All you
it's
have is
validated with
assumptions and
every
presumptions.
observation. There are no observations that refute it.
What we
Your
observe is the sky
model,
above us
which is
moving.
false.
The sky above us moving does not dictate what we live on.
Why does the sun stay the same size from sunrise to sunset?
The sun appears differently for every single individual on Earth.
So God gives everybody their own separate observing dome.
Not my words, your words. What I observe is what I observe as compared to anybody else that observes it.
That was Zetetic's words or whatever his name is.
Yeah,
That's cool, but I'm not quoting anybody. You're quoting people.
You do agree
Yes,
that
I
everyone
was.
has their own azimuthal grid of vision, right? Like we all have our own azimuth, right, Hat?
No, I don't think we all have our own azimuth.
That's the problem with the Globers. They do not want to accept that the way that our eyes work are the way that our eyes fucking work.
So wait, so Hap, you feel like you don't have me and you in your position relative to the sky and my position relative to the sky, we have the same azimuth, we have the same grid of vision.
So to me, azimuth is the direction like north, east, west, south. That's what I consider azimuth. What are you considering azimuth?
Well, so basically we have our own grid of vision, right? So we have a vision to like a point to every place from our observer position. This creates like a hemispheric dome, so to speak. But I mean, it gets like, it's a little bit I don't like the term for real because Globers is like dismiss it. But I mean, it's built into all this celestial observation programs. When you're in a position, you could select that azimuthal grid of view. You know,
I'm not quite following. Azimuth is just the direction I'm facing. You and I are in different places on the earth, but if we're both facing north, our azimuth is both facing north. Well, there's something different about the way you're using azimuth. I'm trying to understand it. I think of azimuth as being part of the azimuth and elevation. What direction and how high up?
What direction based on the observer's position. So it defines your grid of vision. So you have your own grid of vision. I have my grid of vision. We're not going to have the same grid of vision unless we're in the same position, which is pretty much impossible.
Yes, my eyeball can't coincide with your eyeball.
Right. So when you ask TM, like, hey, you know, what do you think that God gave us our own dome, our own view? Like, yes, that's exactly what happens. You have your own view based on your observational position on the earth, and I have mine. It's very simple.
Yes, it is. It's so simple. I'm not sure why you're bringing it up.
Say it again.
Because you asked if the sun changes size, or like in our view in the sky, for different people.
No, I meant for a single individual standing in one spot, watching it from rise to set is what I meant to say. I'm sorry, I was unclear.
Let me also try a different, I guess.
Why does the sun stay the same size for an individual staying in one spot from rise to set?
Okay, do you have that evidence that it actually stays the same size?
So hold on, real quick, because I'm tired of hearing this, bro. Like, I'm so sick of hearing this. Hap, do you agree that if you are on a curved surface and you are on one part of the curve. Let's just break it down to real layman's terms, right? And I did this exercise with Proud, and I still haven't figured out the best way to articulate this. But let's say that you have an object. Let's say you have a clock, right? You have 12 o'clock, 3 o'clock, 6 o'clock, 9 o'clock. And then you have an object that's aligned with 9 o'clock, right? And it's just on that same linear path as 9 o'clock. Would you say that something that's at 12 o'clock and at 6 o'clock is further away from that object? And if I went to 9 o'clock, I would get closer to that object?
Sacred, I'm trying. I don't understand your example. Maybe I should tell you where my confusion is, or would you like to try to say it again? I'm not following what your times mean.
Okay, so let me say it again. So I'm just trying to give you like a position, right? So I'm establishing a position using a clock. So I'm drawing a circle.
Okay.
I got 12 o'clock, 3 o'clock.
Okay, so I'm at the tip of the hour hand and I'm moving around with the clock.
Right. So let's say that you are standing at 12 o'clock, but then there's an object that's aligned with 9 o'clock, right? So you could draw a straight line from that.
So I'm standing on the hour hand at 12 and there's an object on the hour hand at 9. So this clock has 2 hour hands.
Right. So as you move closer to the 9 o'clock position, you would say that you're getting closer to the object. And when you're moving away from it, you're getting further away from the object, right?
Yes.
Now, wouldn't that create a change in angular size if you're getting
absolutely
closer?
That's what I'm arguing. That doesn't.
So wait. Now that I'm gonna let you finish, but that's a curved surface that you're on. So you're saying, hey, the sun doesn't change size. However, I agree. If I'm on a curved surface, the sun should change size. So you're refuting your own position.
No, because the sun is so very far away that by changing from, say, 9 to 3, which basically would be the diameter of the Earth, what's that? 12,000 miles or something. So that distance, the ratio of the distances is so small, you will not see a change in angular size of the sun. Whereas on a flat Earth, if the diagrams I've seen on some of the flat Earth sites are to be believed, that local sun moving the distance from sunrise to sunset is going to have a significant change in angular size.
Okay, now wait a second.
But it doesn't.
Now wait a second. Wait a second here. Wait a second. Now you said the sun doesn't change angular size. That's what you said, right? Now I said, hey, on a curved surface, what happens? And you said, oh yeah, when you get closer, then the sun should get bigger. When you get further away, it should get smaller. Now you're invoking a change. So now that I highlighted a contradiction, now you say, oh, well, I know I said that the sun doesn't change size, but actually it does. You just don't notice it. So you have to, if you're going to make a claim that something is occurring, you have to be efficient in it. You got to highlight the fact that it does change angular size, because if you say that it doesn't, it directly refutes your position. So don't just parrot what you hear from other globe earthers, Mr. Astrophysicist. You should say,
no, I'm doing this from the top of my head. It has nothing to do with parroting what anybody else has said. I believe that the sun is 93 million miles away. Changing your distance away from the sun at 93 million miles away by 12,000 miles is going to be an insignificant amount of change. Could it be measured? Yes, but it'd have to be.
You should say that. You should say.
Pardon me for not being absolutely accurate in what I was saying.
Hold on. And I need you to do this with every single globe earther that you come in contact with on the TL that repeats this, that isn't correct even in your own model. You should tell everybody else, hey, stop saying the sun doesn't change angular size. You should say it doesn't change angular size for this much that we expect. You have to give a value, because the moment that you say it doesn't change angular size, Based off of your own paradigm, you are refuting your position. This is why I say you must be parroting something, because I just asked you a bunch of questions and you refuted your own position. So I didn't even tell you what to think. I just said, hey, if you're here and you're here, should you expect this? And you said yes. I was like, okay, so stop saying the sun doesn't change size if you're saying that it should change size, even on a curved surface, bro. Stop saying that.
Sacred. If you're 100 miles away from your destination and you've got to walk there, all right? It's a 100-mile walk. It's a long ways. If you take 7 steps towards your destination, how far do you have to go? 100 miles. It's basically the same. It's an insignificant change.
Then
I
say
wouldn't
that,
pick
But
on
you
you
need
and
to know the
boast of
distances
you.
of
then
the
say that.
objects in the
You
sky
have
in
to
order to make this claim.
hold on. You have to
I
say that.
don't have to.
You
The
do,
difference
because
between
you
100
cannot
miles
say,
away.
bro, you cannot say it doesn't change angular size, but it does. You got to say it doesn't change angular size as much as it should. You got to finish that, bro. Stop just parroting things that refute your own position. That's all I'm saying. Clarify. I'm tired of globe earthers. Listen, I hear what you're saying. You're saying the change in your belief system is negligible. I understand that. This is why I'm correcting you, because I'm tired of globe earthers saying the sun doesn't change angular size. And then when we ask you, hey, should it change angular size on a curved surface? Yes, it should, but it's negligible. So stop saying that it doesn't change size if your own paradigm predicts it to change angular size. I hear what you're saying. Go ahead.
But even with all this, they need to have a radius confirmed.
Facts.
They have no radius.
All right, let's let Hap respond. Go ahead.
I like to have these conversations, but I got to admit, I got really, really sick of saying if you're 100 miles away from something and you take 10 steps closer, fuck it, you're still 100 miles away, and I don't have to go over the numbers and say it's insignificant. It's fucking 100 miles away, even if you took 10 steps closer to it. And for you to keep taking up so much airtime and so many words, to be that picky and that trivial about stuff like that, it's tiring. 100
You don't think
miles
that we
away.
get tired of it, Hap? This is why I'm correcting you. I've only talked
Correcting
about
me on
I've only
100
talked to you about
miles
this one
versus
time.
100 miles versus 10 steps.
Hap, you made the claim that it doesn't change angular size. So I asked you questions and you answered, hey, yes, it should. I didn't tell you it should. You told us it should. All I'm saying is you got to be clear about your position because you made the claim. I'm just sick and tired of globe earthers keep saying the sun doesn't change angular size, and in your own model, it should. It's just for y'all, it's negligible.
Can I tell you an astronomy story? Maybe it'll help you understand me.
Bro, I understand. That's why I'm correcting you, because I get the correct position, but most globe earthers are too lazy to say the full position. It's not that the sun shouldn't change angular size. You expect it to change an angular size at a specific amount that you just don't give a value to. You just say it should be more than what it is. Then say that, bro. Stop saying it doesn't change size, because that refutes your position on a curved surface.
Can I give you an astronomy story? Maybe it'll help you understand me.
I mean, you could talk, but bro, I don't need no understanding. But go ahead. If you want to tell the listeners the story very quickly, and then we're gonna get to the hands.
Yeah. Seth, well, no, I won't tell the story. Anyway, I'm gonna have a problem with that, Sacred. If you're 100 miles away and you take 10 steps closer, I'm still gonna say you're 100 miles away. I'm not gonna be that specific. That's just trivial bullshit.
No, it's not. You made the claim, bro. It's very easy to say, hey, the sun doesn't change angular size as much as it should on a flat earth. You're literally upset about finishing.
No. You're putting words in my mouth.
I'm not putting words in your mouth. I'm not putting words in your. I'm saying what you
I never
should
said
say.
Insignificant on a flat plane.
I
It
didn't
should be
say that
significant
you
on a flat
said
plane,
that.
and it's
Listen,
not.
bro. I didn't say that you said that. I said that you should say that if you are going to speak accurately. That is what I said. You're not even listening because you're getting emotional. All you have to do is finish the statement. The sun doesn't change angular size. Wrong. The sun doesn't change angular size as much as it should. Correct. You say it correctly, I'll shut the fuck up. You say it incorrectly, I'm going to shut you down. Stop saying the sun shouldn't change angular size, because on both models, you would agree in your paradigm, it would have to change angular size in both models. And even you're not even considering the atmosphere and any other effects that might be increasing the size or affecting it, or the position that you're looking at it from the ground, because that actually affects it as well too.
Standard.
What, Prob?
He would hold us to the same standard, so it should be fair. Hold your people accountable, same way you would expect us to be accountable.
For me to ask you to say something correctly, that should not infuriate you, bro. Just finish the statement. Hey, on your flat earth, I believe the sun should change angular size more than it does. That's fine. Say whatever you want to say. You're going to have to substantiate that. But finish it, bro. Stop saying the sun shouldn't change angular size. Or it doesn't. Excuse me. Stop saying the sun doesn't change angular size. That refutes your position. That's it. Y'all can continue. Go ahead.
Heliocentric model. From sunrise to sunset, the amount of the angular change in the sun size based on being a little closer, a little farther away is insignificant, nearly immeasurable. On a flat plane, it should change significantly. You should be able to easily see it visually, and you don't. And that refutes the flat Earth claim, unless you're going to pretend all these magic refraction and stuff like that.
What is that based on about the sun? You're presuming the sun to be something the heliocentric model presents.
Exactly.
I'm assuming the sun in the flat Earth model is what I see on flat.
What is it? What is it on the flat Earth model? Tell me.
There's a dome.
There's
right?
a dome, and
Above
what
the
is the
flat
sun?
plane.
But I'm asking about the sun. What is the sun? You're
It's
presuming
on
the
one
sun
of
to
the
be something
domes.
that the heliocentric model presents. What is the sun with the flat Earth? And
I'm sorry, what did you say about heliocentric? We're talking over each other. I'll let you talk.
No. You're saying that the sun with the flat Earth model doesn't match up. Why? Based on what?
So according to Zetetic, or however you say it, the sun is on.
One person, okay.
Yeah, and you know, nobody's told me what the sun is. You flat earthers don't seem to have a consistent model.
We don't make claims to what the sun is, nor where it's at.
So you don't have a model for the sun or where it's at?
No, we do not make presumptions to what the sun is, nor where the sun is at. No, that is a globe model claim. You understand that, right? You have to presume what it is and where it's at in order to validate your claims.
So what is your flat earth model that you want to validate, or do you have anything you want to validate about your model?
I don't know what the sun is. The sun is not what we view it to be, nor is it a physical object that that the globe model proclaims it to be.
Well, we have nothing to discuss then if you have no idea what the sun is or where it is.
You have no idea what the sun is. What you have is ideas and explanations. You have no evidence. You understand that?
In the heliocentric model?
In the heliocentric model and in the reality, you have no evidence of what it actually is. You have explanations. You have no evidence.
No, we have lots of evidence.
No, you do not have evidence. You have explanations. That's it.
You can live in your fantasy world if you want.
I don't live in a fantasy world. I live
evidence.
in the world of what you can validate and what you cannot validate. You cannot validate the claims of the globe at all. You cannot demonstrate it at all.
Every single one of them for centuries. You're living in a fantasy world if you think you yourself have to go out and validate it yourself with your own tape measures. Absolutely wrong.
Can I ask you one question?
What is the sun?
Just to piggyback on what TM was saying, right? his question was very simple. He asked you, based on your question, he was asking you to finish that question. You were assuming that the sun was approximately the same ratio of size and distance. The issue is that we in the flat earth model, I'm being honest, just like TM, right? There is still a lot to figure out about the spherical objects that we observe.
No,
But this
no,
is
no shit.
but this is the difference. Ready? We are willing to admit that. And it's just funny that when I point out these little cracks with these magic constants that make your every theories points work out. The other point that I should just make right now, it's that you cannot prove the rotation of the Earth or the orbit of the Earth from the Earth, because you cannot observe the motion. And that's the difference that you guys are just willing to blindly accept because it fits your equation.
There's no blinding acceptance. It's observable reality. We've been watching it for
It's not
centuries.
observable. What you do is you create mathematical fucking concepts, and you apply
they're
that
not
to the reality
mathematical
that you think
concepts.
is happening. Yes, that's all it is. It's all math. That's it.
It's
Your globe model, your
absolutely
model is
wrong.
based on math. It's not based
Absolutely
on
wrong.
observed reality. It's based
It's
on manipulating the observed reality
absolutely
with the
wrong.
math.
So you don't believe in satellites either, do you?
Satellites can exist above us.
What are they?
And it does not have to be a
Or is it
globe
like the
full of
sun?
them
You
to
have no
exist.
idea.
Why would I
What are
have no idea?
satellites?
Based on
Well,
what?
because you don't know what the sun is. You don't know what it is or where it is, or
So
I mean, it's just
man-made
silly.
physical objects cannot exist by sending them up on balloons because we do not know what the sun is.
So what are
That's your argument?
satellites? Are they
What are
balloons?
satellites? The satelloons. Yes.
So they travel 17,000 miles an hour.
Based on what? 17,000 miles is what you're basing on if the Earth was a globe, spinning and rotating at the rates that you claim them to, the rates that you claim it to rotate.
So
that's
we've
what
got
it is.
we've got ground
You have
tracks.
no
I've seen
measurements
robot.
of the speed that these satellites are moving.
Wait. He's about to go to the moon.
Absolutely wrong.
He's about to go to the moon or the Mars. Please, because I wanted to wait for this. Go ahead.
Go ahead.
Me? Oh, okay,
Yeah.
good. So yeah, if you look at a flat Earth map, Robot Polisher published the ground tracks of satelloons on the flat Earth map. And if you look at the amount of time it takes them to do their loops, it's pretty easy to come up with those satelloons have to be traveling at about 17,000 miles per hour in order to do the ground tracks that correspond to the ground tracks on the globe. You know, one maps to the other. And many flat earthers have published those. So yeah, the satelloons are going at about, and I've got one more minute and then I'll be done. The satelloons have to be traveling at about 17,000 miles an hour. And these have to be done, remember, on damn near 1 second accuracy for year after year. You can go outside tonight. I don't know where you are. Maybe satellites are in the shadow of the Earth right now. But if you go to heavensabove.com, you can see about 20 satellites every evening, maybe 30.
Holy shit.
And then once the satellites pass through the sun's shadow, you know, caused by the Earth, in the morning, you can also see 20 or 30. So now you've got 60 satellites a day that you can go out and watch. You can do it with other flat earthers and check that the ground tracks that are mapped on these sites, heavensabove.com.
Can you show me any of these satellites from the
absolutely
ISS
no way to
that's
do
actually
that with
supposed to be in
satelloons.
space?
60 of them a day, 60 of them every night and morning.
Why
That's
can you
not
not do that?
satelloons.
Why can you not do that if the Earth
I'm
wasn't a
done.
globe? Why can you not do that if the Earth was a globe?
Oh, because the
What makes
satelloons
it
have to be traveling
exclusive to the globe?
17,000 miles an hour on a perfect schedule to the second.
Based on what? Based on the website that you went on?
No, based on observations you can go
Based
do
on
in
what
your backyard.
observations?
What?
Based on what observations?
Your observations.
My observations of
the satellites going overhead in the sky in your
the lights in the sky above our heads.
Yeah, the lights, exactly.
The lights.
Hap, okay, do you agree that the radius would have to be accurate in order for that velocity to be correct? Or do you agree, or would you say that if the radius is off, they'll still be traveling 17,000 miles per hour?
Are you talking about the radius of the flat Earth?
No,
the radius of your globe.
Oh, I'm talking about the radius of the flat Earth. I'm disproving flat Earth with
So
satellites.
listen to what I'm asking you, Hap.
Bro,
You
this
said
guy,
you asked us.
he's-
Hold on. You asked us, how are the satellites going 17,000 miles?
No, satelloons.
Okay, whatever it is, you invoked a value for its velocity, correct?
Yes.
Now, if the radius is different, would that velocity change?
Of course.
So you can't invoke that value if you don't have a radius of a flat Earth and if you haven't validated the radius of the globe. So this is the type of stuff that we're saying. Listen, bro, this is what we're saying. It's a fallacious argument.
No, you know the radius of the flat
listen,
Earth.
bro, listen. You're saying, explain to me how the satellites are going 17,000 miles per hour.
Satelloons. I'm not talking satellites.
Bro, whatever it is, you're making a value, but that value is based on a radius of the globe Earth. The moment
the flat Earth. I'm talking about the flat Earth.
Yes, but you're giving a value of 17,000 miles per hour. Where'd you get that value from?
You look at the ground pass, you measure how far it is from the North Pole to the ice walls, and there's your radius. So then you can figure out how far those satelloons have to travel.
You're taking from your heliocentric model and you're trying to attribute it to flat Earth. That's what you're not understanding. It shows your ignorance.
Exactly.
Okay, so how do you measure from the North Pole to the ice walls, down in Antarctica where the ice walls are? Are you saying that's like the sun? You don't know where it is. You don't know what it is.
So look, you asked us a question. You asked us a question, right? There's no way to make a measurement over water. And if you can, it's extremely difficult. First of all. So
why?
To answer your why?
Why can't you measure over water?
Well, how would you do that?
Well, let's do it simply. I mean, maybe it won't be perfectly accurate, but maybe it's good to 10%. How about you sail a boat out over the water and shoot off a cannon? You roughly know what the speed of sound is, and so you can measure how long it takes for you to hear the cannon. And you know what? Maybe you're going to get a mile. Maybe you're going to get a mile and a quarter, but you'll get something close. There's a way to do it. I mean, maybe.
Damn,
wait. No, I got it. I know the answer. Okay.
So are you gonna change? Wait, let me just clarify. Are you moving away from your canon example? Is that what you're about to do right now?
I have brought up a bad example. I'd like to cancel that example and give you another one.
I can appreciate that because that was ridiculous.
Maybe you should talk with a bit of humility as well.
Let's hear something else. Go ahead.
You're a bit arrogant with the way you speak.
Well, he is an astrophysicist, so they be like that. But I mean,
we
chill
lay
out,
cables.
Just make a coherent thought. Okay, go ahead.
Here we go. We lay cables on the bottom of the oceans to carry our internet signals. We know how long those cables are. They're not going to stretch all that much or shrink all that much just because they hit the water. I mean, maybe they'll shrink when they get cold by 10%, or maybe they'll expand a little bit as they go down to the bottom of the ocean. But basically, we know how long those cables are we've put on the bottom of the oceans. So that's how you can measure distance. Again, only good to 10% or so, but that'll be close enough.
Wait a minute.
Sorry, go ahead.
Finish your thought. You done, Hap?
Yeah. I mean, maybe they'll shrink by 10% or expand by 10%, but the length, we know the length.
Okay, so what if I told you that those undersea cables don't connect any of the continents in the south?
Well, you could still measure it some way.
Whoa. Are you conceding that you invoke something that doesn't exist in real life?
No, I was saying you could measure over water with cables. The fact that it doesn't go all the way to the ice wall presents a problem that, with more talking, I'm sure we could come up with a solution.
Okay, so after 2 examples from an astrophysicist, you haven't been able to give us something that you told us was so simple to do. First, you said a cannon, even though there is no like weaponry allowed below the 60th South parallel, so that's out. Then you said undersea cables until I asked you, hey, do you even know if those undersea cables connect the continents, let alone reach to an ice wall? Then you said, well, that's probably out. So are we going for a third time, or do you want to sit on this for a little bit before just saying how simple that this could happen over water in the Southern Hemisphere where everything is distorted?
So you don't think you can measure distances over water? That's your position.
I said it's difficult. You said it's easy. So I asked you, how
Yeah, I
would
think
you
it's
do it as
easy.
an astrophysicist? And now we're going on to a third chance to see
Okay,
if
how
you have
about
any way to do this. The first 2 was obsolete. Got to get them out of here. Made no coherent sense whatsoever.
Well, I don't think I think that's a little harsh of you, sacred to say no coherent sense
Bro, you
whatsoever.
said a cannon. There's no cannons allowed over there. You said undersea cables. Undersea cables don't even connect the continents, let alone the ice wall. That's not coherent, bro.
Boy,
It
you
would be
sure
more
can
coherent
talk.
if it's something that we can actually do. How is it coherent
Okay.
if it's something that's impossible?
Well, how about radio signals?
Oh, I don't know if you want to talk about shooting radio signals line of
Yeah,
sight
maybe
to the
not.
ice
And
wall.
you don't believe in GPS, do you? That's all
No.
cell towers.
We didn't say that. We just said that GPS requires a correction in regards to the speed of light. We just went through that with Alan earlier, which you're going to pop into Ether Cosmology Discord on Tuesday to learn more about that. So you don't even really want to invoke satellites and GPS to be told, bro, I'm telling you, there's no way out of this, bro. This is why we flat earthers, because we've been looking into this stuff for so long. We actually tried to refute the flat earth. That's why we flat earthers, because we failed. like, come on, bro.
Yeah, like you guys don't realize we were global. Like everything that you guys believe in, we did too. We grew up watching the same crap. We were all obsessed with the sci-fi documentaries, the Voyager images coming in every weeks or months, right? Like like, do you realize what being an astronomer was to a kid growing up in this country? It was the
Everybody wanted to be an astronaut. Are you kidding me?
There you go.
Guys,
Everybody
talking
wanted
to
to be an
him
astronaut
about this,
or a Power Ranger.
Talking to this guy about stuff like, what was just mentioned. He doesn't care about that. If you don't refute him with the facts and the logic, he's going to refute any sort of anecdotal experience that you share with him. He doesn't care about that. This guy is very arrogant and disgusting. I don't know if you guys can hear it the way he speaks, right? So I want to go back to the sun.
He doesn't
I want to go back to
work to
what the
question
sun
his
is.
paradigm.
I want to go back to what the sun is, because he's talking. He's saying, "Oh, you guys don't know what the sun is. You don't know where it is." Like, no one, obviously, we can see it in the sky. That's just dumb to say that we don't know where it is. So, in your model, what is the sun? I want to know what you believe the sun is, Hap. What is the sun?
I am a Glober convert.
Hap, I don't hear you anymore. I want you to explain to me what the sun is.
Oh, I'm sorry, my screen.
2 or 3 months ago,
rested.
I converted to a flat earther.
Yeah,
Can
Bitcoin,
you hear me now?
You wait 1 sec, Bitcoin? Hap, what is the sun in your model?
Can you hear me now?
Yeah, we can hear you. What's the sun?
Yeah, it's a big ball of gas, mostly hydrogen.
No, it's not.
Fusing in the middle.
No,
wait, let me finish.
No, you're wrong.
Let me
Hold on, let him
finish.
finish, Nathan. Hold on, Nathan. Let him finish.
Wrong though.
He's
Let me finish.
100% wrong.
Hold on. He may be wrong, but let him finish. Let him dig his own hole. Go ahead, Hap.
Yeah, it's a gravitationally bound ball of gas, mostly hydrogen, and fusing in the middle. That's where most of the energy comes from. Done.
Are you finished? All right. So, where did you get that from? Did you figure that out yourself,
how does that
or
work?
someone taught you that?
Sure, I spent years learning it, going over the physics, understanding the fusion. It all
So
makes
you read
sense.
it in the book. You read it in the book. You didn't do none of your own. You didn't do none of your own observations. You didn't do none. Can you just stop doing that? Seriously. So, Hap, you're saying that you read it in the book and you didn't do none of your own observations.
No,
yourself.
I observed when I was in graduate school. I did
For
lots
how
of
long?
observations of the
How
sun.
long? For how long?
It was probably 3 weeks. I went out and observed the sun
3
every
weeks.
morning.
All right. So I know.
And then I also spent.
physicists. All right.
Can
You
I
said
finish
3
one
weeks.
more
That's
thing?
all I asked you. That's all I
Can I
asked you.
finish
For
one
how
more
long?
thing?
No, that's all I asked you. I'm not, because you guys like muddying the waters too much. I don't have time for that. I'm going to be more
Sure.
specific. So Eric Dollard, is a physicist, and he studied it for over 5 years, not 3 weeks, 5 years. And he says he's more qualified on anyone in this room and probably in this world to speak on this specific subject. And he says out of his own mouth, from what he observed, the sun is a converter. And no one knows exactly what it is converting or what it is. But it's definitely, he says out of his own mouth, it is definitely not hydrogen and it's not a gas ball, a fire. So I don't know what you think you know, but for me, he is, like I said, the most qualified out of anyone in this room and probably out of most scientists to talk about this. And he says it's not a ball of gas. So I'm going to trust his judgment over yours. So
Who
you
is that,
keep
Nathan?
saying that you know.
Yeah, what do you think it is?
Hold on, Nathan.
You
Who
can
are
keep
you talking
saying
about?
you know what it is.
Nathan,
But even
what's the name of the
scientists
guy?
in this field, Eric Dollard, even the scientists in this field would tell you that have years of experience. They tell you science does not know what the sun is.
You're
And that's
welcome to
correct.
your
All we
views.
have is presumptions.
They're 100% wrong, but that's okay.
No, we're not 100% wrong, Hap. You have no
hold on.
100% evidence that you
You can't
present
prove
for the
that we're
model that
wrong.
you.
Real quick
No.
though, this you can say that, you know, I mean, he's this is what he's learned it to be, and you know, just saying that going back and forth with a appeal to Eric Dollard as an authority, which, you know, I agree, he would have the authority if that's what we were doing, appealing to authority, but it's his definition in his mind compared to somebody else saying no, you're wrong. So I was thinking that maybe a couple of practical things that maybe Hap hasn't thought of would be, you know, useful at this point, because he said that it's observable reality that we're on this ball going around the sun, right? There's a couple things about observable reality that don't match up with your model or your idea about being on a spinning ball. One being that when the sun changes its angle in the sky, we feel a great degree of heat loss, right? That's kind of the reverse of the argument earlier, where you were saying that the sun should have more of a shift or more of a angular size change on a flat Earth. Well, in the same regard, you would think that if the sun just moves a few degrees in the sky, that you wouldn't feel that much of a heat loss, seeing that it's supposed to be 93 million miles away. How could just a couple degrees in the sky make a big difference with the way the sun feels on your back?
That's easy.
The angle, right?
Yes, the angle of the rays hitting the surface, right?
Now, does that really stand up to the common sense test, though, when you think about it, 93 million miles away, just a little bit of an angle?
Completely.
It does to me.
So then how can
Just a
you
little bit of an angle.
how can you argue that if you're walking 100 miles away and you take 7 steps, you're still like, do you not see how those types of arguments are contradicting itself? And then on top of that, like when you asked us what the sun is, did you see what my answer was? I told you, I'm gonna be honest, in our model, and it's truly because I just started looking at this like the last 3-4 years, right? But you've been studying this, like it's
Well, he's just been taking the information that's given to him, and he's thinking it's right because of, you know.
Well,
otherwise
someone
it's a big
told you this
conspiracy.
Yeah,
already.
but that's
So
okay. It's when you're being arrogant when it
Yeah, it's
becomes
an
a
appeal to
problem.
authority. That's
Right,
it.
but I have
That's
one
when
more
it becomes a
practical
problem.
way.
When you become arrogant and you talk down to people, that's when it becomes a problem. It's okay saying, yes, this is what I learned and what I was taught, and you're being humble about it, but he's not. He's being very arrogant, so he has to be humbled. needs to be
Well,
brought
yeah.
back
Well,
down to earth.
I was going to try to humble him. I don't want to get Bitcoin lost though, because he was trying to speak. I was going to try to humble him on the airplane issue because the airplane wouldn't even be able to land if they were treating the Earth as stationary. If it's actually moving, that's just a practical thing that you can common sense deduce. How could it be? How could the pilots all be trained to treat the Earth as stationary if it's actually moving? It makes no sense.
Newton's laws, it makes perfect sense.
No, it doesn't.
Yeah,
You
but
can just
Newton's
wait,
laws, you're
earlier
just
you
going
said,
off based of
hold on,
words.
hold on.
You're
Let
not
me just go
showing
back and forth with him
any
on this
evidence.
since I started it. You earlier said that you understand the difference between a kinematic concept and the dynamic physics, right?
I
Like a
didn't
kinematic
hear you.
concept doesn't substitute. A kinematic concept can't substitute for the dynamic reality, right?
I don't know what you're saying.
Well, kinematics could be just mathematics, and a mathematical explanation for what's happening, or what the observation is, and you can write in rules with kinematics, and it just cancels things out and makes it all work out mathematically, but it doesn't really explain the dynamics, which is the physics of it all.
Yeah, that's
And
what the gravity and the Kepler's equations are. They explain it all perfectly.
Well, actually, there's a problem with Kepler's. Let's not get into that. But
it's just so
as far as the
crazy to
planes
hear.
go, there's one practical thing I want you to explain to me.
It's so crazy
If a
to hear
plane-
Globers like come in with some kind of narrative, like with
anyway,
science.
well, of course they're
and,
going to have
like,
a narrative. Hold on a second.
Oh my God.
Let me just continue this real quick with Hap. Hap, when a plane travels and it has only a 500 mile per hour conserved momentum from the latitude it takes off, when it travels to the equator to land in a city that's on the equator on a runway where it's moving 1,000 miles an hour, and you only had 500 miles per hour conserved momentum, how do you explain that the pilot is in perfect sync with the rotation of the Earth eastward tangentially so that it could treat the Earth as stationary just as pilots are taught to when it goes to land? How do you explain that?
I guess I don't see the issue with it. So you take
Well,
off
it'd be 500
with what?
miles per hour faster at the destination that it's going to on the equator, right?
Right.
It's moving at 1,000 miles on the equator, but it only had 500 miles per hour conserved momentum.
Yeah, I understand the question. Okay, so
how does the pilot catch up to be at the same exact sync as the 1,000 miles an hour eastward tangentially sideways that's landing on
how
a north
long
facing
does that
runway south?
flight take? Is that about a 6-hour flight?
Okay, yeah, but what is it adds up to 500. Even if you want to make it that, this is what
So
usually
make it
Globers
a
go to,
5-hour flight.
incrementally
Right,
over
it's
time,
incremental,
even
bit
if
by
that,
bit.
Okay, yeah, so incremental. So are you saying that the pilots are taught to incrementally catch up?
The pilots are meant to follow or the autopilot a certain heading and what? Azimuth, whatever. A certain heading at a certain altitude, and that's what the plane does. And if it has to incrementally give it a little budge east or west or whatever every 5 minutes, it does so.
Okay,
No
so
problem.
let's just take autopilots off the table for now, because we know that
Sure.
pilots were always flying before the autopilot idea even came along. So you're saying that if it's just a plane that's flying towards the equator and the autopilot doesn't do it, would the pilot then have to be trained to compensate for that?
Yeah, he'd be following his compass, and if wind directions threw him off, or this Earth orbit stuff threw him off, he'd correct, continue following the compass heading.
All right. So the
Be
next thing we
very
need to do is
small and
make sure.
incremental.
Yeah, you also have to make sure that, first of all, there's a difference between the winds affecting the plane and the ground moving separately from the plane, right?
How so?
Now you've admitted,
so?
well, because you've admitted that the pilot would have to correct, right? Meaning that
But
he's not
why is there a
automatically in
difference
sync with the Earth.
between winds changing where you are on the ground and the ground moving, changing where you
Because-
are above
Well,
the
I'm about to get
ground?
to that. Because when he goes to land, right, he's got to treat the Earth as perfectly stationary. That means he'd have to be accelerating at the exact same rate as the Earth without any notice of any change between the plane's eastward tangential velocity and the Earth's tangential velocity. It'd have to be perfect. It would have to be so
No.
in sync that there would be no notice of any kind of movement of that runway he's landing on.
right? No, because the atmosphere is rotating with the Earth. And if you have ever watched airplanes land in a crosswind, you'll see that there's a huge amount of change from the crosswinds that are far greater than, whatever you're talking about.
Hold on,
with
wait,
the
wait.
Earth.
This is the point though. The crosswinds, dealing with crosswinds as you land on a stationary surface is one thing. Dealing with crosswinds and trying to land on a surface that is moving eastward tangentially at a given rate is another thing. You can't conflate crosswinds with the Earth moving eastward consistently. That means the plane would have to be moving eastward. Can you at least agree that the plane would have to be moving eastward? Hold on, wait. Can you agree that the plane would have to be moving perfectly eastward with the runway as it's landing so that it can treat the Earth as stationary? It has to be moving with the Earth, moving in tangential sync
He
with the
doesn't
Earth,
understand
1,000 miles an hour.
what's going on. Like you really?
No, it has to go south. It has to go sideways if it's facing south. It has to be in perfect sync with the Earth. You don't understand. If it has to accelerate an extra 500 miles per hour, it has to continue accelerating eastward tangentially with the Earth as it's slowing down to land in the opposite direction or in a perpendicular direction.
The atmosphere is moving with the Earth. The airplane is in the atmosphere.
So are you saying the atmosphere pushes the plane like a wind? It accelerates the plane automatically? Is that what you're saying? The atmosphere pushes the plane in perfect sync with the Earth? Because before you were saying that the plane needs to make corrections. Are you saying the plane needs to make corrections, or are you saying that the atmosphere does it for?
Hour, right? 11,000
What's the difference? Wait, hold on. Hold on. This is the point. You were saying earlier that you have to make incremental corrections. But if the atmosphere is pushing the plane automatically in sync with the Earth, then what does it need to make corrections for?
For how the atmosphere is moving the plane. Jesus.
No, that's for winds. That's for crosswinds. You can't conflate atmosphere pushing the plane with winds pushing the plane in all directions. The winds push the plane in all directions.
Because they're the same thing.
We're not.
This
is a big point. They're not.
Okay,
and besides,
I'm a neutral party here.
Hold on, wait. No, wait, hold on. Just let me finish this point because you won't be able to answer this.
What are you claiming that the Earth is traveling?
Wait, I'm not complaining about anything. Let me just say this. If this is another scenario that ruins it all for you.
Because it's about 11,000.
If you think that the pilot's correcting eastward, right, to catch up, then he should be trained to. Now, if it's the atmosphere pushing the plane eastward, that means there have to be a wind, because there's no difference between a wind atmosphere and a wind that goes in all directions. So it would have to be a perfect wind accelerating the plane. Otherwise, you have no mechanism to push the plane sideways. And now if it goes west-southwest, wait, hold on. If it goes west-southwest, right, it's not going to be able to deviate east. There's no way to correct east if it goes only west-southwest towards the equator.
Yeah, he doesn't know shit.
So you wouldn't be able to deviate east to catch up with the Earth. And even if you were to catch up to the Earth, you'd have to keep accelerating that extra amount that didn't match your original conserved momentum as you're trying to slow down to land in a perpendicular direction. And that means the plane would be moving 500 miles per hour sideways as it's slowing down to 0 miles per hour headed south on a runway north, or whatever angle the runway happens to be. The calculations are ridiculous. It would never work that way. The only way a pilot can treat the Earth as stationary is if it's stationary.
On a rotating Earth, you're right, the math wouldn't work the way you think it does. It works just fine on a rotating Earth because the atmosphere is moving with the Earth. You don't need to do any.
But you cannot validate.
This is my last point. This is why I brought up kinematics to begin with. You can have a kinematic rule that says the atmosphere makes the plane automatically in sync with the Earth. And without calling it a wind, without having to identify the force or how fast the wind blew to make sure that the plane was in, without having to worry about saying he makes corrections, and then it has to do with the atmosphere but not the rotating Earth. If the Earth is moving independently of the plane, which you agreed to because of the corrections, then it would have to be in perfect sync, and it'd have to match that tangential velocity in a cognitive way. You can't just tell the pilot to treat it as perfectly stationary if it's actually moving. And if he went west-southwest, he would never be able to correct east. The wind would have to be blowing him backwards faster than he's going forwards. And by the time he goes to land on the runway, it would have to continue accelerating him eastward in perfect sync so he could just treat the Earth as stationary when he goes in the opposite direction
down to 0 miles per hour and he's going 500 miles per hour or 1,000 miles per hour sideways, that's ridiculous. It never would work. You can't conflate the
Guys,
two.
it's pseudoscience anyway because you can't repeat it.
I'm actually
You cannot
not
test what he's
understanding what
saying.
you're saying right
Listen.
now
To avoid
because of
all this
gravity.
nonsense, right? Science itself tells you cannot test what he's saying. It cannot be recreated. It is pseudoscience, and it's just a theoretical theory. That's
Pseudoscience.
it. It's not based in no science
Pseudoscience.
whatsoever.
Wait,
I don't even know what you
My
guys
point is
argue
that you
these guys
can
when they
test
push
What the
these
fuck is
theoretical.
pseudoscience? What are you saying?
This
Explain
you
Bitcoin
can test
guy is
that because
annoying, man.
planes fly,
Explain it to
planes
everybody
fly and
else.
land
Like,
all the
what
time.
is pseudoscience? What
nobody cares what pseudoscience is.
pseudoscience? What is that?
Nobody cares about arguing what pseudoscience is. But
Oh, nobody cares about pseudoscience? What?
Hey, Hap,
What?
if you're going an opposite,
This
The
guy's just
globe
trolling.
oil
This
is
Bitcoin guy is not
completely
helping the
comprised
conversation
of
whatsoever.
Hang on. Can I answer Bitcoin's question? Maybe not about pseudoscience, but the fact that you said this is not repeatable, right? This is the difference between our definition of a scientific method being applied versus what even the skeptics, middle ground, or the globe heads, right, are believing. Do you see how New Perspective just laid out?
Did you say believing?
Can you just let me finish real quick? I think
You said believing.
Okay, not believing, but
I heard you say it.
Okay.
Okay.
What does that
Hold on,
mean?
don't troll him while he's talking to
Believing.
Hap. Don't troll him. Come on, don't worry about
It's
the
fine.
one word he said.
It's fine. Let me just explain it again. Maybe without iterating terms that might prove my point wrong. Okay, but here, let me put it in simple terms. New Perspective just laid out an observable, repeatable experiment, and you cannot validate that. Like
what observable experiment?
Flights. If
Landing a plane on a moving surface when the pilot's not taught to treat it like anything but a stationary surface. If the Earth were moving, which it's moving independently of the plane, the pilot would be made aware of that because they would overtrain their pilots. They wouldn't say, "Don't worry about it. It's just the same." I mean, Hap, let me ask you: would the training? What would be the difference? This is an honest question. What would be the training? What would be the difference between training a pilot to fly and land on a stationary surface as opposed to a spinning ball surface? What would be the difference between training one pilot versus another?
Based on the scale.
I can't think for
Let
myself.
him answer.
Hey, Bitcoin, you interrupt again. I'm taking your mic. New Perspective and Hap, y'all finish this up. I like the build. Hap, think very carefully about what you're about to say, and then we're gonna get to the hands and then rotate some mics. Bitcoin, don't interrupt. If you want to say something, raise your hand, please. Thanks.
New Perspective, based upon the scale of the Earth and the rate at which it's rotating, there'd be no difference in training or landing on a spinning ball or not. You're very confused about flight and atmospheres and rotations and 1,000 miles an hour at the equator and taking off from 500 miles an hour area of the Earth.
At the beginning, you said there would be corrections, that the pilot would correct eastward for the extra, or the autopilot would do it. If autopilot doesn't do it, the pilot has to do it to catch up with the Earth, right? To have that extra 500 miles per hour eastward tangential velocity. The pilot would have to be aware of that. You're saying there'd be no difference between training somebody to land and fly on a stationary level Earth as opposed to a spinning ball Earth? You don't think there'd be any dynamical difference at all? That proves my point right there.
Yeah, I'd say there's no difference. I mean, you just keep the heading, and if there is a Coriolis effect or whatever, the autopilot will take it into account, or the pilot following the compass heading will take it into account. There'd be no difference in training. You're flying due south.
If there's no difference, he'd never have to take anything into account. Why are you saying the autopilot or the pilot would take it into account? Yeah, so there's nothing to take into account if it's exactly the same.
Your level of confusion is too much for me to deal with.
It's an honest question you have no answer for. You're saying you would take it into account, or the autopilot would do it.
You maintain the same heading.
If it's no different than being a stationary Earth, there would be nothing to take into account.
Correct. You would maintain heading and whether the Earth is rotating under you or there are different wind speeds at different altitudes. Just maintain the same heading. No training differences required.
That would be ridiculous to begin with, because there'd be so many dynamical differences, including the fact that your city that you're headed towards is moving 5 miles per hour faster than when you started off. You think that wouldn't take a correction? You don't think that would take some jets on the side of the plane when it's trying to land to a stop? It'd have to be moving with the Earth at the exact same tangential velocity. You don't get that? It's just a basic observation of reality that you are not acknowledging.
Once it's already at its landing spot, it is stationary with respect to the Earth under it because it's in the atmosphere, which is moving with the Earth. It's not like they take off where it's 500 miles an hour, and when they get to the equator, everything's traveling 500 miles an hour faster.
Well, that's what your model says.
It stays in the atmosphere. No, the atmosphere moves with the Earth.
Well, how come? Okay,
Yeah, but you can't say the atmosphere moves the plane without the mechanism. You have no mechanism. The atmosphere doesn't move the plane without it being a wind.
Does a wind
No, winds
move
go in
an
all directions,
airplane?
brother. Winds
So
go
if
in
the
all directions.
atmosphere is
There's
moving,
not a
it moves.
Oh my goodness, y'all.
All right. This is what we're gonna do, because I think other people do want to chime in. I do like this build. I'm gonna let Hap just respond really quickly. New perspective, give your last thought, and then we'll go through the hands. And then after that, we could double back to this conversation in a little bit. I think Hap was actually trying to leave a little while ago. So shout out to him for kind of sticking through this. But go ahead, Hap. Reply to what he said. I'm gonna give new perspective the last word, and then we're gonna move through the hands. And if you want to stick around to continue that, Hap, you could, and we'll double back. But I just want to make sure that the hands are acknowledged.
Sacred, my gratitude for you maintaining a wonderful space and keeping everybody polite and everything. I gotta go. Good to talk to you all. Fairly
All right,
well.
before you go, Hap, I just want to make sure you know that the kinematic rule that the atmosphere makes the plane automatically in sync with the Earth is just a kinematic rule that you have to think about it like just a concept. You have to have a dynamic, actual situation going on where the plane is moved by a mechanism. You can't just say atmosphere without it being a wind. The winds move in all directions, so it doesn't work, brother.
Yo,
Well,
can I just
if
ask one
the
question?
atmosphere is moving, it's like a wind.
Okay, then
Anyway,
what about
Like a
fare thee
wind,
well.
but not a wind.
What about when you're going the opposite direction?
That's the dynamic reality
That's what I'm
that
asking,
you're
like a
denying.
simple question. When you're going the opposite direction, as the claiming the wind, quote unquote, the rotation. What if you're going the opposite direction of that rotation? Then how does it affect the landing? That's simple. Hap, anything?
Nah, you guys didn't hear. He said he was out of here. Shout out to Hap for pulling up.
I can answer that. Just ask a
Well, I just
question.
wanted to ask Hap that, but I don't really care what you have to say, Bitcoin. You've been annoying. I'm out too. Peace, guys.
I appreciate you, Conspiracy. My bad, bro.
Well, I got a physics background. Like, go ahead. Okay.
I do want to say shout out to Franco. What's going on, Franco? My bad. Sorry, you missed the presentation that we had earlier today on Parallax, but good to see you, bro.
Thank you. I just wanted to add something about this plane stuff. It's well, you guys say that you have every one of you have studied physics. Well, it doesn't look like you did, because this is really very simple physics. It's description of physics in a rotating system. The effect that the guy was talking about, the plane having different velocity, well, the ground having different speeds when you go from one latitude to another, is what happens in a rotating system. And this is is taken into account. You just make the computations. It's taken into account by the Coriolis force. The Coriolis force has a formula, right? The force is proportional to the mass, is actually equal to the mass times the cross product of the angular velocity times 2 times the velocity of the object with respect to the frame. So in case of a plane, this effect can be this force can be computed, and you can and it's just the maximum value is 2 times the angular velocity of the Earth. Sorry, it's 2 times angular velocity of the Earth times the velocity of the plane. I just made the calculation with using 200 meters per second velocity. Sorry, I'm using the metric system. You can use 300 meters per second as the plane velocity. The angular velocity of the Earth is 8 times 10 to the minus 5. You make the computation.
It doesn't prove that the Earth is a globe.
I'm not saying it proves. I'm saying that I'm addressing the objection. The objection is that on a spinning Earth, the plane would have to correct for the different tangential velocity. I'm saying that this is computable, and this results in an acceleration, a so-called fictitious force, which is the Coriolis force. You compute that, and it's the order of magnitude is 2 times 10 to the minus 3 meters per square second.
Franco, how do you validate what you're saying? Franco, how do you validate what you're saying?
I'm validating what I'm saying because you make calculations.
No. How do you validate? What experiment is there out there? What observation validates what you're saying? Can you recreate what you're saying or not? Because you can't test the globe. You can't test it on the globe. That's one thing we already know.
You can test it you can test it on a merry-go-round on any rotational system. It's computations, right? This is computations. It's changing your frame of reference.
So now wait a minute. So now you're introducing the merry-go-round into it. So you're saying that on the merry-go-round, this will validate your argument. That's what you're saying. I don't think you're pretty sure you're that sure, because it actually doesn't validate your argument.
Listen, what one does is one describe you were saying, actually Sacred was saying, that every one of us can use their own grid of view, which is called in physics as a frame of reference, right? And a frame of reference is just taking some coordinate system in one and deciding to measure distances and speeds and whatever in that frame of reference, meaning using those coordinates. And you can choose whatever you want, right? Whatever system you want, spherical coordinates, you can use Cartesian coordinates, you can choose the axis orientation, whatever you want. And then you have to specify how you convert from one system that one person uses to the system that some other person uses. This is a matter of mathematics, right? Because it's a mathematical description. It's a geometrical description.
It's a description, but it's not an evidence to what actually takes place in reality.
But you need to have this description in order to communicate between people and just know what you're talking about, right? So if you say, I'm taking a coordinate system on my table, I'm drawing axes on my table, and then someone else has a different system, I need to have a law that describes how I convert from one system to another. So this is where rotating systems come into play, because at some point you have someone who is, say, on a merry-go-round, on a spinning, record, something like that, something that rotates with respect to another frame. This is something you can devise, and then it's just a mathematical description saying if one measures something.
One sec, Franco. I got a question for you about the merry-go-round. So if you're on the merry-go-round, because you keep bringing that up, so let's go with your example of the merry-go-round. So if I'm on the merry-go-round and I have a ball in my hand, right, and I'm facing with the spin, right. So if we're spinning, let's say 20 miles per hour. If I throw the ball straight up in the air, what is the ball going to do? Is it going to follow? Is it going to follow the spin?
This depends on who is observing it, but this is not what.
No, but according to you, according to you, according to your
if your
example,
ball
let me clarify
is
something,
soaring up in
and then
the
you can
air,
go on.
like how much gravity do you have?
Okay.
Explain this.
Because you're saying, one sec, Franco, slow down. I'm going to let you speak. Just slow down. I just want to clarify something because you're making an argument and you're using an example of the merry-go-round.
I'm just fucking with you right now. Like,
oh,
how much
hell,
gravity do you have when you throw the fucking ball up in the air and we're going around a merry-go-round?
I am the one who has to slow down. You're talking over me. You didn't let me finish what I was saying. I was just trying to explain that independently of dynamics, if you change from one system to another which is rotating with respect to that, you will have to change the way acceleration is first velocity and then acceleration is described in the two systems. If you measure acceleration in one system, you'll have a different acceleration in another system.
Are you talking about the space shuttle coming in from?
No, I'm talking
outside
about two rotating, one system and one other system which is rotating with respect to the other, independently of any dynamics. It's just a geometric stuff and kinematics. So if you have, this is learned and first thing one learns in freshman physics. You just have this different description of acceleration. And then the dynamics comes in and says, if you have a system where you have one of the two systems which are rotating with respect to the other, and then in one system you have Newton's laws, in the other system, for the laws to be the same, you have to introduce the effect of the fact that the system is rotating with respect to the system where the Newton laws are valid. And then this introduces the so-called apparent forces like centrifugal force, and the other one is Coriolis force. But this is computable. You can compute that. It has a formula. You can, and this is just a mathematical thing. Then you can go on and verify that, for instance, it works on any rotating system that you can think of, like merry-go-rounds, which are the very simple examples that you can stumble on.
You're saying, all right, you keep using the example of a merry-go-round. I ask you a simple question. If I am on the merry-go-round and I'm going around at 10 miles per hour and I have a ball, I put it above my head and I let it go, what is the ball going to do? Is it going to move forward with me? No, it's not. So you can't use that as an example. You're talking nonsense. You're just theoretically regurgitating.
Well, that's a bad example because are you talking?
No, this
like
is the
in a
example that he gave
zero-G
Bitcoin. Shut up,
environment,
Bitcoin.
or are you talking about like a 1G environment?
Bro, what do you want to do?
No.
This is like, they're like talking over each other. I can't hear. I'm getting a headache. So look, I do want to hear Nathan and Franco finish their build. Bitcoin, you see the other hands. I've already given you one warning about like interrupting. You have like terrible timing. I mean, I don't know if you're doing it on purpose because you're laughing and stuff, but I mean, I'll take that mic quick, bro. I'm trying to give you a chance. So just please stop disrupting the conversation. I really want to hear this build and I want to get to the hands after this. Y'all are continuing a conversation from a new perspective. I wish he was here to kind of finish this off, but let's hear this. Please give each other a chance to finish the statement so we can get a full thought out. Yeah, let's do it like that. So Nathan, go ahead, ask your question and then Franco respond.
Can I finish my original the original thing that I wanted to say, because I've not been allowed.
Yeah. Go ahead. My bad.
So, as I was saying, this rotational system predicts that if you're in a rotating system with respect to a inertial system, then you have to introduce the Coriolis force. And the thing that the plane would have to take into account when changing from one latitude to another is not conservation of momentum. It has nothing to do with that. It's just that it would have to take into account the Coriolis force. The fact that the tangential velocity of Earth changes in a rotating model from one latitude to the equator is just taken into account by the Coriolis force. You compute how much that is, and you see that it's something like 1/10 of 1,000. It's 10 to the minus 4 times lighter, smaller than the pull towards the ground. It's 1/10 of 1,000 of the gravitational pull. So it's really negligible. It's something that is really tiny with respect to other forces, such as, for instance, winds. That's the answer. You might need to correct, but it's a very, very tiny correction with respect to other effects, such as winds.
Oh, sorry.
I just wanted to add, if I'm allowed, sorry, directly connected to this. Franco, can you describe the scientific method?
Oh, 1 second, Gilliapog. Yo, Nathan, did you want to did you want to touch on what Franco said or no?
No, because like I already made my point. My point stands. He can't use that as an example.
Absolutely. So, Franco, do you kind of understand what he's saying now? So, like, you came up with the calculation for that force, but it's so negligible that the wind outweighs it in every direction, and to the point where they invoke just the generalized atmosphere in general is what is carrying it. So, like, they're still kind of separating it. Do you understand that the force you calculated and then say is negligible doesn't apply like in reality is kind of what the argument Dave was putting forward, because we're not disputing that you can like calculate things and then you have to make it equivalent in a different reference frame, and absolutely, that's 100% what you would do
No,
there.
I mean, what I don't understand is why my calculation is not applicable, whereas theirs, when they say, oh, you have so and so miles per hour at that latitude and have so and so miles per hour at latitude, you would have to correct for that.
Well,
it's exactly the same. It's exactly the same thing. We're saying the same thing, but I'm saying I know how to correct for that, and the way to correct for that is the Coriolis effect, and you can compute that and see that it's not relevant.
Yeah,
we're saying the same thing. If I'm saying things that are not applicable, then they are saying things that are not applicable, because we're saying the same thing.
All right, cool. That's cool, man. All right. So I heard last week that you said that you were you had some exciting work coming up where you were going to measure the weight of an up cork.
No. I answered someone and I said I was preparing a lecture when I was telling students how the top quark mass is measured.
Oh, I see.
It's been measured. It's not me doing it. It's been measured by my experimenters as well, but not me personally. Yeah.
Okay. I was gonna say I haven't looked too much into the quarks and stuff, so I was gonna ask you about the up quark and the measurement there. So you said they already measured the.
It's not the up quark. It's the top quark. It's on the other side of the spectrum.
Oh, okay. I forget, because there's an up, a top, a bottom, a down. Okay.
Alan, I do have a quick question for Franco. It's just a simple answer. He doesn't have to go deep into it. What is the sun, Franco?
I'm not an astrophysicist, but I tend to agree with what the previous guy said. It's a star. So
a ball of gas. He said it was a ball of gas. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah.
Okay. Cheers. Thank you.
Yeah, I just wanted to understand the scientific method, the steps of the scientific method, Franco. You're a physicist, right? You're a smart guy.
Yeah, I'm a physicist, but yeah, I've read. I've been asked this so many times, and I know this is a favorite topic of this kind of groups.
What do you mean, favorite topic of what? What are you talking about? It's science. What are you talking
No,
about,
no, no.
Franco?
I've
Come
read
on,
some.
man. You're being disingenuous. You're being disingenuous and you're being condescending. You're talking. That's why I don't fuck with you, Franco. Sacred may do give you, the blind, but I know arrogance. I smell it. And it's so just condescending the way you speak, or you try to say you heard these kind of arguments from these kind of groups. No, it's a scientific method. We didn't make it up. Flat earthers didn't make this up. So don't try to make out like this is something we came up with, because you're just being disingenuous.
Yeah, I can go through it. Like step 1, observe a natural phenomenon. Step 2, literature review. Step 3, construct a formal hypothesis. Step 4, test an experiment. Can you tell me the last guy that was here was an astrophysicist? Does he follow the scientific method?
Again, sorry. Can I answer? I don't know what he does. I know that the definition of scientific method is something that is been debated in philosophy of science, and I'm not expert of that. What I know and what I've read about, because I've read some of the replies to this question, is that there's no it's not a uniquely defined scientific method that one has to follow step by step. Step 1 before step 2, no, step 2 before step 1, and go. That doesn't work like that. And there have been books and theses in epistemology written about this, but we don't. It's not something that we sort of make an oath about. It's not. It's a sort of a false problem that is being brought up. Yes, the basic steps are observation and experiment, and then building models which explain what you. My view is this: first, you observe. Then you observe either experiments or observation data like astronomy, and then you try to interpret them, and you build models which interpret them. And then the essential thing, in my personal view, is that you need a model which has not only the ability of explaining what you observe, but also to make predictions of what you're going to observe, either with experiments or with other observations. And then, as long as your model describes both what you have observed so far and what you predict that you will be observing, then you accept the model. Otherwise, you change it, you correct it, or you throw it away altogether, depending. But there's no such a uniquely and unchangeably fixed ladder of steps that you have to follow in that precise order. Otherwise, it's not science. It doesn't work like that. And
Franco,
especially for the people who are doing science.
You're doing a little dance right now. And I just wanted to, because this is a method, right? This is a method of inquiry. And we are start with observing a natural, and we're talking about natural science here. Observing a natural phenomenon. And the main step after that, you can do literature review, which is very smart. But then you construct a formal hypothesis based on step 1. And there you have the independent variable, and then you have the dependent variable, and you start to test an experiment with a controlled variable. Where in this, just these 3 steps, is talked about models or math?
The models or maths is talked about when you talk about this so-called independent variables, because the definition of this is not so well defined. I've never, for instance, in my own education, I've never heard it formulated like this. with independent. I've heard about independent variables when I was in middle school or in high school about mathematics, about equations, not about how physics works, for instance. And then you have some of the sciences, such as biology, when you have different approaches. You don't. It's not like you have this method which, again, you have to follow step 1 and then step 2 and then step 3, and then you don't, for instance, invert step 3 and step 4. And then if you take step 4 before step 3, then it's all to be thrown away. No, it doesn't work like that. But this is subject for the philosophy of science, which is not science itself.
Yeah, this is the issue where we are talking about pseudoscience, right? Where science stops being science and the scientific method, the method of inquiry, where it starts to be a consensus or a gatekeeping thing. The independent variable is the presumed cause. The dependent variable is the presumed effect. So,
Gile, if you don't mind, can I just read out I just want to read out the definition of pseudoscience so everyone understands, right? So, a collection of beliefs or practices mistakenly regarded as being based on scientific method. So, if you're saying that you don't have to actually go by the scientific method, by definition, you are pushing pseudoscience. I didn't make this up. No flat earther didn't make this up. If you want, I'll give you an example of a pseudoscience if you want. Pseudoscience is false science, right? And that's what you're pushing, Franco. False science. You guys can't just pick and choose when oh, well, it doesn't actually mean this. It actually no, it has a meaning. You can't change the meaning to suit your argument. That's dishonest. So I don't even know what we're arguing about here.
So let me just read something real quick. And I do want to ask Franco about the actual topic, right? I don't want to just hit him with like so many different arguments, and then as a matter of fact, Lepa, come back up here because I was going to say what up to you too. Just real quick. So the definition of pseudoscience is that, and the actual definition of the scientific method is as follows: a method of procedure that has characterized natural science since the 17th century. Consisting in systematic observation, check, measurements and experiments, and the formulation, testing, and modification of hypotheses. Franco, do you agree with that definition, or do you feel like that could still be modified?
Well, I can agree, yeah, but
oh wait,
yeah.
wait, 1 second. I didn't finish it. There was more. My bad. It said forming a hypothesis, making a prediction, conducting an experiment, and finally analyzing the results. My bad. I didn't see the rest of that. So do you agree with that, I guess, blanket definition of it? Or do you feel like you could take parts of that out and still do science?
No, but as I said, this is not a sort of sculpted in stone. It's not. It's something. And as I say, this is been debated for forever in the realm of epistemology. It's not science itself; it's philosophy of science. It's a philosophical debate. Science is something related to this, but not exactly this. It's not. I don't feel like I want to debate this to the extreme hair splitting level because it's not that is not the purpose of science. That is the purpose again of philosophy of science, which is different. So I don't feel comfortable discussing this because I'm not a philosopher of science. I'm an experimental physicist.
I think that's why we asked you about it. Just real quick, Gilly, I think that's why we ask you about it because we know that your whole profession is based on experiments, And, every time that we talk about science, we get confronted with, show your work, show your methodology, do an experiment. And then when we start to engage with, the scientific community about the methodology, they shy away from the methodology. So I find that to be strange, but let's at least find some common ground here. And then maybe we can move on from this. Do you at least agree that the more of those steps that you can incorporate, the more accurate of the results or like definitive they'll become, like with the more of the steps that you incorporate? Do you at least agree with that? I don't know. Was I clear on my question?
I don't know, because they don't have the same weight. I don't know. It depends. Yeah, in general, yes.
Okay, I guess that's what we're looking for. Like we want to be able to follow the scientific method in order for us to validate the ability to perform science. So we want to make sure that we apply it to all things. But we know that in the scientific community, it seems like there's certain aspects of science that don't necessarily adhere to certain parts of it. And I think, in our opinion, I'm speaking for everybody, and I probably shouldn't do that, but it seemed like the reason why the scientific community shies away from that conversation, one is, philosophy, but two is certain parts don't adhere to those parts. So the moment that you say, yes, these parts are required to do science, and then we go look at certain, certain parts of science, and they don't incorporate those methodologies or those steps in the methodology, then we're saying, okay, well, you said that you needed those steps, and in this section of science, they're not incorporating those steps. So at that point, now we can hold you accountable in that field of study, wherever that field of study may be, for, hey, you're not performing that scientific method that you adhere to, therefore that field of study is pseudoscience. And I think that is what creates this this friction. Do you agree with that, Franco? And then I'll let the rest of the guys speak. I want to actually say what up to Lepa, but do you agree with that, Franco, at least?
I'm not sure. I'm not sure what there is to agree about. Yeah, if you want me to say yes, I'll agree, but I'm not seeing the point, frankly.
Yeah, again, it's just about, them holding us to a certain standard of science. And then when we try to, check, okay, what is science? How do we validate science? And, according to the definitions, they say this is the scientific method. We usually get, rebutted, well, this is like grade school methodology. Like at the highest level of physics, we don't have to do all of the steps. So that at that point, it becomes a gray area. It's like, okay, you guys are saying that, flat earth is not scientific. But then we say, well, what is the scientific methodology? Oh, it's whatever, depending on the situation. Okay, so then you can't tell us that flat earth or whatever our observations are isn't scientific if you guys aren't establishing the methodology. So I guess we're just trying to figure out what are we being pressed on? Because if we're being pressed on certain aspect of science, then we should be able to do the same thing. But it seems like in the paradigm of science, whether it's astronomy or experimental physics or whatever the case is, it seems to be subjected to whatever the field of study is. Oh, in this field, we don't need to really control for variables because there's no way we can control for whatever's happening out there in space. So we can only do whatever we can. So controlling variables and, experimentation on exactly what the sun is, we can't do that. Therefore, if you can't do that, and you adhere to a scientific method, then whatever you're claiming about space and the sun, whatever the case is by definition pseudoscience. And that's scary to the scientific community because, like, damn, you're right. We can't sit there and hold you guys, you flat earthers, accountable for methodology when we are telling you this is facts without a method of a scientific method or a standard method. So I'm just trying to bridge the gap so we have understanding, so we don't got to spend too much time on this because we do talk about scientific method a lot. I do want to ask you about some of the topics that we talk about today, although I do understand that you're not an astrophysicist, but I think that we can gain some value off of the topic of parallax. But before we do that, I do want to say what up to Lepa. We'll go to KP and then we'll double back to you, Franco, in just a second. Lepa, what's up?
Secret. So it's always blessing to hear you. Your reasonable logic. Proud. Good evening, Alan, too, and everybody else. I'm sorry for my low scale English, but I have question for Mr. Franco, please. I'm living in south of France, and we these days, all the winter we can see something very unusual, but every winter it's like that. We can see the Corsica island, what is more than 235 kilometers far away from the board of the town where I am, and we can see it clearly. You can see, I put the picture up. You can see it when the sun is rising, and after when the sun came out. The local newspaper always explain it is just a reflection of, it is a special, um, um, s- it is a connection with a reflection of light. Okay, but the problem it is the place where I was when this picture was done. You have the same people observe the same things 30, 40, 50 kilometer away, even where the light it was differently, or you have cloudy or whatever, it was
Hold on
different.
1 second, Lepa. Franco, do you see the post that Lepa's talking about?
Yeah, I just put it up. Maybe you can see it. You can see three picture 1, 2, and 3 when the sun came out. It is from town of Nice, South France, and this is Corsica, and it's more than 235,000 kilometers away. So, how you can explain if we have a curve, how it's possible to see crystal clear like that? And the second question, we have observatory up to the hill in our town. It is open to public very rarely, but I have a chance to visit it. I was reserving a long time ago, and I was there. And what it was stunning to me, the observatory, the cupola, it was built by Gustav Eiffel. It's 100,000 ton of metal cupola. Beautiful place. You have bibliothèque around, and it's observatory. But when you, I also put picture up. When you go in the main door of the observatory, now they make restoration, but you have a strange sculpture, purely esoteric sculpture. So what is my problem? If the scientific people, they are very scientific, so why we have such esoteric symbol on the door in the top of it? When I was asking the guide who was there, they told me this is Apollon. I was really laughing because we all, even somebody who is really like, know what is presentation of Apollon. This what I see, and this what is in the front of the, in the top of the door of this observatory. It's nothing to do with Apollon, and nobody explained me why he hold the light, why he have an Egyptian scarf, and why he have the symbol like a Liberty Masonic statue. So if you are scientific, you will be kind to answer me of the two questions, please. How is Corsica possible, and why esoteric symbol in so huge place of science? Thank you.
Tweet this. Franco, do you see this? Do you see
No,
this?
I don't see it because I don't know how to look. I have problems going to the main page here from my computer.
I'm gonna
But
DM
anyway,
you.
I understand what this is. It's a usual thing about seemingly impossible pictures taken. It's again, I'm not an atmospheric physicist, so I don't have numbers. I don't have quantitative data to make arguments with.
Hold
I
on,
know.
Franco. Who are the
Hold on. Let him finish.
Astro?
Hold on, bro. Hold on. Let him finish.
But what I say is that usually these sort of exceptionally distant objects being visible from in pictures, they're usually, as it was said, explained by atmospheric refraction. The fact that also people which are a little bit far away from those taking the picture have seen the same thing is just a confirmation of that, because the light bending by atmosphere happens in between the person taking the picture and Corsica. So it's not like if you go another few kilometers away, there are few tens, thousands, or whatever, hundreds of meters away, then the light does not bend anymore. It's just the bending happened before. It happened in the space between Corsica and the first picture. And then so it's not a contradiction to me, the fact that other people see the same thing.
Sorry, just to understand it properly, and really, sorry, my English it's not so brilliant, and I am just artist. I have not knowledge about science, and just make me understand clearly. So this reflection of light can bend somewhere in the middle, and just make me see the mountain of Corsica all the winter time. That's what you're telling me. It's just normal atmospheric. That is just normal. It means the light can disappear the curve. What you mean by that?
No, it's not. It's not that it is. It's not that. I don't know. I don't know the distances. I don't know the heights involved. I cannot make the calculations here because I don't have the data. But and also, as I say, I'm not an expert of atmospheric physics, so I don't know how much refraction is actually expected. But the phenomenon is that the light is bent by the changing refraction index of air as with altitude, and this is the same phenomena as happens at sunset, when you see that the sun apparently gets sort of squashed in shape. And this is due to and the fact that you actually see it after it's set. It's sort of slows down a little bit when it sets. This is due to atmospheric refraction. But and this is light bending. But I don't have the data, so I cannot answer quantitatively.
Thank you.
And as far as esoteric symbols
yes, symbols.
Yeah, I have no idea. I have not seen it. It's the same kind of question as to why do you have the Shiva statue, a sculpture in CERN? It's just because it was it's an artistic thing. It was being given to CERN in the case of the Shiva thing by India. It's had nothing to do with what is done.
Franco, just one question. Like scientists, should be the person who will question this type of question. Why it's me, like artist or somebody, why I question myself why, and why you don't question why Shiva, why esoteric symbol. Did you never question yourself about this? Why? You are scientific. You should to have always this question. No.
No, because I understand there's nothing to do with science. Because I'm an artist myself. And we also encourage people to make artworks. We have artwork exhibitions at CERN. For instance, here in Pisa, I'm currently helping organizing some art and science exhibitions with high school students. We prompt them to make to let their imagination go wild, in a sense, and producing artwork based on what the impression of science does to them. So it's
but why science and art should to be together? It's just something completely different and opposite, no?
No, why? They're both human activities, and you can find you can. There are many videos about this. For instance, that you can see with interviews of Richard Feynman in the 70s, talking about why people think that art and science or beauty and science would be completely disconnected from one another. They're both human enterprises. And you can find the beauty in science, and you can find art inspiring aspects in science.
Yeah, but it's like artists, I will tell you, like artists, I have freedom. And like scientific, you are taking over my freedom of thinking because this is not it's not, it's opposite. It's only this. Thank you for your kind
Yeah,
answer.
but
Thank you,
it's not.
Franco.
I don't have the same opinion, but okay, it's fine.
I appreciate that, Lepa. These are really I've never seen these observations. You know what's interesting, real quick, before we get to D3 and then Iman and then KP. But before, and this is not a shot at Franco, but it is interesting that before seeing the observation, right? Because he said he didn't see what Lepa was showing for the long distance observations, is like we automatically go to refraction. Right? It's like, okay, this is, how we explain this away, and I can't really see it. And I'm assuming that it's something that looks very long or far away that may go against what the globe predicts. But there's refraction, so that's got to be it. So it's one thing to see the observation and say, okay, here's the metrics. Like Franco said, he was honest. He said, I don't know the height, I don't know the atmospheric conditions, and then invoke refraction. But it's a whole completely different thing to not see it, not know anything, and still have to revert to refraction as an explanation for something that may challenge the radius of the Earth. So that was just my observation from that back and forth. I appreciate that, Bill. Thank you, Lepa, for sharing that. Very well traveled. Y'all go follow Lepa. You see she's chilling in her pinned tweet. You see she always fresh and fly. I see you, Lepa, over there. But definitely dope content over on her page. So y'all go follow Lepa. I appreciate you for pulling up for Flat Earth Fridays. Good to see you.
Thank you, Secret. Always nice to listen to your space. Thank you. Thank you, Franco, too.
Of course. And Nicola was in here earlier. So let's hear from D3, and then we're gonna go to I and then KP, and then I want to double back to Franco and ask him a little bit about this Parallax to see what he says. D3, what's up, bro?
What's going on, peoples? I just wanted to also talk with Lepa about that second question, and to Franco as well. One thing we need to understand, and Franco, this is for you. I think Lepa kind of understands already, is that in these communities, the scientific communities, there are people involved there, all right, who are involved in fraternities. Okay? Masons, for example, are, one of the biggest, but there are more. And these are not so-called secret societies. They say it themselves. They are a society with secrets, all right? So they are out in the public. In fact, they're right in our faces, but they do have their own secrets. And they are heavily, heavily, and have been heavily involved for centuries in the scientific, the historical, and the philosophical communities. So to say that they are not related, Franco, is not correct. Now, how deeply they are involved in certain aspects of science, that's something I can't speculate on. But we do know that these people are very powerful and behind a lot of things. And so when she brings up the art and why it comes into the scientific community, this is critically important because you're dealing with symbolism, especially when you're dealing with what she presented, which was that statues and things like that. These things are found all over the world in different places. And it's a critically important thing. So I just wanted to put that out there.
Thank you. Hey, yo, Sacred, proud. I'm gonna head off for the night.
Oh, I appreciate you, Alan, man. Great presentation. Thank you as always for your contribution. Y'all go tap in with Alan, Space Audits at YouTube. They're gonna do a Discord. What are you guys doing on Tuesday?
I think this Tuesday is my presentation on on the orders of measurement and experiment. So,
Ooh.
so it'll be going over the history of interferometry a little bit, and the hit, like, you know, it's like, how did they even come to the conclusion that they could use light to do this, right? So it'll be going over all that, and then kind of the stuff earlier that someone asked about. So, like, you know, what is an experiment? What is an IV/DV? You know, how is it? How does it pertain to these experiments or observations that they did regard, you know, that were done regarding light? So it'll be cool. So I'm gonna do that, and then Thursday we're gonna be doing a reading. I forget what we're gonna be doing. Oh, Thursday is tidal oscillations and toroidal geometry. So we're gonna be reading about tidal, the source of tidal waves, and yeah, that's all I got for that. And then Friday will be another episode of Flat Earth Friday.
Yes, sir. Episode 85. Hey, appreciate you, Alan. Y'all go follow Alan. Y'all go sub to the YouTube. Follow the streams. Dope content. I sent Franco some of that GPS speed of light content. Don't know if he really liked it, but hopefully we can have like a little bit of a build on that sometime in the future, because I do want to get his perspective on that with yours and Toby involved as well. So appreciate you, bro.
Yeah, thanks, man. No problem. Catch you guys later.
Oh, wait a second. Let me I gotta remove you as co-host, because every time you leave, I be glitching out in the spaces. Hold on. Let me just make sure involved as well. So appreciate you, bro.
Yeah. Peace. Yeah, thanks, man. No problem. All right, guys. I'm gonna head off. I'm gonna go to sleep as well. You guys have a good night. Hope you enjoyed. Oh, link to the space will be in the chat here in case you want to go and listen live.